worlds, Earth predators had been fast and deadly. Humans had survived by being faster, smarter, more adaptable. Kira's ancestors had dodged saber-toothed cats and cave bears. These energy bolts were just bigger teeth. Hayes's fighters streaked past, weapons blazing, and the Zarathian flagship's sensor array exploded in a shower of sparks and debris. For exactly 4.3 seconds, the massive ship was blind. Kira used every one of those seconds. She dove beneath the flagship's ventral hull, so close she could have reached out and touched the metal if not for the canopy. The targeting systems locked onto the charging weapon's power coupling, the one weak point in its heavily armored structure. She fired everything. Missiles, lasers, kinetic rounds, everything. The coupling ruptured. Energy meant for the station backfed into the weapon itself, and Kira was already pulling up, pulling away, pushing her fighter past its maximum stress tolerances. The Zarathian flagship's main weapon exploded. Not the controlled detonation of a reactor breach, but a chaotic, violent failure that tore through internal systems like a cancer. Secondary explosions rippled across the hull. The ship began listing, life support failing, crew evacuating in escape pods. The rest of the fleet hesitated. Just for a moment. Just long enough. "That's 2 capital ships, you arrogant bastards." Hayes snarled over the comm. "You want a third?" The Zarathians did not in fact want a third. Their formation broke, ships peeling away, fighters retreating to defensive positions. But they didn't leave. They regrouped, recalculated, prepared for a second assault. Kira's fighter limped back toward the station, systems failing one by one. Red lights covered her dashboard. The neural interface was screaming warnings directly into her brain. "Chen, your ship's falling apart," Hayes said. "I noticed. Get back to the hangar. You're done." Not yet, because she'd seen something. A pattern in the Zarathian formation, a gap in their defensive screen, a change, and 37 minutes left until reinforcements arrived. She changed course, vectoring not toward the station but toward the enemy fleet's left flank. 3 heavy cruisers hung there, weapons charging, prepared to pound Zenith 7 into scrap metal. "Kira, what are you doing?" "Buying time. You'll die, probably." She thought about Mira hiding in some shelter, wondering if her sarcastic human friend was still alive. About her brother back on Earth, who'd cried when she left for the academy. About Professor Velis and his boring lectures that she'd never complain about again if she survived this. About the 200 students who deserved to live. Her fighter was screaming now, every system on the verge of catastrophic failure. She aimed for the gap between the cruisers, threading the needle at speeds that would turn her into paste if she hit anything solid. The Zarathians saw her coming. They fired. She dodged. Not all of it. One energy bolt clipped her starboard wing, tearing it half off. Her fighter began spiraling, centrifugal force trying to pull her apart. Kira roared, fighting the controls, forcing the dying ship to obey her will. She wasn't religious, but in that moment she prayed to whatever gods might listen. Human gods. Alien gods. The cold mathematics of physics itself. The fighter stabilized. Barely. She was inside their formation now, past their heaviest defenses, and she had exactly 1 missile left. 1 shot. 1 chance. The lead cruiser's bridge was directly ahead, command staff visible through reinforced windows. She could see their faces. Alien features twisted in shock and rage. They hadn't expected this. Hadn't expected someone to be this reckless, this desperate, this human. "For Earth," Kira whispered and fired. The missile struck the bridge dead center. The explosion was relatively small, contained, but it severed the cruiser's command structure. Without leadership, its automated systems went into defensive mode, weapons powering down, engines reducing to station-keeping burns. The other 2 cruisers broke formation, scrambling to compensate, and then the cavalry arrived. Warp signatures bloomed across Kira's sensors, massive signatures, the Galactic Defense Force dropping into real space in perfect formation. 12 dreadnoughts, 50 destroyers, hundreds of fighters. The Zarathian fleet didn't wait to engage. They jumped to warp in seconds, abandoning their damaged ships, fleeing into the deep black. Kira's fighter finally gave up the ghost. Systems died. Life support failed. She was coasting now, drifting in vacuum, trapped in a metal coffin. "Chen." Hayes's voice crackled through the dying comm system. "Kira, respond." She tried. Her mouth wouldn't work. Everything hurt. She was pretty sure she had at least 3 broken ribs and possibly a concussion. The cockpit was getting cold. Really cold. Rescue teams are en route, Hayes was saying, but her voice sounded distant. Hang on, cadet. That's an order. Hang on. Kira's eyes drifted closed. She'd done it. They'd won. Everyone would be okay. That was good. That was enough. When she woke up, she was in medical bay, wrapped in more bandages than she'd thought possible. Every breath hurt. Moving was out of the question. But she was alive. Mira was sitting beside her bed, all four hands wringing together nervously. When she saw Kira's eyes open, she made a sound that the translator rendered as relieved sobbing. "You complete idiot," Mira said, which wasn't what Kira expected. "You beautiful, insane, terrifying idiot." "Hey," Kira croaked. "I saved everyone." "Yes, by nearly dying multiple times." Mira leaned forward, antenna trembling. "Every species in this station is talking about you. About Commander Hayes. About what humans can do when threatened. Are they scared? Absolutely terrified. And also grateful. It is a confusing combination." Kira managed a weak laugh that turned into a cough. "Where's Hayes?" "Giving reports to Galactic Command. She has been arguing with them for 6 hours about military protocols and rules of engagement. I believe she may have used several Earth profanities that the translators cannot process." "That sounds like her." The door slid open and Professor Velis entered, moving with the careful dignity of his species. He stopped at the foot of Kira's bed, three eyes studying her. "Miss Chen," he said formally, "I have been asked to deliver a message from the Academy Council." Here it comes, Kira thought. Expulsion for recklessness, criminal charges for taking military action, deportation back to Earth. "The Council wishes to extend their deepest gratitude for your actions during the attack," Velis continued. "Furthermore, they have unanimously voted to create a new position, Head of Emergency Response and Combat Protocols. The position is yours, should you choose to accept it." Kira stared. "I'm a student. I split a desk in half this morning because I got startled." "Yes," Velis said, and his tone was almost warm. "And when the alarm sounded, when everyone else panicked, you acted. You understood that violence, controlled and directed, is sometimes the only answer to violence. The galaxy needs individuals who understand this, individuals who can protect the rest of us when negotiation fails." He paused, then added more quietly, "I apologize, Miss Chen, for treating you as a potential danger rather than a potential defender. It was small-minded of me." "It's okay," Kira said. "I kind of am a danger to our enemies." "Yes. We are beginning to appreciate the distinction." After he left, Mira squeezed Kira's hand gently. "So, you are famous now. The human who saved Zenith 7. How does it feel?" "Painful," Kira admitted. "Everything hurts. That is very human of you. To save everyone and then complain about the consequences. Complaining is also very human." "This is true." They sat in comfortable silence for a while. Through the medical bay window, Kira could see Zenith 7's curve, could see repair crews already working on the damaged sections, life continuing. Learning continuing. Because of what she'd done, because of what Hayes had done. Because humans, when pushed back harder. Commander Hayes appeared in the doorway several hours later, looking exhausted but satisfied. She'd cleaned up, changed uniforms, and the cut above her eye was sealed with medical adhesive. "Cadet Chen," she said formally. Then she grinned. "Or should I say, Head of Emergency Response. I haven't accepted yet." "You will." Hayes pulled up a chair, sitting with the careful posture of someone whose body had also been through hell. "Because you're a fighter, Kira. Because when the alarm sounded and everyone else ran toward safety, you ran toward the fight. It's not training. It's maybe it's a bad instinct. Maybe. But it's the instinct that kept humanity alive on Earth. And it's the instinct that's going to keep the galactic community alive now." Kira thought about that. About her broken desk and her reputation and the weight of expectation that had been crushing her since she arrived at this station. About how in the moment of actual crisis that weight had transformed into purpose. "The galaxy's still afraid of us," she said. "Good. Let them be afraid. Fear keeps people honest." Hayes leaned back, "But they're also grateful. And gratitude builds trust. And trust, given enough time, builds understanding." "You sound optimistic." "I sound realistic. Humans aren't saints, Kira. We're violent, aggressive, emotionally unstable deathworlders from a nightmare planet. But we're also loyal, courageous, and we don't abandon our own. The galaxy needs to learn that we're both the monster under the bed and the guardian at the door, sometimes simultaneously. Kira looked at her hands, at the bandages covering knuckles that had gripped a fighter's controls so hard she'd bruised bone, at fingers that had pulled a trigger without hesitation when lives were at stake. "I split my desk in half," she said quietly, "just from grabbing it when the alarm went off. I know. It's already a meme on the station network. Someone made an animation. Oh God, it's actually pretty funny, you should see it." Despite everything, Kira laughed. It hurt, but it was worth it. The door opened again and a junior medical officer entered, some species Kira didn't recognize, holding a datapad. "Excuse me, Head Chen, there are 63 media requests for interviews, 27 academic journals asking for articles, and apparently the entire freshman class wants your autograph." Kira looked at Hayes helplessly. Hayes was trying not to laugh. "Tell them," Kira said carefully, "that I'm just a student who got lucky, and that any credit belongs to Commander Hayes as much as me." "Already told them that," Hayes said. "They didn't believe me. Humans apparently make good heroes, or good monsters. Like I said, sometimes both." The medical officer left, looking vaguely confused by human humor. Mira had fallen asleep in her chair, exhausted by stress and relief. Outside, the stars wheeled slowly past, infinite and ancient. Kira closed her eyes, letting exhaustion pull her back towards sleep. She dreamed of Earth, of rain and gravity and a world that had tried so hard to kill her species. She dreamed of space combat and enemy fleets, and the cold mathematics of survival. She dreamed of her desk splitting beneath her fingers, and understood finally what it meant. Not that she was dangerous, not that she needed to be contained or controlled or feared, but that she was strong, that humanity was strong, that when the alarm sounded and the invasion came and the galaxy needed protection, humans would be there, raking desks, raking enemy ships, raking expectations, being exactly what they'd always been. Survivors, fighters, heroes and monsters and everything in between. When she woke again, Zenith 7 was whole, the students were returning to class, and Professor Velis was posting new lecture notes about applied combat physics. Kira smiled, closed her eyes, and let herself rest. The galaxy could wait. She'd already saved it once today. Tomorrow, when the alarm inevitably sounded again, she'd save it again. That's what humans did. Claude is AI and can make mistakes. Please double-check responses. So let me tell you about the biggest mistake my people ever made. And trust me, when I say biggest, I mean monumentally, catastrophically, universe-bendingly stupid. My name is Vorek, and I used to be a hunter for the Krell Empire. Used to be, past tense. Because after what happened on Earth, well, let's just say, I found a new career path. One that involves significantly less screaming and running for my life. The whole thing started 3 cycles ago, when our fleet commander, a pompous sack of scales named Theron, decided that Earth would make an excellent hunting ground. See, we Krell are what you might call apex predators, 7 feet tall, built like walking tanks, claws that could slice through steel and enough arrogance to fill a small moon. We had conquered 47 systems. 47, each one fell before us like dominoes. Easy pickings, Theron had said, his mandibles clicking with amusement. Primitive species. Barely past nuclear technology. They still use combustion engines for the love of the ancients. Combustion engine. The council chamber had erupted in laughter. I had laughed too. Oh, how we all laughed. Idiots. Every single one of us. Their military capabilities are laughable, continued Theron, projecting holographic images of human soldiers. Look at them. Soft skin, no natural armor, no claws, no venom. They are prey pretending to be predators. My hunting partner, Zara, had leaned over to me then, her yellow eyes gleaming. This will be the easiest trophy collection in history, Vorthak. I am already planning where to mount my humans. I had nodded, equally confident. I hear their cities are densely populated. We will have our pick of specimens. The plan was simple, elegant even. We would enter their atmosphere under stealth, establish hunting grounds in remote areas, capture specimens, and leave before their primitive detection systems even registered our presence. Standard procedure. We had done it dozens of times before. 40 hunting ships entered Earth's atmosphere on what the humans called a Tuesday. I remember that detail because later, Much later, a human told me, "You picked Tuesday. Nobody attacks on a Tuesday. That is just weird, but I am getting ahead of myself." Our ship, the Talon's Edge, landed in a forested region the humans called Montana, Big Sky Country. They named it, and they were not wrong. The sky was huge, impossibly blue, nothing like the crimson skies of our homeworld. The air smelled wrong too. Fresh, clean, almost sweet. It made my scales itch. Sensors indicate a small human settlement, 15 kilometers north, reported our tech specialist, Krill. He was young, barely past his third molt, and this was his first hunt off-world. Population approximately 300. Perfect for a controlled harvesting operation. Theron grinned, showing all his teeth. "Borak, Zara, take your squad, bring back 10 specimens. Alive. I want to study them before the real hunting begins." We took 12 warriors, 12 of the Krellan Empire's finest hunters, armed with plasma rifles, shock nets, and enough confidence to sink a battleship. We moved through the forest like shadows, silent despite our size. This was what we trained for, what we were bred for. The human town appeared through the trees just as the sun was setting. Quaint. That was the word that came to mind. Small wooden structures, lights beginning to flicker on, smoke rising from chimneys. I could hear their voices high-pitched and chattering. They sounded like prey birds. "Remember," I said to my squad, "we need them alive, non-lethal force only. These first specimens must be pristine." "This is almost too easy," muttered Zara, checking her shocknet launcher. "Where is the challenge? Where is the sport?" "Oh, Zara." Sweet, naive, doomed Zara. We waited until full darkness. Then we struck. The first 3 humans we encountered were standing outside what appeared to be a drinking establishment. 2 males, 1 female, all laughing about something. They didn't even see us coming. Shock nets deployed. 3 bodies hit the ground, twitching but alive. "Secure them," I ordered. "Move to the next target." That was when things started going sideways. One of the humans, a male with a thick beard and wearing a red checkered shirt, somehow stayed conscious. Should not have been possible. Our shock nets delivered enough voltage to drop a Targian bull, but this human just shook his head, looked directly at me with these cold, calculating eyes and said something that my translator picked up as, "Well, this is new." Then he pulled out a primitive projectile weapon from his waistband and shot Krill directly in the face. The sound was deafening. Not the weapon, though that was loud enough, but the sound Krill made as he stumbled backward, blue blood spraying from his shattered mandibles. He fell. Just fell. Our tech specialist dead in 2 seconds. "Contact." I roared, bringing my plasma rifle up. Hostile engagement. But the human was already moving, faster than any prey species should move, diving behind a metal transport vehicle. More humans were emerging now from the structures, and they all had weapons. All of them. What kind of settlement arms? Every civilian. Zara screamed, firing wildly. A good question. One we should have asked before landing. The humans returned fire. Their weapons were primitive. Yes, ballistic projectiles instead of energy-based. But you know what? When a chunk of metal traveling at supersonic speeds punches through your scales and into your organs, the technology level becomes somewhat irrelevant. 2 more of my squad went down in the first exchange. Just down. Not wounded. Down. "Fall back," I ordered. "Controlled retreat to the ship." "Controlled." Ha! There was nothing controlled about it. We ran. 12 elite Krell hunters ran from 300 humans like scaled rabbits from a forest fire. But here is the thing about humans that nobody told us. They do not just defend, they pursue. We were halfway back to our landing site when the first vehicle caught up with us. Not a military transport. A civilian truck modified with a mounted machine gun. A machine gun. These humans had turned a farming vehicle into a weapons platform. The driver, a female with short blonde hair, was grinning. Actually grinning as she opened fire. The muzzle flash lighting up the darkness like a strobe light. 3 more of my warriors fell, their armor shredded like paper. "Zara!" I shouted, grabbing her arm. "Faster! We need to move faster! They are everywhere! Vortak!" She pointed wildly. More vehicles were coming, their lights cutting through the trees. How are they coordinating so quickly? They should be panicking, scattering. Instead, they were hunting us. Role reversal of the cruelest kind. We reached the Talon's edge with only 6 survivors. 6 out of 12. In 20 minutes. 40% casualties from primitive prey. Theron was waiting at the ramp, his expression shifting from anticipation to horror as he counted us. Where are the others? Where are the specimens? They fought back, I gasped, my translator barely functioning through my heaving breaths. Commander, they all fought back, every single one. The entire settlement was armed. Impossible, Theron hissed. Our intelligence indicated minimal civilian armament, primarily hunting weapons, kept in homes. Your intelligence was garbage. Zara screamed, her composure completely shattered. They turned their transportation vehicles into mobile weapon platforms. In minutes. What species does that? Theron's eyes narrowed. Calm yourself, warrior. This was one settlement, clearly an anomaly, perhaps a military outpost we misidentified. We will reassess. Choose a softer target. That was the plan. New target. Bigger city this time, because surely urban humans would be softer than rural ones. Logic, right? Wrong. So spectacularly wrong. The city they chose was called Detroit. Industrial center, our scans said. High population density, low military presence. Should have been perfect. 20 hunters this time, 2 full squads. Theron even came along, confident that superior numbers would ensure success. We landed on the outskirts, near abandoned industrial buildings. The structures were massive, rusting monuments to human manufacturing. Perfect cover, we thought. We moved into the city proper at night, using the shadows and our stealth tech. The first indication that something was wrong came from our scanner operator. Commander, I am detecting multiple signals converging on our position. Theron checked his own display. Civilian vehicles. Nothing to concern us. They are moving in a coordinated pattern, the operator insisted. This is not random traffic. And then the humans appeared, not soldiers, not police, just humans. Dozens of them pouring out of buildings, out of vehicles, surrounding us in a loose circle. One human stepped forward, male, dark skin, wearing what appeared to be simple workers' clothing. He held a rifle casually, pointed at the ground. You picked the wrong city, lizard boys, he said, and my translator caught the edge of humor in his voice. Detroit does not play nice with invaders. Foolish prey, Theron growled, raising his plasma rifle. You face the Krell Empire. Stand aside or be eliminated. The human laughed. Actually laughed. See, that is where you messed up. You think you are the predators. He raised his rifle. But this is our hunting ground. Then all the humans opened fire. At once. Coordinated. Devastating. Our shields held for about 5 seconds. Then they collapsed under the sheer volume of projectiles. Hundreds of rounds per second. All focused fire. Our armor, designed to withstand energy weapons, crumpled under kinetic impact. I grabbed Theron and dragged him behind a vehicle. We need to retreat. Now. No, he roared. We are Krell, we do not flee from prey. A plasma grenade landed near us. Not ours. Theirs. The humans had reverse-engineered our technology from the Montana attack. In less than 3 days. The explosion threw me 15 feet. When I regained consciousness, my audio receptors were ringing. My vision was blurred and I was missing my left arm below the elbow. The cauterized stump was smoking. Zara was pulling me to my feet. Move. Morak. We have to move. Theron was gone. Just gone. I saw pieces of his armor scattered across the street, but no body. The humans had taken him. We ran again. Through streets that should have been empty but were filled with armed civilians. Past buildings where snipers took shots at us. Around corners where improvised explosive devices waited. Of the 20 hunters who entered Detroit, 4 made it back to the ship. 4. The other hunting parties were reporting similar disasters. Every landing site, every operation, complete failure. The humans were not fighting like prey. They were fighting like they had done this before, like they had been preparing for this their entire existence. Back on the command ship, the surviving commanders gathered. The mood was no longer confident. It was approaching panic. They should not be this effective, one commander kept repeating. Their technology is inferior. Their physiology is weak. This does not make sense. But another commander, an old veteran named Torvak, just sat in silence, staring at the tactical display. Finally, he spoke. I have seen this before. Once, on Valtor Prime. Everyone turned to him. What happened on Valtor Prime? I asked. We lost. Korvac said simply. The entire expeditionary force, 3,000 warriors, gone. Because we underestimated a species that evolved as prey but learned to think like predators. The Valtorians seemed weak, but they had spent millennia being hunted by everything on their planet. They developed tools, tactics, coordination. By the time they reached intelligence, they were not prey anymore. They were survivors. He pointed at the display showing Earth. These humans are the same. Look at their planet. No natural armor, no venom, no claws, but they are the dominant species. Do you know why? Nobody answered. Because they made everything else extinct or domesticated. These are not prey, these are persistence hunters. Pack hunters, tool users. They turned wolves into pets. Pets. They looked at an apex predator and said, "You work for me now, what does that tell you?" The silence was heavy. "It tells me we made a mistake," I said quietly. "It tells me we need to leave," Zara added, "now, before they learn where our ships are." But it was already too late for that. The radar operator's voice crackled over the comm. "Commander, I am detecting multiple aircraft approaching our position. High velocity." "They are not scouts." "Human military?" someone asked. "Yes." Designation F-22 Raptors, armed with air-to-surface missiles. Theron's replacement, a commander named Silix, stared at the screen. "Those are atmospheric craft. Primitive. Their shields can handle primitive missiles. Can they, though?" That was the question running through my head. The answer came 30 seconds later when the first missile hit. Our shields flickered, held then collapsed as 5 more missiles impacted in rapid succession. The command ship shuddered, alarms blaring. Shields at 40%. Another wave hit, more explosions, more damage. "All ships, emergency ascent," Selix ordered. "Leave atmosphere immediately." The Krell fleet began rising, engines screaming. But the humans were not done, not even close. As we climbed, breaking through cloud cover, more aircraft appeared. Larger ones. They fired missiles from beyond our weapon range, dozens of them, all tracking, all homing in on our energy signatures. "Deploy countermeasures." Countermeasures deployed. "They are not working." Of course they were not working. Our countermeasures were designed for energy-seeking missiles, not these primitive but effective kinetic weapons. Ship after ship took hits. Some fell back toward Earth, trailing fire and debris. Others made it to orbit, damaged but intact. The Talon's Edge was one of the lucky ones. Barely in orbit, we regrouped, counted losses. 38 ships entered Earth's atmosphere, 18 made it out, 20 destroyed or captured, over 300 warriors lost. For nothing. We had captured exactly 0 specimens. The High Council was going to execute someone for this, probably several someones. "What do we do now?" Zara asked me as we sat in the medical bay getting our wounds treated. She had lost an eye. I had lost an arm. We were the lucky ones. "Now?" I laughed bitterly. "Now we admit defeat. We tell the Council that Earth is off limits, that these humans are not prey." "They will never accept that," she said. "You know how the Council is. They will demand revenge. Retaliation. They will send the full warfleet." I nodded slowly, looking at the planet below through the viewport. Beautiful blue marble, so peaceful from up here. But down there? Down there were creatures that had evolved from tree-dwelling primates into the most dangerous pack hunters in their section of space. And they did not even know they were dangerous. They thought this was normal. "If they send the warfleet," I said quietly, "we are going to lose. Badly." Zara looked at me like I had grown a second head. "The warfleet has 6,000 ships, advanced weaponry, seasoned warriors, and the humans have 8 billion people who apparently all know how to shoot," I countered. "Plus, they are learning, fast. Did you see how quickly they adapted? How quickly they coordinated? 3 days, Zara. 3 days, and they had counters to our technology. 3 days." She had no response to that. A message came through the comm system. Fleet-wide announcement. Commander Silix's voice tight with barely controlled rage. "All personnel prepare for extraction. We are leaving this system. Effective immediately." I felt relief wash over me. Someone up there had common sense. But then Solix continued. We returned to Krella space to report to the High Council. This defeat will not stand. Earth will burn for this insult. The humans will learn what it means to defy the Empire. And just like that, the relief evaporated. Because I knew with absolute certainty that if we came back, if we returned to Earth with an invasion force, it would not end the way the Council expected. These humans had surprised us. They had adapted, coordinated, and fought with a ferocity that spoke of something deeper than mere defense. They fought like they had been doing it forever, like war was bred into their bones. And here is the terrifying part. The part that kept me awake for the entire return trip. The part that made me file for discharge the moment we docked at the homeworld. We had attacked their civilians, random towns and cities, not their military, not their governments, just regular humans going about their regular lives. And they had nearly wiped us out. So what would happen when their actual military got involved? What would happen when they stopped being surprised and started being prepared? What would happen when these persistence hunters decided that we were the prey now? I did not want to find out, but the Council did. Oh, they absolutely did. 3 months later, the Warfleet launched. 6,000 ships, 200,000 warriors heading back to Earth to finish what we started, to put the humans in their place. I was not there. I had taken a job as a cargo hauler far from any military operations, but I followed the news. Everyone did. The Warfleet arrived in Earth's system 7 weeks after launch. They sent a message. Surrender or face annihilation. Standard intimidation. The humans sent a message back. My translator could not quite capture the full meaning, but the gist was, come try it, space lizards. Space lizards. They gave us a nickname. That should have been the first warning. The fleet entered Earth's atmosphere in a massive coordinated assault. Orbital bombardment to soften defenses. Dropships for ground forces. Air superiority fighters to control the skies. Textbook invasion. It should have worked. By every tactical analysis, every simulation, every metric we had, it should have worked. It did not work. The first reports came back 3 hours after the invasion began. I was in a cargo bay on Station Proxima loading freight containers when the news feeds started broadcasting. Emergency Council transmission. I stopped working. Everyone stopped working. The High Chancellor appeared on screen, his scales pale, his mandibles trembling. The Warfleet has encountered unexpected resistance. Casualties are mounting. We request all reserve forces to report for immediate deployment. Unexpected resistance. That was politician speak for we are getting absolutely destroyed. I pulled up the military channels on my personal comm. What I saw made my blood run cold. The orbital bombardment had failed. Completely failed. Apparently humans had something called strategic defense satellites, weapons platforms in orbit that we had somehow missed in our scans. Our bombardment ships had been intercepted by missiles launched from the planet's surface and from these hidden satellites, missiles that could reach orbit. What kind of species puts weapons capable of reaching space all over their planet? Humans. That is what kind. 12 bombardment cruisers destroyed in the first 20 minutes. 12. The dropships fared even worse. Human anti-aircraft systems, turns out, were significantly more advanced than we thought. They had missiles that could track multiple targets. They had guns that fired so fast they created walls of projectiles. They had electronic warfare systems that jammed our navigation. Dropships fell from the sky like rain. Thousands of warriors died before even reaching the ground. But some made it through. Some actually landed and deployed ground forces. That should have been our advantage. Face-to-face combat. Guerrilla warriors against human soldiers. Want to know what happened? The humans had vehicles. Tanks, they called them. Armored vehicles with cannons that could punch through our battle armor like it was tissue paper. And they had so many of them, hundreds, thousands. All coordinated, all moving in formations that trapped our warriors in kill zones. Then there were the aircraft. Close air support. The humans called it flying machines that would appear out of nowhere, destroy an entire Krell squad, and vanish before we could return fire. Over and over, relentlessly. They fight like they have done this before, one battlefield commander reported, his voice cracking. Like they have been preparing for this exact scenario. How? How could they prepare for us? Later I learned the answer. The humans had not been preparing for us specifically. They had been preparing to fight each other for centuries, millennia even. Their entire history was warfare. Constant, evolving, brutal warfare. They had refined the art of killing their own species to such a degree that fighting aliens was just another Tuesday for them. Another Tuesday. There was that word again. The ground invasion collapsed within 6 hours. 6 hours. 200,000 warriors, reduced to scattered survivors desperately calling for evacuation. But evacuation requires ships. And our ships were busy dealing with their own problems. See, the humans had a space program. Primitive, we thought. They had barely left their own moon. Cute little chemical rockets. Very basic. We had dismissed it entirely. Turns out, those chemical rockets could carry nuclear weapons. And the humans had lots of nuclear weapons. Thousands of them apparently left over from when they almost destroyed themselves. Now they were repurposing them for us. How thoughtful. The first nuke hit a carrier ship in high orbit. One moment it was there, the next it was an expanding cloud of superheated debris. Then another, and another. The humans were launching everything they had. This is impossible. I heard one ship captain screaming over the command channel. They should not have this capability. Our intelligence said they were decades away from orbital combat. Your intelligence was wrong, I thought bitterly. About everything. The fleet tried to retreat to safe distance, beyond the reach of Earth's weapons. But the humans had something else. Something we had not anticipated because it was so absurdly dangerous that no sane species would actually build it. Kinetic kill vehicles. Massive tungsten rods accelerated to orbital velocities. Rods from God, the humans called them, because apparently these creatures looked at physics and weaponized it for fun. 3 more carriers destroyed, 16 frigates, dozens of support craft. The fleet commander, Admiral Craxus, finally gave the order. Full retreat. Abandon ground forces. Abandon wounded. Just run. The survivors limped back to Krell space 3 weeks later. Of the 6,000 ships that left, barely 2,000 returned. Of 200,000 warriors, fewer than 30,000 survived. The greatest military disaster in Krell history, and the humans were not even done. 2 months after our failed invasion, a ship appeared in Krell space. Human ship. Small, fast, completely alone. It broadcast a message on all frequencies. This is Captain Marcus Webb, of the United Earth Space Command vessel Defiance. We are here to discuss terms. Terms. The humans wanted to discuss terms. After what they did to us, they had the audacity to come to our homeworld and demand talks. The Council, what was left of it, panicked. Half wanted to destroy the ship immediately. The other half wanted to hear what the humans had to say. Eventually pragmatism won. Barely. Captain Webb was invited to the Council chambers under flag of truce. I was not there obviously, but the entire session was broadcast. The Council wanted the population to see that we were not afraid, that we were still in control. Captain Webb walked into that chamber like he owned it. Average height for a human, dark hair, calm expression. He wore a simple uniform, no weapons, no armor. Behind him walked 2 others. One female with red hair, one male with scars across his face. Honored Council, Webb began, and my translator picked up the layer of sarcasm in his tone. Thank you for agreeing to meet. State your terms, human. High Chancellor Vex hissed. Then leave our space. Of course. Webb smiled. Not a friendly smile. A predator's smile. First, you will cease all military operations in our sector. Second, you will pay reparations for the damage caused during your invasion. Third, you will open formal diplomatic relations. Fourth, and this is important, you will never ever come to Earth again with hostile intent. The chamber erupted in outrage. Krell councillors shouting, demanding, threatening. Webb waited patiently for the noise to die down. Then he spoke again, his voice cutting through the chaos. Or, we come to you. Silence. Absolute silence. See, we captured some of your warriors, Webb continued conversationally. Nice folks, once you get past the whole trying to kill us thing. They told us a lot, like where your homeworld is, how your defense grid works, weaknesses in your military structure. He paused. We also reverse-engineered your faster-than-light drives, Took our engineers about 6 weeks. Brilliant technology, by the way. We have already improved it. 6 weeks. They had cracked FTL travel in 6 weeks. You are bluffing, Chancellor Vex said, but I could hear the uncertainty in his voice. Webb nodded to the female behind him. She stepped forward and placed a small device on the council table. A holographic display activated, showing star charts. Krell star charts. Accurate one? We know where every Krell colony is, the female said. Her name tag read Lieutenant Reeves. Every military outpost. Every supply depot. We have been mapping your empire for the past month. Nice ships you have. Very loud in subspace. Easy to track. You dare threaten us in our own chambers? Vex stood, his claws extending. The scarred human moved faster than should have been possible. One moment he was standing relaxed. The next he had a weapon drawn and pointed at Vex's head. Sit down, he said quietly. Vex sat down. Let us be clear, Webb said, his casual tone gone, replaced with ice. You attacked us. You invaded our world. You tried to hunt our people for sport. We defended ourselves. We won. Now you have a choice. Peace, or we bring the war to you. You think you can threaten the Krell Empire? Another counselor demanded. We have 37 worlds, billions of citizens, military might that spans light years. And we have 8 billion humans who just discovered we are not alone in the universe, Webb countered. 8 billion humans who are really, really angry that aliens tried to hunt them. Do you know what happens when humanity gets angry, Chancellor? Do you know what we do? Nobody answered. We fought 2 world wars, Webb continued. Killed over 100 million of our own species. Developed weapons that could sterilize our entire planet, and that was before we knew you existed. Now we have a common enemy. Now we have a purpose. Every human on Earth is united for the first time in history. United against you. He leaned forward, hands on the table. Your warriors were good, tough, strong, but they were used to prey that could not fight back. We have been fighting things that fight back our entire existence, including ourselves. You brought a hunting party to a planet full of apex predators. That was your mistake. So, here is what happens next, Webb said. You accept our terms. We establish diplomatic relations. We share technology on our terms. We keep our sectors of space, and everyone goes home alive. Or you refuse, and we show you what human warfare really looks like. Not defense. Offense. We come to your worlds, and we do what you tried to do to us. The silence stretched. I watched from my quarters, barely breathing. Finally, Chancellor Vex spoke, his voice barely a whisper. What guarantee do we have that you will honor this agreement? The same guarantee you gave us when you invaded, Webb replied. None. You take it on faith. The difference is, we actually mean it. We do not want war. We never did. But if you force us, we will finish it. The vote was unanimous. The Krell Empire accepted Earth's terms. 3 days later, Webb and his crew left Krell's space, and I finally understood what had happened. What we had done. We had poked a sleeping predator. We had assumed that because humans looked soft, they were soft. We had confused lack of natural weapons with lack of capability. We had mistaken their peaceful appearance for weakness. But humans were not peaceful. They were patient. They were strategic. They were survivors who had climbed from prey to predator over millions of years, not through evolution of teeth and claws, but through evolution of mind and tool. They had turned their entire planet into a weapon. They had looked at everything that could kill them and learned to kill it first. And when we came to their world thinking we were the hunters, they showed us what real hunting looked like. I never went back to military service. Could not stomach it anymore. Instead, I became a historian, started researching humanity, learning everything I could about them. Want to know what I found out? The scariest part. The invasion fleet we sent? The 6,000 ships? That was our full military might. Everything we had, we threw our entire military at Earth and got destroyed. But Earth never mobilized their full military. The invasion was repelled by defensive forces, home guard units, local militias, national armies operating independently. They never activated their unified command structure, never deployed their strategic reserves, never used their full arsenal. They beat us with a fraction of their capability. When I learned that, I laughed. Then I cried. Then I laughed again, because it was so absurd. So completely, utterly absurd. We thought we were apex predators. We thought we were the terror of the galaxy. 47 conquered systems, 47 species that fell before us. Then we met humans, and learned that we were not apex predators. We were not even close. 5 years have passed since the invasion. 5 years since what the humans now call the failed hunt. They made movies about it. Entertainment. They turned our greatest military disaster into something to watch while eating snacks. That tells you everything you need to know about humans. The Krell Empire signed a formal peace treaty. Trade agreements were established. Cultural exchanges began. Some Krell even moved to Earth, started lives there. Turns out humans are pretty friendly once you stop trying to hunt them. But the galaxy changed. Word spread about what happened. Other species heard how humans defeated the Krell. Suddenly, Earth was not a backwater planet. It was a power, a rising civilization that had announced itself by beating a military empire in its first contact. Other species approached Earth carefully, respectfully, because nobody wanted to be the second empire to learn that humans were dangerous. As for me, I finished my historical research, published it under the title Apex Reversed, a study in hubris. It became required reading at military academies across Krella space. Every officer candidate has to read it, has to understand what happened, has to learn the lesson. Never, ever, underestimate prey. Because sometimes, prey is not actually prey. Sometimes, prey is just a predator you have not seen hunt yet. I got a message last year from Captain Webb. He had read my book, wanted to thank me for the honest account. We corresponded for a while, eventually met in person at a neutral station. "Do you hate us?" I asked him over drinks. "Human alcohol. Surprisingly good for what we did." Webb considered the question carefully. "Hate? No. You made a mistake based on bad information and worse assumptions. You paid for it. Your people paid for it. That is punishment enough. Your people killed thousands of Krella warriors," I said. "Your people tried to hunt our civilians," he countered. "Tried to make them trophies. What did you expect would happen?" I had no answer to that. "But here is the thing, Vorthak," Webb continued. "We do not want to be enemies. We never did. We want to explore, learn, grow. Maybe even become friends with other species. But we will not be victims. We will not be prey, ever. I think the galaxy has learned that lesson," I said. Webb smiled. "Good. Because there is so much we could accomplish together. Humans are good at some things. Other species are good at other things. Imagine what we could build if we worked together instead of fighting." He was right, of course. The Human and Krella Joint Technology Project had already produced 3 major breakthroughs. Trade between our worlds was flourishing. Relations were actually good. But I still have nightmares sometimes. About Montana. About Detroit. About the Warfleet burning in Earth's orbit. About the moment I realized that we were not the hunters. We were the hunted. I wake up from those dreams in a cold sweat, scales trembling. And I remember the most important lesson I learned from all of this. Humanity is terrifying. Not because they are violent, not because they are aggressive, but because they are adaptable. Give them a problem and they will solve it. Threaten them, and they will eliminate the threat. Push them, and they will push back harder than you can possibly imagine. They are the species that looked at flight and said we can do that. Looked at space and said we can go there. Looked at the atom and said we can split that. Looked at diseases and said we can cure that. Looked at death itself and keep finding ways to delay it. They are a species of survivors who refuse to accept limitations, who see every obstacle as a challenge to overcome, who meet impossible situations and make them possible through sheer stubborn determination. And we tried to hunt them. We tried to make them prey. I laugh about it now. Because what else can you do? The alternative is to curl up and cry at the sheer magnitude of our stupidity. 47 systems we conquered. 47 species that could not stop us. We were unstoppable. Invincible. The apex predators of the galaxy. Then we met humans, and they said, "Hold my beer." That is a human expression, by the way. It means watch this. I am about to do something crazy. Humans say it a lot, usually right before doing something that should be impossible, but they do anyway because they are humans, and impossible just means not done yet. So, if you ever find yourself approaching a planet called Earth, if you ever think about humans as potential targets, if you ever consider them weak, or primitive, or easy, remember the Krell, remember what happened to us, remember that we thought we were hunters, and remember that we were wrong. Because humans are not prey, they are not predators either, not really. They are something else, something that does not fit into neat categories. They are persistence incarnate. They are problem solvers. They are the species that turned evolution itself into a tool that bent their planet to their will, that looked at the stars and decided those were theirs too. Most importantly, remember this. When humans say leave us alone, they mean it. When humans say do not threaten us, they mean it. And when humans say we will defend ourselves, they really, really mean it. The Krell learned that lesson at a cost of 4,000 ships and 170,000 lives. Learn from our mistake, do not make us your cautionary tale. Because if you do, if you ignore the warnings and attack Earth anyway, you will discover what we discovered, that humans have been fighting for survival since before they had language. That warfare is not something they learned, it is something they perfected. That every human carries the legacy of 10,000 generations of survivors who refused to quit, refused to surrender, refused to die. And when you realize that, when you understand what you have actually challenged, it will be too late. Just like it was for us. So yeah, that is the story of how the Krell Empire learned humility. How we discovered that we were not the apex predators we thought we were. How we found out that somewhere in the galaxy, there was a species more dangerous than us, hiding behind soft skin and friendly smiles. The humans have a saying, speak softly, and carry a big stick. We did not listen to the soft speaking. So they showed us the stick. It was a really, really big stick. And now, every time I see a human, every time I interact with one of them, I remember Montana, Detroit, the burning fleet, the failed hunt. But I also remember Captain Webb offering peace, Lieutenant Reeves sharing technology, the humans who could have come for revenge but chose cooperation instead. That is the thing about humans. They are terrifying when threatened. But when they are not threatened, they are actually pretty great. Funny. Creative. Kind. Even. They tell jokes. They make art. They help other species. They work together. They are the best friends you could ask for, and the worst enemies you could imagine, all in one species. So, my advice, make them friends, not enemies. Trust me on this. I learned it the hard way. The very, very hard way. And that, my friends, is the story of how hunters crossed Earth's borders and became prey. The story of the Krell's greatest defeat and humanity's introduction to the galaxy. The story of what happens when you mistake soft skin for weakness and peaceful nature for helplessness. The story of the day we learned that humans do not play the game we thought they were playing. They play their own game, and they play to win. Every single time.
The metal walls of the Zephyrian battlecruiser hummed with the steady pulse of the ship's engines. In the crew quarters, alien soldiers from different worlds sat around tables made of crystalline material. The air tasted of ozone and recycled atmosphere. Blue lights cast strange shadows on their faces as they talked and laughed. Crix, a saurian with green scales and yellow eyes, held up a small device that showed images from Earth. His clawed finger pointed at pictures of ancient human temples and statues. "Look at this foolishness," he said, his voice making a hissing sound. "These humans believed their ancestors were giants who could move mountains." The other soldiers leaned closer to see. Zek, a Vex with 6 arms and compound eyes that reflected the light like black mirrors, clicked his mandibles in what passed for laughter among his kind. "They tell stories about men who could fly without machines," he said, "and women who could turn people to stone with just a look. Nala, a lumen whose body was made of living crystal that changed colors with her emotions, glowed a soft amber that meant amusement. The humans call them myths," she said, her voice ringing like distant chimes. "But they treat these stories like they are real history. They build monuments to imaginary heroes." Crick scrolled through more images on his device, pictures of massive stone circles, pyramids that reached toward the sky, and carved faces on mountainsides filled the screen. "They say their gods walked among them," he said, "that these gods had the power to create and destroy worlds. But look at them now. They can barely leave their own planet. A group of Thrakari soldiers who looked like walking trees with bark-like skin and branch-like limbs rustled their leaves in agreement. One of them, named Groot, spoke in a voice like wind through a forest. Our scouts report that humans still read these old stories to their young ones. They pretend that ordinary men once fought monsters the size of ships. The funniest part, said Zek, is that they believe some humans had the power to see the future. They call them prophets. Yet they never saw us coming, did they? His laughter sounded like breaking glass. The soldiers around the table joined in the laughter. It was a sound that would have terrified any human who heard it. The mixing of hisses, clicks, chimes, and rustling created a noise like a storm made of anger. Crix put away his device and picked up a cup of glowing liquid. Tomorrow we reach their world, he said. The humans will learn the difference between myths and reality. We are their reality now. Nala's crystal body shifted to a deep red color that meant confidence. Our weapons can turn their cities to dust in minutes, she said. Our shields can stop anything they throw at us. What will their mythical heroes do against that? Nothing, said Groot, his leaves shaking with amusement. Because heroes only exist in stories. In the real world, the strong take what they want from the weak. Zek stood up and spread 4 of his 6 arms wide. The humans spent so much time dreaming about impossible things that they forgot to prepare for possible ones. Like us, the conversation turned to their battle plans. Each species had brought their best technology to this invasion. The Saurians had plasma weapons that could melt through any armor. The Vex had ships that could move faster than human eyes could track. The Lumens had energy shields that nothing could break. The Thrakari had weapons that could make plants grow so fast they would strangle entire cities. The human military is primitive, said Crix. They still use chemical explosives and metal bullets. Our scouts say their fastest ships take months to travel between their worlds. We can do it in days. They have no unity, added Nala. The humans are divided into hundreds of groups that fight each other constantly. They cannot work together even to save themselves. Zek pulled up tactical displays that showed Earth's major cities and military bases. Look at their defenses, he said. They point most of their weapons at each other instead of at the sky. They are so busy preparing to fight themselves that they forgot others might want to fight them. The alien soldiers studied the displays with professional interest. To them, Earth looked like a fruit waiting to be picked, rich in resources, weak in defenses, and full of beings who spent more time creating fantasies than preparing for war. I wonder, said Groot, what stories they will tell about us after we defeat them. Will they say we were mythical creatures too? Will they pretend we had magic powers? Let them tell whatever stories they want, said Crix. Stories do not stop plasma fire. Stories do not turn away invasion fleets. Stories are what the weak tell themselves to feel better about being weak. An announcement echoed through the ship's communication system. All units prepare for final approach to target system. Arrival in 18 standard hours. The soldiers began to disperse to their assigned stations. As they walked through the corridors, they passed windows that showed the darkness of space. Somewhere ahead of them, a small blue world waited, unaware that its peace was about to end. In the command center, officers from all the allied species worked together to coordinate the attack. Maps of Earth covered the walls marked with targets and troop movements. The plan was simple and brutal. First, they would destroy the humans' ability to fight back. Then they would demand surrender. If the humans refused, they would demonstrate their power by turning one of their cities into glass. The humans will break quickly, said General Thrak, a massive saurian with scars covering his scales. They have no experience fighting a real enemy. Their myths tell them that heroes always win in the end. They will learn that the universe does not care about their stories. But far below in the crew quarters, one figure remained seated long after the others had left. Commander Vexistar, an old Zephyrian with gray skin and tired eyes, stared at the images of human myths that still glowed on Crix's forgotten device. He had fought in more wars than any other being in the fleet. He had conquered worlds, crushed civilizations, and seen the rise and fall of species that thought themselves mighty. But something about the human stories troubled him in a way he could not explain. The images showed humans doing impossible things. Men lifting objects that should have crushed them. Women leading armies against overwhelming odds and winning. Warriors standing alone against monsters and emerging victorious. To his fellow soldiers, these were obviously fantasies. But Vextar had lived long enough to know that sometimes the line between myth and history was thinner than most people believed. Sometimes stories survived because they contained echoes of truth that people had forgotten. He touched the device's screen and watched the images cycle through again. Humans building structures that should have been impossible with primitive tools. Humans crossing vast distances without advanced technology. Humans accomplishing feats that even some advanced species would find challenging. Tomorrow we find out, he whispered to himself, whether these stories are lies or memories. The old commander stood up slowly and walked toward his quarters. Behind him, the device continued to show images of human achievements that his people had dismissed as fantasy. But deep in his mind, a thought grew like a seed planted in fertile soil. What if they were wrong about humanity? What if the myths were not just stories, but warnings about what humans could become when pushed too far? The ship continued its journey through space, carrying an invasion force toward a world that seemed helpless. But in one alien mind, doubt had begun to grow. And sometimes doubt was the first step toward understanding a truth that others had missed. The first alien ships appeared in Earth's sky just after dawn. They dropped out of faster-than-light travel, with a sound like thunder that rolled across every continent. The massive vessels hung in the atmosphere above major cities, their shadows turning day into twilight below. In the lead command ship, General Throck watched the tactical displays with satisfaction. His fleet of 1,200 vessels had taken position exactly as planned. Each ship was larger than the biggest human building, armed with weapons that could split mountains, and protected by shields that had never been broken. "Open communication channels to all human settlements," Throck ordered. His voice carried the authority of someone who had conquered 47 worlds. "Tell them to surrender immediately or face complete destruction." The message went out in every human language. It was simple and direct. Lay down your weapons, accept alien rule, and live as slaves. Refuse and watch your civilization burn. Throck expected the response to come within minutes. Every other species he had conquered had surrendered quickly when faced with such overwhelming force. The smart ones gave up immediately. The stubborn ones took a few hours to realize they had no choice. But none had ever taken longer than a day. The humans took 6 minutes to respond. When they did, the answer came from every human military base, government building, and communication center on the planet at the same time. No, that was it. Not a negotiation, not a request for terms, not a plea for mercy, just a simple, flat refusal that left the alien commanders staring at their screens in disbelief. "Run," the message again said Throck. Perhaps they did not understand. The surrender demand was broadcast a second time, with more detailed explanations of what would happen if the humans refused. Images of destroyed cities from other worlds were included to help the humans understand their situation. The response came faster this time. 3 minutes. Hell no. Throck's claws dug into the armrests of his command chair. In all his years of conquest, no species had ever responded with defiance when faced with certain death. It was not logical. It was not smart. It was not even brave. It was just stupid. "Begin the demonstration," he ordered. "Target the city called London. Reduce 1 square kilometer to ash. Show them what happens to those who refuse our mercy." The weapons charged with a whine that vibrated through the ship's hull, but before they could fire, something unexpected happened. Human ships began rising from the planet's surface. The alien sensors had detected these vessels before, but they had seemed so primitive that no one had worried about them. They were small, slow, and armed with weapons that seemed laughable compared to alien technology. Some of them still used chemical rockets for propulsion. "Incoming missiles," reported the sensor operator, a young Vex named Crick. "Estimated time to impact and wait." His compound eyes widened as he rechecked his instruments. "These readings cannot be correct. What is the problem?" demanded Throck. "The human missiles are accelerating beyond their theoretical maximum speed," said Crick. "They should not be able to move this fast with their primitive engines." Throck looked at the tactical display. The human weapons were indeed moving faster than they should have been able to, but they were still far too slow to threaten ships with shields and armor like his. "Let them come," he said. "Our shields will absorb their pitiful attacks, and then we will show them the difference between their primitive weapons and real power." The first human missiles struck the alien shields and exploded in brilliant flashes of light. The shields held easily, just as expected. But then something strange happened. More missiles arrived, and these seemed to have been modified somehow. They exploded not against the shields, but inside them. How are they getting through our defenses? Demanded Throck. Unknown, said Crick, his voice rising with panic. The shields show no breaches, but the explosions are occurring within the protected area. Across the fleet, similar reports came in. Human weapons that should have been harmless were somehow finding ways through defenses that had never been penetrated. Alien ships began taking damage from attacks that should have been impossible. But the real shock came when the human pilots started demonstrating maneuvers that defied the laws of physics as the aliens understood them. Human fighters pulled turns that should have liquefied their pilots. They flew at speeds that should have torn their primitive ships apart. They performed combat maneuvers that veteran alien pilots swore were impossible. How are they surviving those accelerations? Asked Nala, her crystal body flickering between colors as her emotions shifted rapidly between confusion and fear. Human physiology cannot withstand forces like that, said Zek, watching his own squadron of Vex fighters struggle to keep up with human ships that should have been far inferior. Their bones should shatter. Their organs should rupture. They should be unconscious or dead. But the humans kept fighting, and they were not just surviving impossible conditions. They were thriving in them. Human pilots were laughing and shouting over their communication channels as they performed stunts that made alien veterans feel sick just watching. On the ground, the situation was even more confusing. Human military units that should have been crushed by the first alien landing were instead adapting and fighting back with tactics that seemed to come from nowhere. Alien forces that landed, expecting easy victory, found themselves facing enemies who seemed to know exactly how to counter every alien advantage. Human soldiers were using captured alien weapons within hours of first seeing them. Human engineers were reverse engineering alien technology in the field and building crude but effective copies. "This is impossible," said Groot, his bark-like skin turning darker with stress. "How can they understand our technology so quickly? It should take their primitive minds years to comprehend even the basic principles." But the humans were not just understanding alien technology, they were improving it. Within days of the invasion's start, human forces were using hybrid weapons that combined alien power sources with human engineering in ways that the aliens had never thought possible. The turning point came during the Battle of New York. Human forces had been pushed back to the city's center, surrounded by alien troops that outnumbered them 10-1, according to every tactical model the aliens had. The humans should have surrendered or been wiped out within hours. Instead, the human commander stood up in front of his surviving troops and gave a speech that was picked up by alien listening devices. "They think we're going to give up because they have better weapons," the human said. His voice was calm, almost conversational. "They think we'll break because they're stronger and faster and tougher than us. But they don't understand something important about human beings." He paused and looked around at the faces of his soldiers. Men and women who were exhausted, wounded, and facing certain death. But none of them looked afraid. "We've been telling stories about impossible victories for thousands of years," the commander continued. "About ordinary people doing extraordinary things when everything seemed hopeless. They think those stories are just fantasies. But maybe they're instructions. What happened next would be studied by alien military academicians for generations." The human forces launched an attack that should have been suicidal. They charged directly into superior firepower with inferior weapons and won. They did not just win. They won decisively, capturing alien equipment, taking prisoners, and driving back forces that had seemed unstoppable. They fought like people who had been preparing for this kind of battle their entire lives. Similar scenes played out across the planet. Human forces that should have been defeated were instead achieving victories that seemed to violate the basic laws of warfare. They were not just lucky. They were not just brave. They were displaying a level of skill and determination that the aliens had never encountered before. In the command ship, Throck stared at the reports flooding in from his ground commanders. Everyone told the same impossible story. Human resistance was not breaking. It was growing stronger. "Order all forces to withdraw to defensive positions," he said finally. "We need time to reassess the situation." For the first time in his long career of conquest, General Throck was forced to admit something that shook him to his core. The humans were not fighting like a primitive species facing superior technology. They were fighting like warriors who remembered how to win against impossible odds. But if that was true, it raised questions that Throck did not want to consider. Questions about who the humans really were, and what they might be capable of if they stopped thinking of themselves as helpless primitives. and started remembering what their myths claimed they had once been. As night fell over the battlefield, both sides settled into an uneasy stalemate, but the balance had shifted. The aliens had come expecting an easy conquest and found themselves in a real war, and wars, as any human could have told them, were won not just by superior weapons but by superior will. The humans had both. 3 weeks into what should have been a simple conquest, the alien invasion force was discovering that humans did not fight like any species they had encountered before. Every day brought new reports that challenged everything the aliens thought they knew about warfare, physics, and the limits of what living beings could accomplish. In the medical bay of the command ship, Dr. Siln, a lumen physician whose crystal body normally glowed a calm blue, flickered rapidly between colors as she studied the data on her screens. The readings made no sense according to everything she had learned about biology and medicine. "Commander Vextar," she called to the old Zephyrian officer who had been visiting the wounded. "You need to see this." Vextar approached the medical displays with the slow, careful movement of someone who had lived through too many battles. "What have you found, Doctor?" "These are the biological readings we've managed to gather from human soldiers during combat," Siln said, her voice ringing with confusion. "Look at these stress hormone levels, this adrenaline production, this cardiovascular activity." Vextar studied the numbers, his gray skin darkening as he realized what they meant. "These readings indicate that the humans should be dead." "Exactly," said Siln. "According to every medical database we have, no biological system can sustain this level of stress response for more than a few minutes without catastrophic organ failure. But our field reports indicate that human soldiers are maintaining these levels for hours, sometimes days." She changed the display to show more data. "Look at this. Physical strength measurements. We have documented cases of individual human soldiers lifting debris that should require mechanical assistance. One human female lifted a piece of wreckage that weighed more than 3 times her own body mass. Equipment malfunction?" suggested Vextar, though his tone indicated he did not believe it. "We checked. Multiple times. The measurements are accurate." Siln's crystal body shifted to a worried purple. "But it gets worse. Look at these cognitive assessments." The new data showed brain scans and problem-solving metrics. Vextar felt a cold feeling in his stomach as he read the numbers. "Human intelligence appears to increase under stress," Siln continued. "Their brains show activity patterns that suggest they are processing information faster during combat than during peaceful conditions. They are literally becoming smarter the more desperate their situation becomes." Vextar thought about the battlefield reports he had been reading. Human forces that found themselves outnumbered and outgunned were consistently developing new tactics on the spot. They were taking alien weapons they had never seen before and figuring out how to use them within minutes. They were building defensive positions using wreckage and debris that somehow proved more effective than anything. "In the alien tactical manuals, there's more," said Siln. "We've been monitoring their communications. The humans are sharing technical innovations across their entire planet in real time. A breakthrough made by one group of engineers is being implemented by soldiers on the other side of their world within hours. That level of coordination requires advanced communication networks," said Vextar. "That's just it. They're not using advanced networks. They're using the same primitive systems they had before we arrived. But somehow, they're making those systems perform at levels that should require technology far beyond their current capabilities." Vextar walked to the window that looked out at the planet below. Earth turned slowly beneath them, its surface dotted with the lights of human cities that should have been dark ruins by now. Instead, they burned brighter than ever, as if the invasion had awakened something that had been sleeping. In the engineering section of the ship, Chief Engineer Korks was having his own disturbing revelations. The massive Thrakari had spent the morning analyzing captured human equipment, and what he found challenged everything he understood about technological development. "This makes no sense," he said to his assistant, showing her a human device that their forces had recovered from a battlefield. "This is supposed to be primitive human technology, basic chemical rockets and metal projectiles." His assistant, a young Saurian named Vera, examined the device with her scanner. "The materials analysis confirms it's made from standard human metals and compounds," she said. "Nothing exotic. Nothing that should give it unusual properties." "But look at the performance data," said Korks, pulling up combat footage. This weapon is achieving muzzle velocities 30% higher than should be possible with these materials and this design. The projectiles are traveling farther and hitting harder than the physics allow. Vera studied the footage with growing confusion. How are they doing it? That's not the strangest part, said Corks. Watch this. He showed her recordings of human engineers working in damaged factories, building weapons and equipment under combat conditions. They're manufacturing new equipment faster than our industrial models predict. They're taking raw materials and turning them into functional technology in timeframes that should be impossible without advanced automation. Maybe they had hidden factories we didn't detect. Corks's bark-like skin rustled with negative emphasis. We mapped every structure on their planet. There are no hidden facilities capable of this level of production. They're doing this with basic tools and equipment we know they possessed before our arrival. The recordings showed humans working in shifts around the clock, but that was not what troubled Corks. What troubled him was the way they worked. The humans moved with a coordination and efficiency that suggested they had been planning for this kind of emergency production for years. But the aliens knew that was not true. The humans had been completely unprepared for invasion. Pull up the technical innovation reports, said Corks. Vera accessed the files that documented new human technologies that had appeared since the invasion began. The list was long and disturbing. Humans had developed new armor materials, improved weapon designs, more efficient power sources, and communication systems that outperformed anything they should have been capable of creating. They're not just copying our technology, said Vera, reading through the reports. They're improving it. In some cases, yes, said Corks. But in other cases, they're developing completely new approaches that we never considered. Look at this power cell design. It's based on principles we know, but they've arranged the components in a way that increases efficiency by 40%. How did they think of that? That's what worries me, said Corks, because the answer seems to be that they're not thinking of it. They're remembering it. Meanwhile, in the Tactical Analysis Center, Colonel Strix was reviewing combat footage with a growing sense of unease. The Saurian officer had been studying human military tactics, and what she found challenged every assumption about how primitive species were supposed to fight. Assistant, call up the footage from the Rome engagement, she ordered. The holographic display showed the recent battle where human forces had been surrounded by superior alien troops. According to every tactical model, the humans should have been wiped out in less than an hour. Instead, they had held their position for 3 days and eventually forced the alien forces to withdraw. Analyze the human tactical decisions, said Strix. The computer highlighted the key moments in the battle, showing how human commanders had responded to each alien move. What it revealed made Strix's scales darken with concern. The humans are using tactical doctrines that don't exist in any of their military manuals, she said to her assistant. These formations, these strategies, these timing decisions, they're more sophisticated than anything we've seen from species with centuries more military experience. Could they have received training from another advanced species? Asked her assistant. Negative. We've been monitoring this system for cycles. No advanced species have had contact with Earth. The humans developed these tactics on their own. Strix paused the footage on a scene that showed a human commander directing his troops. But that's impossible. Tactical expertise like this takes generations to develop. It requires experience fighting against advanced opponents. Unless, said her assistant quietly, they had that experience before. Strix looked at her subordinate with sharp yellow eyes. Explain. What if the humans once had advanced military experience but lost it somehow? What if they're not learning new tactics but remembering old ones? The idea was disturbing because it raised questions that Strix did not want to consider. If humans had once been a military power, what had happened to them? And more importantly, what were they becoming now that they were being forced to remember? In his private quarters, Commander Vextar sat alone reading reports from across the invasion force. Each one told the same story. Human capabilities were increasing daily. They were becoming stronger, smarter, more coordinated, and more dangerous with each passing hour. But it was not just their abilities that were changing. It was their attitude. The humans were no longer fighting like a desperate species trying to survive. They were fighting like a warrior race that was remembering its true nature. The old commander accessed the files that contained human myths and legends. Stories of heroes who could lift mountains, warriors who could defeat armies single-handed, and civilizations that spanned the stars. His fellow soldiers had dismissed these as primitive fantasies. But what if they were not fantasies? What if they were memories? Vextar had seen species rise and fall across the Battle of Mumbai had lasted 7 days and ended in complete disaster for the alien invasion force. 3 full battalions of the Coalition's best troops had been defeated by a human defense force that should have been wiped out in the first hour of fighting. The survivors who made it back to the ships brought with them stories that none of the other soldiers wanted to believe. In the crew quarters of the command ship, the same aliens who had once mocked human myths now sat in stunned silence. Their confidence had been shattered along with their forces on the ground below. The easy conquest they had expected had turned into a nightmare of impossible human victories and inexplicable defeats. Crix, the saurian soldier who had led the earlier mockery of human stories, stared at his clawed hands as if he had never seen them before. His green scales had turned pale with shock and exhaustion. "They were lifting our battle tanks," he said in a voice barely above a whisper. "Human soldiers were picking up our armored vehicles and throwing them like toys." "That's impossible," said Zek, but the Vex soldier's mandibles clicked nervously as he spoke. "Our tanks weigh 50 tons. No biological organism can generate that kind of force." "I saw it," said Crix. "We all saw it. This human female, she couldn't have weighed more than 60 kilograms. She grabbed the front of Lieutenant Gorks's tank and flipped it upside down. Gorks is still trapped inside. Nala, the lumen whose crystal body had once glowed with confidence, now flickered weakly between gray and black. It has to be some kind of technology we don't understand. Hidden exoskeletons or gravity manipulation devices. "We scanned them," said Groot, his bark-like skin rough with stress. "No technology, no hidden equipment. Just biological beings doing things that biology says they cannot do." The conversation was interrupted by bitter laughter from the back of the room. The soldiers turned to see 3 Thrakari warriors who had just returned from the surface. Their leader, a massive being named Korak, looked like he had been through a forest fire. His bark was charred and his branch-like limbs were twisted at odd angles. "You still think this is about technology?" Korak asked, his voice like wind through dead leaves. "You still think there's a logical explanation for what we're facing down there?" "There has to be," said Zek. "The universe operates according to physical laws. Even humans cannot violate those laws." Korak laughed again, and the sound made the other soldiers uncomfortable. "Physical laws," he repeated. "Let me tell you about physical laws. I watched a human soldier take a direct hit from a plasma cannon that should have vaporized him instantly. The blast knocked him down, burned his clothes, and left a crater where he had been standing. And then he got up and kept fighting." "Impossible," said Nala. "I thought so too," said Korak. "So I shot him again. Same result. Then I shot him a 3rd time with maximum power. This time the blast was so intense it melted the ground around him into glass. And still he got up. Still he kept coming toward me with nothing but a metal blade in his hand." The silence that followed was thick with fear and disbelief. These were veteran soldiers who had conquered dozens of worlds, but none of them had ever heard stories like this. "What happened then?" asked Crix quietly. "He reached me," said Korak. "A human being with primitive weapons reached me through direct plasma fire that should have killed him 3 times over. And when he did, the Thrakari warrior touched his twisted limbs. He did this to me with his bare hands. No tools, no weapons, just the strength in his biological body." "You're saying he was stronger than you?" asked Groot. "That's impossible. Thrakari are the strongest warriors in the Coalition." "I'm saying he was stronger than our battle mechs," said Korak. "I'm saying he bent hardened metal like it was soft clay. I'm saying he moved faster than our targeting systems could track. And I'm saying he did it all while laughing." The soldiers looked at each other with growing horror. Each of them had their own impossible stories from the battlefield, but none had wanted to share them for fear of being thought mad. Now they began to realize that everyone had seen the same things. "The humans are not what we thought they were," said a quiet voice from the corner of the room. Everyone turned to see Commander Vextar standing in the doorway. The old Zephyrians. Gray skin looked almost white in the artificial light, and his tired eyes held an expression that none of them had seen before. It was fear, but not the kind of fear that came from facing a superior enemy. It was the fear that came from realizing you had made a terrible mistake. "Commander," said Crix, standing up quickly. "We were just discussing the tactical situation." "Sit down," said Vextar. "All of you. What I'm about to tell you will be hard to accept, but you need to hear it." The soldiers settled back into their seats, but the tension in the room was thick enough to cut with a blade. Vextar walked slowly to the center of the group, moving like someone carrying a heavy weight. "You're still trying to find rational explanations for what you've seen," he said. "You're looking for hidden technology, secret weapons, or unknown science that could explain human capabilities. But you're looking in the wrong place." "Then where should we look?" asked Nala. Vextar was quiet for a long moment, as if gathering the courage to speak words that would change everything. "In their myths," he said finally. The soldiers exchanged glances. "Commander," said Zek carefully. "I've been studying human culture for longer than any of you," said Vextar. "Not just their current civilization, but their ancient history, their archaeological records, their oldest stories." He paused and looked around the room. "Those myths you were mocking? They're not fantasies. They're memories." "That's impossible," said Groot. "Myths are just primitive attempts to explain natural phenomena." "Are they?" asked Vextar. "Then explain this." He activated a holographic display that showed ancient human ruins from around their planet. These structures were built with technology that current human civilization cannot replicate. They show engineering knowledge that their current science doesn't possess. They demonstrate capabilities that their current technology cannot achieve. The images showed massive stone blocks fitted together with perfect precision, astronomical alignments that required advanced mathematical knowledge, and construction techniques that would challenge even modern alien engineering. "Maybe they had help from another species," suggested Crix. "We've checked," said Vextar. "No other advanced species has visited this system in recorded history. The humans built these structures themselves. But here's the important part." He changed the display to show dating information. "They built them thousands of years ago when they supposedly had nothing but primitive tools." "You're saying they were more advanced in the past?" asked Nala. "I'm saying they were more advanced than we are," said Vextar. "Look at this data." New images appeared showing archaeological evidence from around Earth. Humans once had technology that could move mountains. They had energy systems that could power entire continents. They had transportation that could cross the galaxy. They had weapons that could crack planets. The soldiers stared at the evidence in growing horror. "What happened to them?" asked Zek. "Something made them forget," said Vextar. "Some catastrophe, some disaster. Some event that reduced them from galactic masters to planetary primitives. But they didn't lose their capabilities completely. They just lost the knowledge of how to access them." "And now?" asked Korak. "Now we've given them a reason to remember," said Vextar. "Every challenge we present, every impossible situation we put them in, forces them to reach deeper into their racial memory, forces them to rediscover abilities that have been sleeping in their genetic code for millennia." The room was completely silent as the implications sank in. The aliens had not invaded a primitive world. They had attacked the sleeping remnant of a species that had once ruled the galaxy. "Those myths about heroes with impossible strength," continued Vextar. "Those were normal humans at the height of their civilization. Those stories about people who could see the future, move objects with their minds, survive anything, and accomplish miracles? Those were everyday humans before the catastrophe that made them forget. But they're just stories," said Nala weakly. "No," said Vextar. "They're instruction manuals. Humans have been telling these stories for thousands of years because somewhere deep in their collective memory, they know what they're capable of. They just needed something to wake them up." He looked around the room at faces filled with fear and understanding. "We didn't invade Earth to conquer a primitive species. We invaded Earth to wake up our predecessors. And now they're remembering who they used to be." The silence that followed was broken only by the hum of the ship's engines. In that quiet moment, every alien soldier in the room realized the same terrible truth. They had not come to Earth as conquerors. They had come as victims. The human counteroffensive began at dawn on the 42nd day of the invasion. It started not with a single coordinated attack, but with 100 simultaneous strikes across the planet that seemed to appear from nowhere. Human forces that had been scattered and hiding suddenly emerged with weapons, vehicles, and tactics that surpassed anything the aliens had seen before. In the command center of the lead ship, General Throck watched his tactical displays with growing horror as red warning symbols appeared faster than his operators could count them. Every alien position on the planet was under attack at the same time, and the attackers were using technology that should not have existed. "How many human ships are we detecting?" he demanded. "Approximately 15,000, reported the sensor operator, his voice shaking. "But sir, these readings don't match any human designs in our database." Throck looked at the display showing the approaching human fleet. The ships were sleek and beautiful, moving through space with a grace that made alien vessels look clumsy by comparison. But what terrified him most was that he recognized the design patterns. They looked like the ancient structures the humans had built thousands of years ago, but these were clearly built for war. "How did they construct a fleet this size in 6 weeks?" demanded Throck. "Unknown, sir," said the operator. "But that's not the strangest part. Watch this." The display zoomed in on one of the human ships. "This vessel is moving at 0.8 light speed without using any visible propulsion system. That's impossible," said Throck. "Nothing can achieve those speeds without massive engine arrays. The humans are doing it." "Sir, on the planet's surface, the situation was even more impossible. Human soldiers were no longer just surviving alien weapons. They were walking through energy blasts that should have destroyed them, lifting alien vehicles that weighed hundreds of tons, and moving at speeds that made them nearly invisible to alien targeting systems." Commander Vextar stood in the observation deck, watching the battle unfold below. He was not surprised by what he saw. After his revelation about human myths being memories, he had continued his research and found evidence that painted an even more complete picture of what humanity had once been. "Commander," said Dr. Ziln, approaching with her crystal body flickering rapidly between colors. "The biological readings we're getting from the human forces are beyond anything our instruments can measure." "Show me," said Vextar. The medical displays showed data that would have been considered equipment malfunctions if they had not been. Confirmed by multiple sources, human soldiers were generating energy outputs that rivaled small fusion reactors. Their neural activity was off the charts, suggesting mental processing speeds that approached computer levels. Their physical capabilities had increased to the point where individual humans were registering as greater threats than alien battle mechs. "It's as if they're becoming something beyond normal biological limitations," said Ziln. "Not becoming," said Vextar quietly. "Returning." On the planet below, a human commander named Sarah Chen stood atop a pile of destroyed alien vehicles, surveying the battlefield with eyes that seemed to glow with inner light. Around her, human soldiers moved with fluid precision, accomplishing tasks that required perfect coordination without any visible communication. "Phase 1 complete," she said into her communicator, though her voice carried clearly across the entire battlefield without technological amplification. "All alien ground forces neutralized. Beginning Phase 2. What happened next challenged everything the aliens thought they knew about space combat. The human fleet approaching from orbit suddenly accelerated to impossible speeds and began demonstrating maneuvers that seemed to ignore the laws of physics entirely human. Ships moved through space as if they were swimming through water instead of vacuum. They turned without momentum, stopped without deceleration, and accelerated without visible engines. When alien forces fired on them, the human ships simply absorbed the energy and became faster and stronger. "Our weapons are making them more powerful," reported the tactical officer, his voice filled with disbelief. "All ships, cease fire," ordered Throck. "Withdraw to maximum range." But it was too late for withdrawal. The human ships had reached the alien fleet, and what followed was not a battle, but a demonstration of capabilities that belonged in myths and legends. Human vessels, each one smaller than the smallest alien ship, began systematically dismantling the invasion force. They moved through the alien formation like predators through a flock of prey, disabling ships with touches that somehow drained their power systems completely. In the crew quarters, the alien soldiers who had once mocked human myths watched the destruction of their fleet with the stunned silence of beings witnessing the impossible made real. "They're not even trying to kill us," said Crix, his voice barely above a whisper. "They're just turning off our ships." "How are they doing that?" asked Zek Commander Vextar, who had joined them to watch the end of the invasion, answered quietly. "Energy manipulation, matter control, techniques that our science considers theoretical impossibilities. The humans didn't just have advanced technology in their past. They had abilities that transcended technology entirely. On the surface of Earth, human beings were demonstrating those same transcendent abilities. They were healing injuries instantly, communicating across vast distances without equipment and reshaping matter with focused thought. The myths of humans with godlike powers were not myths at all. They were memories of what every human could do when they remembered their true nature. This alien invasion force found itself completely helpless against an enemy that had become everything their own. Myths had claimed was impossible. Ships designed to conquer planets were being deactivated by human hands placed gently on their hulls. Weapons that could level cities were being turned to harmless light by human will. Shields that had never been penetrated were being walked through as if they did not exist. "Incoming communication from the human fleet," reported the communications officer. "Put it through," said Throck, though his voice carried no hope of negotiating terms that would save his forces. The voice that came through the speakers was calm, confident, and completely human. "Attention, alien fleet. This is Admiral Sarah Chen of the Terran Defense Force. Your invasion has failed. Your forces are defeated. Your ships are disabled. We surrender," said Throck immediately. "We request terms for the withdrawal of our forces." "There will be no withdrawal," said the human voice. "But there will be no killing either. We're going to send you home with a message for the rest of the galaxy." "What message?" asked Throck. "That humanity has awakened," said Admiral Chen. "That we remember who we were and who we are and who we will be again. We're returning to our place among the stars, and we want the galaxy to be ready for us." The screens around the command center suddenly displayed images from across human space. The aliens could see massive construction projects beginning on every human world. Ships being built that dwarfed anything in the current galaxy. Structures being raised that would reshape entire solar systems. "You came here thinking you were conquering a primitive species," continued Admiral Chen. "But what you actually did was remind us that we were never meant to be limited to one world. You've given us back our heritage, and for that we're grateful." "What will you do with us?" asked Throck. "We're going to modify your ship so they can reach your home world safely," said the Admiral. "And we're going to ask you to carry a simple message. Tell them that the children of Earth are coming home to the galaxy. Tell them that the species they feared in their oldest legends has returned. And tell them that we hope to meet them as friends, but we're prepared to meet them as anything else they choose to be." The transmission ended, leaving the alien forces to contemplate their situation. They had come to conquer Earth and instead had awakened something that their ancestors had left warnings about in their own most ancient myths. Stories about a species that had once ruled the galaxy with wisdom and strength, that had vanished suddenly for unknown reasons, and that their oldest prophecies said would one day return. Now they knew those prophecies were true. Humanity was not just returning to space. Humanity was returning to its throne among the stars, and the galaxy would never be the same. As the modified alien ships began their journey home, carrying news that would reshape the politics of 100 worlds, Admiral Chen stood on the bridge of her flagship and looked out at the stars with eyes that had remembered how to see across impossible distances. "Begin Phase 3, she said to her crew. "It's time to visit our old friends. Some of them have probably forgotten us, but I think it's time for a reunion." The human fleet turned toward the deep galaxy, carrying the awakened children of Earth back to their ancient domain. Behind them, Earth itself began to change as its people remembered not just how to fight, but how to build, how to explore, and how to take their place among the wonders of the universe. The age of human isolation was over. The age of human expansion had begun, and across the galaxy, ancient species began to dust off their oldest historical records, searching for information about the return of the mythical race that their ancestors had called both the greatest blessing and the greatest terror. the universe had ever known. Humanity was coming home.
The Vraks thought they had captured the last human. They were proud. But they didn't notice the tiny shadow in the vents. Suddenly, the ship's intercom crackled to life. It wasn't a human voice. It was something different. The voice said only 3 words that chilled the aliens to their bones: "Bring her back." They hunted him with sensors and guns. But Barnaby was too fast. He was a ghost in their own machine. Commander Gorth found his room destroyed. His power was gone. His ship was no longer his own, and as the screens died, one final sound echoed through the speakers. A single meow. The massive battleship, the Devourer, floated silently in the dark void of deep space. It was a cold, metal mountain owned by the Vraks, a race of tall, gray-skinned warriors who lived for war. The halls of the ship were usually filled with the sound of marching boots and loud commands. But today, there was a strange silence. The Vraks were proud. They had just finished a successful mission. They had kidnapped Dr. Elena, the last human ambassador. To the Vraks, humans were weak and soft. They believed capturing her would finally bring the human colonies to their knees. In the high-security holding block, Dr. Elena sat in a small cell. She looked tired, but she was not crying. She knew something the aliens did not. She had not been alone when she was taken from her office. Back on the bridge, the Vraks commander, Gorth, stood tall. He was a giant of a being with 4 arms and skin like dry stone. He looked at the stars and smiled. He thought the victory was complete. He thought the human problem was finally over. He was wrong. The silence was broken by a sharp, high-pitched noise. It was the sound of the ship's high-tech intercom system turning on. Every speaker on every deck crackled with static. The Vrak soldiers stopped in their tracks and looked up. This was not a scheduled announcement. Then, a voice came through. It was not a human voice, and it was certainly not a Vrak's voice. It was low, raspy, and sounded mechanical, as if a machine was trying to speak for someone else. The voice said only 3 words, slowly and clearly: "Bring her back." Commander Gorth let out a deep, rumbling laugh. He looked at his bridge crew and shook his head. "The humans are trying to hack our systems," he said with a sneer. "They think a few words over a speaker will scare us. Increase the firewall and ignore it. It is just a glitch in the software." The crew nodded and went back to work. But as they typed on their glowing screens, the lights began to flicker. The bright blue lights of the bridge dimmed to a dark, blood-red color, then back to blue, over and over again. It was as if the ship itself was breathing. Down in the lower decks, a Vraks guard was walking near the massive air vents. He heard a sound, a soft clack-clack-clack of something small hitting the metal floor. He pointed his heavy blaster at the vent, his heart beating fast. He saw a shadow move. It was fast, orange, and very small. The guard blinked. He expected a human soldier in a stealth suit, but this shadow was too low to the ground. Before he could call for help, the shadow vanished into the darkness of the pipes. Commander Gorth was getting annoyed. The intercom crackled again, louder this time. The same raspy voice echoed through the entire battleship: "Bring her back now." Gorth punched the control panel in anger. "Find the source of this signal," he roared. One of his tech officers pointed at a security monitor with a shaking hand. "Sir, look at the camera in Sector 4. Gorth leaned in. On the screen, they saw a tiny, orange shape walking calmly through the main ventilation shaft. It was not an army. It was a 10-pound ginger house cat named Barnaby. To the Vraks, who had never seen an animal from Earth, Barnaby looked like a strange, furry monster. He was wearing a small, glowing collar around his neck. This collar was a piece of high-level human tech that Dr. Elena had been working on. It was designed to turn a cat's thoughts into simple English words. Barnaby wasn't a soldier, but he was hungry, he was grumpy, and he wanted his person back. He moved through the vents with the grace of a jungle predator, his yellow eyes glowing in the dark. The Vraks tried to lock the vents, but the ship's computer was not obeying them. Doors were opening and closing for no reason. Alarms were going off in empty rooms. The glitch was spreading. Gorth decided to go to his private cabin to gather his thoughts and grab his heavy weapon. He walked down the long, empty hallway, feeling eyes on the back of his neck. He felt like he was being hunted in his own ship. He reached his door, scanned his hand, and walked inside. What he saw made him freeze. His room was a mess. His expensive silk curtains were shredded into ribbons. His heavy books were knocked off the shelves. Most importantly, his favorite command chair, a symbol of his power made from rare alien leather, was destroyed. There were deep claw marks all over the seat. The leather was ripped to pieces. It looked like a tiny whirlwind of blades had hit it. Gortha's face turned purple with rage. He looked around the room, but he saw nothing but shadows. Then, the intercom on his wall turned on one last time for the night. There was no mechanical voice this time. Instead, a single, clear sound echoed through the room. It was high-pitched, sharp, and full of attitude. The sound was followed by the clicking of a small pair of paws running across the metal ceiling. Commander Gorth realized, for the first time, that he was not the one in control. The battleship the Devourer had a new captain, and he was orange, furry, and very, very angry. The atmosphere inside the Devourer changed from pride to pure confusion. Commander Gorth stood in his ruined cabin, staring at his shredded chair. He was a warrior who had conquered entire planets, but now he was looking at claw marks made by a creature that barely reached his knees. He grabbed his radio and barked orders to the entire ship. Every soldier. Every guard. Find that orange beast. It is in the vents. It is in the walls. Do not stop until it is dead. The Vrak soldiers scrambled, their heavy armor clanking against the metal floors. They carried thermal scanners and high-energy nets. They expected a fight with a monster, but they were about to learn that you cannot fight what you cannot catch. Barnaby, the ginger cat, was not scared. To him, this giant spaceship was just a very large, very strange house. He had lived in Dr. Elena's apartment his whole life, jumping on high shelves and hiding under couches. The ventilation shafts of the battleship were like a giant playground for him. He moved silently, his padded paws making no sound on the cold steel. His glowing smart collar flickered as it processed the alien ship's data. The collar was connected to the ship's Wi-Fi, and Barnaby's simple, feline thoughts were being turned into commands. He didn't know he was hacking, he just wanted the shiny lights to go away because they hurt his eyes. A squad of 5 elite Vrak soldiers entered the dark corridor of Sector 7. They moved in a circle, their weapons pointed outward. I see a heat signature, one soldier whispered, his voice trembling. They pointed their lights toward the ceiling. 2 yellow eyes reflected the light, glowing like demon fire in the dark. But before they could fire, the shadow moved. Barnaby didn't run away, he ran toward them, using the pipes on the ceiling to swing himself over their heads. He let out a loud, sharp hiss that echoed through the hall. The soldiers panicked, firing their blasters at the ceiling, but they only hit their own oxygen pipes. Steam sprayed everywhere, filling the hallway with white fog. In the confusion, Barnaby did what cats do best, he caused chaos. He saw a table covered in expensive alien glass containers and strange, glowing liquids. With a slow, deliberate movement, he jumped onto the table. He looked at the nearest Vrak soldier through the fog. Then, very slowly, he extended one paw and pushed a glass jar off the edge. Smash! Then another. Smash! The liquids mixed on the floor, creating a small explosion that short-circuited the door locks. The soldiers were trapped in the fog, hearing nothing but the sound of breaking glass and a tiny, ghostly voice coming from the walls. The intercom crackled again, and the smart caller spoke for Barnaby, "Human is mine. You are not mine. Go away." The ship's AI started to fail. Barnaby had discovered the server room, a place filled with thousands of blinking lights and warm cables. For a cat, this was the perfect place for a nap. But before he laid down, he felt the urge to scratch the warm, soft wires. As his claws ripped through the data cables, the ship's gravity began to flicker. 1 second, everyone was standing on the floor, the next second, they were floating in the air. Vrax soldiers floated helplessly, hitting the ceiling, while Barnaby used his claws to stay attached to the carpet. He watched the giant aliens fly around like balloons, his tail twitching in excitement. He wasn't just an intruder anymore, he was a ghost haunting the machine. Commander Gorth was losing control of his crew. Reports were coming in from every deck. "Sir, the gravity is gone in the kitchen. Sir, the lights in the armory are turning on and off. Sir, something is eating the wires in the engine room." Gorth looked at the security monitors. He saw Barnaby sitting in the middle of a high-tech control room, calmly licking his paw while the world around him fell apart. The commander realized that this small animal was not just a pet. It was a psychological weapon. The Vrax were used to fighting enemies who used guns and logic. They did not know how to fight a creature that acted on instinct, curiosity, and a deep, ancient love for its human. Dr. Elena, still in her cell, heard the chaos outside. She heard the explosions and the shouting of the guards. Suddenly, the intercom in her cell turned on. It didn't play a message from the commander. Instead, it played a sound she knew very well. It was the sound of Barnaby purring. It was a deep, rhythmic vibration that filled the room. She smiled, tears in her eyes. "Good boy, Barnaby," she whispered. "Keep them busy." She knew that Barnaby was close. She also knew that a cat doesn't stop until it gets what it wants, and right now, Barnaby wanted his dinner and his favorite human. The part ended with a terrifying realization for the Vrax. The ship's main computer spoke in a cold, digital voice, "Warning. Life support systems are being redirected. Total power loss in 10 minutes. Commander Gorth screamed in rage, but then he heard a soft thump behind him. He turned around slowly. There, sitting on his ruined desk, was the ginger cat. Barnaby stared at the giant alien with cold, unblinking eyes. The collar around his neck glowed bright red. The intercom system throughout the entire ship delivered one final, chilling message for the night: "I see you. She comes with me. Or no one breathes." The Vrax warriors were built for traditional war. They knew how to fight tanks, how to dodge lasers, and how to conquer cities. But they had no training for a 10-pound ginger cat that thought their billion-dollar battleship was a giant scratching post. The ship was now bathed in a dim, emergency red light. Shadows stretched long across the metal floors. The Vrax soldiers were no longer walking with confidence, they were jumping at every tiny sound. They began to tell stories among themselves. Some whispered that the orange demon could walk through solid walls. Others claimed it could turn invisible. The unknown nature of Barnaby was breaking their spirits faster than any human army ever could. Commander Gorth was losing his mind. He sat in the dark security hub, surrounded by screens that were mostly static. Every few minutes, a screen would flicker to life, showing a glimpse of an orange tail or a pair of glowing eyes, only for the image to vanish again. The intercom system, which Barnaby's collar had completely taken over, began to play strange sounds. It wasn't just the raspy voice anymore. Now, it was the sound of a cat sharpening its claws, a slow, rhythmic scritch that echoed through the vents. This sound was amplified by the ship's speakers until it sounded like giant metal saws cutting through the hull. To the Vrax, it sounded like the ship was being eaten from the inside out. The Vrax tried to set a trap. They placed a heavy-duty energy cage in the middle of a hallway and put a piece of high-protein alien meat inside as bait. They hid in the shadows, waiting with their stun rifles ready. They waited for hours. Finally, they saw the orange shape approaching. Barnaby walked into the light, his tail held high. He looked at the meat, then looked directly at the hidden camera. Through the intercom, the caller translated his bored thought, "Not the good kind. I want the blue bowl." Barnaby didn't touch the meat. Instead, he turned around and began to zoom across the hallway at incredible speed, bouncing off the walls and the soldiers' heads before disappearing into a tiny maintenance pipe. The soldiers fired their weapons, but they were too slow. They only succeeded in melting their own trap. The psychological pressure was working. One by one, the Vrax crew members began to refuse orders. They didn't want to go into the dark kitchens or the narrow engine rooms where the ghost lived. They felt like they were being watched every second. And they were. Barnaby had discovered that he could sit on the top of the high storage cabinets where the aliens couldn't reach him. From there, he would simply stare at them. He wouldn't attack, he would just watch with his unblinking yellow eyes. If an alien looked up, Barnaby would let out a low, guttural growl that sounded like a miniature engine. The Vrax started to believe the cat was judging their very souls. The most terrifying moment came when Barnaby found the ship's main library and records. This room contained the history and the battle plans of the entire Vrax empire. To Barnaby, the glowing glass crystals that held the data looked like perfect toys. He began to swat them off the shelves, one by one. Clink. Shatter. Clink. Shatter. On the bridge, Commander Gorth watched in horror as his screen showed data deleted over and over again. He screamed into the intercom, "Stop. Stop, you monster. That is our history." The only response he got was the mechanical voice of the caller, "It was in the way. Everything is in my way." The Vrax realized that this creature didn't care about their power or their threats. It only cared about its own whims. By the end of the third day of the hijacking, the Vrax crew was exhausted. They hadn't slept because the intercom kept playing the sound of loud, angry hissing at random intervals. Their high-tech sensors were useless because Barnaby was too small and moved too fast. The commander realized that his crew was on the verge of a mutiny. They were more afraid of the orange cat than they were of him. Gorth looked at his remaining officers, his voice shaking with a mix of anger and fear. "He is not just an animal," Gorth whispered. "He is a psychological weapon sent to destroy our minds before the human fleet arrives." Deep in the heart of the ship, Barnaby found something he liked, a warm vent directly above the cell where Dr. Elena was kept. He curled up, his paws tucked under his chest. He was tired of playing with the gray giants. He wanted his bed. He wanted his human to scratch behind his ears. He tapped his collar against the metal vent, and the speakers in Elena's cell turned on softly. The voice was no longer raspy or mean, it was almost soft. "I am here, tall one. They are weak. I am coming." Elena looked up and smiled, knowing that the silent terror of the ship was actually just her loyal friend, and he was almost ready to finish his mission. The Vrax thought they had built the perfect prison. The high-security vault was a cold, windowless room located at the very center of the battleship. It was protected by 3-foot-thick steel doors and a complex electronic locking system. To an alien soldier, it was impossible to enter without a keycard. But to Barnaby, the ginger cat, the entire ship was just a series of tunnels and boxes. He didn't care about steel doors or electronic locks. He followed something much more powerful than technology, the scent of his favorite human. He could smell the familiar lavender perfume Dr. Elena always wore, and it was leading him deeper into the belly of the giant ship. Barnaby moved through the ventilation ducts with extreme care. The Vrax had started pumping sleeping gas into the larger hallways, hoping to knock him out. But Barnaby was smart. He stayed in the narrowest pipes, where the air was still fresh and clean. His whiskers touched the sides of the metal tubes, telling him exactly how much space he had. Every time he reached a fan, he waited for the blades to slow down before jumping through. To the aliens watching the airflow monitors, it looked like the ship was having a heart attack. Pressure was dropping in some areas and rising in others. Barnaby was accidentally redesigning the ship's oxygen system just by walking through it. Finally, he reached a heavy iron grate. He looked down through the small holes and saw her. Dr. Elena was sitting on a hard metal bench, surrounded by glowing red lasers that acted as bars. She looked small and tired. Barnaby felt a surge of cat anger. He didn't like seeing his tall one in a cage. He pressed his face against the metal grate and let out a soft, high-pitched "mrow." It was a quiet sound, but in the silent cell, it sounded like a shout. Elena jumped to her feet and looked up at the ceiling. "Barnaby," she whispered, her voice trembling with hope. "Is that you, my brave little lion?" Barnaby didn't just want to say hello, he wanted to comfort her. He remembered the smart collar. He leaned his neck against the metal of the vent so the vibration would carry through the ship's communication wires. Suddenly, the speakers inside the cell didn't play a mechanical voice. They played the loudest, most vibrating purr that Elena had ever heard. It was a deep, rumbling sound that filled the room like a warm blanket. For a moment, the fear left the room. Elena laughed softly, reaching her hand up toward the ceiling. "I knew you wouldn't leave me," she said. But the moment was interrupted by the sound of heavy boots. The Vrax guards were coming to check on the prisoner. Barnaby knew he had to act fast. He looked at the wall near the vent. There was a thick bundle of colorful wires that controlled the door and the laser bars. To a human, these were complex circuits. To Barnaby, they looked like a nest of long, thin snakes. And Barnaby loved to hunt snakes. He reached out with his sharp claws and began to play. He pulled at the red wire, then the blue one. He used his tiny, needle-like teeth to bite down on the main power cable. Zap! A small spark flew off, singeing a tiny bit of his fur, but he didn't stop. He chewed with the strength of a predator. Inside the cell, the lights began to scream. The red lasers flickered once, twice, and then vanished with a loud pop. The heavy steel door groaned as its electronic brain died. The lock clicked open. Barnaby had not hacked the computer with code, he had simply eaten the parts he didn't like. The Vrax guards outside the door stared in shock as the most secure door in the galaxy simply swung open. They raised their weapons, but they were looking at eye level. They didn't look down. From the dark vent above, a 10-pound orange blur launched itself into the air. Barnaby didn't use a gun or a knife. He used all 20 of his razor-sharp claws and the element of surprise. He landed directly on the lead guard's helmet, hissing like a dragon. The guards began to panic, firing their blasters at the ceiling and the floor, hitting everything except the fast-moving cat. In the middle of the smoke and the shouting, the intercom system delivered Barnaby's final thought for the moment: the cage is broken. Run. Elena didn't need to be told twice. She stepped out of the cell, grabbed a fallen blaster, and prepared to follow her furry hero to freedom. The battleship was now a place of nightmares for the Vrax. The once mighty warriors were hiding in groups of 10, afraid to walk the corridors alone. The ship's main computer was screaming warnings about power failure, and the air was getting thin. In the middle of this chaos, Dr. Elena was running through the smoky hallways. She wasn't leading the way, Barnaby was. The ginger cat was trotting 10 feet ahead of her, his tail twitching like a radar. He knew every shortcut and every hidden pipe. Whenever they reached a corner, Barnaby would stop, sniff the air, and let out a short meow to tell Elena it was safe to move. They were heading for the hangar bay, where the escape pods were kept. Commander Gorth was at the end of his patience. He had lost his chair, his records, and now his prisoner. He knew that if Elena escaped, his career and his life would be over. He grabbed a massive, sonic blaster, a weapon designed to crush bones with sound waves, and headed toward the hangar. He didn't take any guards with him. He wanted to kill the Orange Demon himself. He reached the heavy blast doors of the hangar and waited in the shadows. His 4 eyes scanned the darkness, his breath coming in heavy, angry gasps. He was the most feared commander in the Vrax fleet, and he refused to be beaten by a creature that spent half its day licking its own fur. Suddenly, the lights in the hangar turned off completely. The only light came from the glowing red emergency strips on the floor. Through the intercom speakers, a sound began to play. It wasn't a voice. It was the sound of a cat's heartbeat, amplified 1,000 times. Thump thump. Thump thump. The rhythm was steady and calm, which made it even scarier. Then, the mechanical voice of the caller spoke, echoing through the massive room, "You are in my territory now, Big One. You have one chance. Step away from the door." Gorth laughed, though his hands were shaking. "You are a pet," he shouted into the dark. "A tiny, weak animal. I will crush you under my boot." Barnaby didn't respond with words. Instead, he used the environment. He jumped onto a high crane that hung over the hangar floor. From there, he knocked over a bucket of heavy industrial grease. The thick, slippery liquid splashed all over the floor right where Gorth was standing. The commander slipped, his forearms waving wildly as he tried to stay upright. While he was struggling, Barnaby used his claws to swing a heavy metal hook toward the commander's weapon. The hook slammed into the sonic blaster, knocking it out of Gorth's hands. The weapon slid across the greasy floor, far out of reach. Gorth was now unarmed, sliding on the floor, and trapped in the dark with a predator he couldn't see. Elena arrived at the hangar entrance and saw the giant commander struggling on the ground. She raised her stolen blaster, but Barnaby jumped down from the crane and landed right in front of her. He arched his back until he looked twice his actual size. His fur stood up on end, and his eyes were wide and dark. He didn't want Elena to shoot, he wanted to finish this his way. He stepped forward into the dim light, facing the giant alien. Gorth tried to stand up, but his boots couldn't find a grip on the grease. He looked at the tiny cat and saw something he had never seen in a human: pure, ancient confidence. The intercom crackled one last time, delivering the final warning. The voice was deeper now, almost a growl: "Humans do not belong to you. We belong to them. If you touch her again, I will not just shred your chair. I will shred your ship until it is dust in the wind." To emphasize the point, Barnaby let out a hiss so loud and so sharp that it sounded like a snake the size of a dragon. The sound echoed off the metal walls, making Gorth cover his ears in pain. The commander, a man who had conquered worlds, was now shivering in fear on a greasy floor because a ginger cat had told him to be afraid. Barnaby turned his back on the commander, the ultimate sign of disrespect in the animal kingdom, and walked toward the nearest escape pod. He looked back at Elena and gave a soft, gentle purr. The message was clear: the path is open. Let's go home. Elena didn't waste a second. She punched the code into the escape pod door and stepped inside. Barnaby hopped in after her, landing on the soft pilot's seat as if he owned it. As the pod prepared to launch, Elena looked at her brave little friend. He was already busy licking a small patch of grease off his paw, looking as bored as if he were sitting in a sunny window at home. The escape pod hummed with power as Dr. Elena buckled herself into the seat. Barnaby sat on the control panel, his tail waving back and forth like a metronome. Outside the thick glass window, the massive battleship the Devourer looked like a dying beast. Smoke was leaking from the ventilation shafts where Barnaby had chewed the wires, and the lights were still flickering in a panicked rhythm. Elena hit the launch button, and with a loud whoosh, the pod was shot out into the cold vacuum of space. For a moment, there was a heavy silence. They were free from the ship, but they were not safe yet. Behind them, the battleship's secondary weapon systems began to glow. Even in its broken state, the ship was trying to fire one last shot at the tiny fleeing pod. Commander Gorth, still covered in grease on the hangar floor, screamed into his handheld radio. "Fire! Destroy that pod! Do not let that creature escape!" On the bridge of the battleship, the Vrax officers pushed the firing buttons. But instead of a powerful laser beam, the ship's speakers simply played a loud, recorded sound of Barnaby's meow at maximum volume. The entire ship vibrated with the sound. Because Barnaby had spent so much time playing with the wires in the server room, the ship's weapons were now connected to the audio system. The giant battleship didn't fire a laser, it just screamed like a cat into the void of space. Gorth fell back in his ruined hangar, realizing his humiliation was complete. A few minutes later, a massive shadow fell over the tiny escape pod. It wasn't an alien ship this time. It was a human Federation dreadnought named the Iron Heart. The humans had finally arrived to rescue their ambassador. Hundreds of drones surrounded the pod, guided by the signature of the smart collar. As the pod was pulled into the human hangar bay, a team of soldiers stood ready with heavy armor and weapons, expecting to see Dr. Elena covered in wounds or followed by an alien army. The doors of the pod hissed open, and the soldiers froze in surprise. Out stepped Dr. Elena, looking tired but smiling. And walking proudly in front of her, his orange fur glowing under the bright LED lights, was Barnaby. He didn't look like a hero who had just taken down a battleship. He looked like a cat who was 5 minutes late for his dinner. He walked past the rows of elite soldiers, ignoring their salutes, and headed straight for the nearest person holding a bag of rations. One of the generals stepped forward, looking at the scanners that showed the massive alien ship sitting dead in space. "Ambassador," the general asked, his voice full of disbelief, "how did you disable a Vrax battleship with no weapons? Did the human resistance send a secret team?" Elena reached down and picked up Barnaby, scratching him right behind the ears where he liked it best. "No, General," she said softly. "The Vrax forgot one very important thing about humans. We don't just build machines and go to war. We share our homes with predators. We live with creatures that have sharp claws, perfect night vision, and a spirit that cannot be tamed. The Vrax thought they were kidnapping a defenseless woman. They didn't realize they were bringing a tiger's cousin into their house." Barnaby let out a loud, satisfied purr that was picked up by the hangar's intercom, filling the human ship with a sound of victory. The story of the Orange Demon spread across the galaxy like wildfire. The Vrax Empire signed a peace treaty with Earth the very next week, mostly because their soldiers refused to board any ship that might have a cat on it. They learned a valuable lesson that day: humans are dangerous, but the things humans love are even more terrifying. On Earth, Barnaby became a legend. He didn't care about the medals or the fame, though. He was happy back in Elena's office, sleeping on a warm keyboard and occasionally staring at the stars through the window. The final message of the story is one that every alien race now knows by heart. If you ever see a human ship, look closely. You might see the big guns and the strong armor. But look for the small, furry shadows in the windows, too. Because when a human is in trouble, their smallest friends will become their fiercest protectors. In the vast, cold universe, humanity never fights alone. They bring their pets, and as the Vrax learned the hard way, that is more than enough to change the fate of the galaxy.
The decision that changed everything. The Hegemony Council chamber existed in a constructed pocket dimension, a neutral ground where no single species held advantage. Crystalline walls reflected the light of 1,000 stars, and the air hummed with the frequencies necessary to support the physiology of 200 different species. Representatives from civilizations that had existed for millions of years gathered in perfect silence, waiting for the proceedings to begin. Ambassador Kryn stood at the central platform, his form a strange amalgamation of evolution and technology. The Valorian species had learned long ago to enhance their natural bodies with cybernetic components. Half his body appeared organic, scaled and muscular, while the other half gleamed with polished titanium. His forearms moved with precise gestures as holographic displays materialized around him, each one displaying information about a distant blue world orbiting a yellow star. "The situation has become critical," Kryn announced, his voice translated into every language present. "The humans of Earth have violated the Colonial Expansion Accord 17 times in the last 5 years. They have established settlements in protected regions, extracted resources from disputed territories, and refused to acknowledge hegemony authority on multiple occasions." The hologram shifted, showing a blue planet with white swirling clouds. Then the image zoomed closer, revealing dozens of human spacecraft scattered throughout nearby star systems, trade vessels, mining operations, research stations, and military patrols were marked with red indicators. The scale seemed impossibly large compared to what the Council expected from a species that had only achieved spaceflight 2 centuries ago. They are primitives, Kryn continued. Their largest warship masses barely 50,000 tons. Their weapons rely on kinetic strikes and primitive energy weapons. They possess no neural network technology, no quantum communication systems, no graviton shields. By any measure, they are centuries behind even the youngest Council species. Yet despite this technological gap, they ignore our warnings and continue their expansion as if they own the galaxy. An alien from the Pelion Collective raised one of her 3 eye stalks. If they are so primitive, what is the actual threat? Should we not simply crush them if they become troublesome? Kryn nodded. Precisely my point, Counselor. This is not a complex problem requiring deliberation. This is a simple matter of enforcement. We have warned them. We have given them every opportunity to comply with galactic law. They have refused. Now we must correct their behavior through force. Ambassador Krell, representing the Valdek Empire, stood and spread his 4 wings slightly. The Valdek were a warrior species, feared throughout the galaxy for their combat prowess. I move that we authorize a military intervention force to suppress this human expansion and bring them under Council supervision. Seconded, came a voice from the Thorax Collective. 3, Council murmured in agreement. This seemed like a simple matter, an issue of discipline for a young species that had forgotten their place in the galactic hierarchy. But in the shadows of the chamber, an ancient figure stirred. Observer Thaxus slowly rose from his seat. The observers were a special order within the hegemony, tasked with studying and understanding all species. Thaxus had held his position for over 3,000 years, and when he spoke, even the most arrogant council members listened. His species was rarely seen anymore, existing partially outside normal spacetime, which gave them a perspective others lacked. Before we proceed with a vote, Thaxus said, his voice seeming to come from very far away, I must present additional information regarding human psychology and history. Kryn's form stiffened slightly. The human psychology is irrelevant. What matters is their violation of council law. Is it? Thaxus challenged. Have any of you studied their historical records? Have you examined how they respond to existential threats? The council chamber remained silent. This was unusual territory. Most species were analyzed for military capability, technological development, and resource value. The internal psychology of a species was rarely considered relevant. Thaxus activated his own display systems and images of Earth appeared throughout the chamber. Unlike Kryn's presentation, these images showed not the peaceful beauty of the planet but its harsh reality. Violent storms covered the oceans. Massive predators hunted through jungles. The planet's gravity was 1.3 times galactic standard, a crushing force that would exhaust most species within hours. Earth is classified as a Class 7 death world, Thaxus announced. Life on this planet evolved in constant competition, constant danger. Everything on that world is designed to survive, to adapt, to overcome. This is what shaped humanity at the most fundamental level. Another image appeared, showing human skeletal structure and musculature. Humans are built like persistence hunters. They evolved to chase prey for days without tiring. Their brains are oversized compared to their body mass, indicating they solve problems through intelligence rather than instinct. They have front-facing eyes like predators, not the side-mounted eyes of prey animals. They are creatures born to hunt, born to survive impossible odds. Kryn made a dismissive sound. Historical evolution tells us nothing about their current threat level. Does it not? Thaxus replied. Then consider their recorded history. Humans have engaged in organized warfare for the entirety of their documented existence. Thousands upon thousands of years of conflict. They have built weapons capable of rendering their entire planet uninhabitable. And the only thing that prevented them from using those weapons was mutual fear of annihilation. They have survived ice ages, asteroid impacts, plagues that killed billions. They have taken themselves from primitive tribal societies to spacefaring civilization in merely 10,000 years, a fraction of the time it required any other species. The council shifted uncomfortably. This was not the narrative they had expected. I urge caution, Thaxus said. These are not passive beings who will bow to superior force. They are fighters. They are survivors. They understand desperation in ways we do not. Should you choose military intervention, You must understand that humans do not surrender, not truly. They adapt. They evolve. They find ways to turn disadvantage into advantage. Ambassador Kryn stood again, his voice taking on an edge of frustration. Observer, you speak as though these primitives pose a genuine threat. They do not. We have fleets that could obliterate their entire civilization in a matter of weeks. The Korthian-Valdek coalition alone possesses weaponry that exceeds human capability by orders of magnitude. Technology is not the only form of power, Thaxis replied quietly. Then what is? Kryn demanded. Will and determination? Those abstract qualities cannot stand against starships and weapon systems that function on principles they have not even theorized yet. Thaxis met Kryn's gaze directly. Will and determination are precisely what will stand against you. Humans possess these qualities in quantities that exceed any species I have studied in my 3,000 years of observation. They will not accept domination easily. They will not yield to fear, and if you back them into a corner, if you threaten their survival, they will become something you have never encountered before. The council chamber erupted in debate. Most dismissed Thaxis's warnings as the paranoid speculation of an alien, whose perspective was too alien to be trusted. Ambassador Kryn moved to call for a vote. Council Matriarch Salen, who had guided the hegemony for 5 centuries, raised her hand for silence. The matriarch was a being of pure logic, her species having evolved technology that interfaced directly with consciousness. She had seen dozens of species attempt to violate galactic law, and the hegemony's response had always been swift and decisive. The evidence is clear, Selen announced. The humans of Earth are in violation of fundamental accords. They refuse diplomatic solutions. They ignore warnings. We have attempted patience for 200 years. The time for patience has passed. She gestured and new images appeared. Humans settling on worlds designated for preservation, mining operations on asteroids claimed by established colonies, ships exploring regions explicitly marked as restricted zones for research purposes. It was a clear pattern of disregard for council authority. I move for immediate military intervention, Selen declared. We will establish a task force to bring humanity into compliance or to suppress their ability to continue this expansion. All in favor? The chamber lit up with affirmation signals. Lights, sounds, and symbols of agreement filled every available space. Some hesitated, many openly doubted, but faced with the weight of collective council opinion, most acquiesced. The vote was nearly unanimous. Only Thaxis remained silent, watching the proceedings with ancient eyes that had witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations. 2 days later, Admiral Korsith stood on the command bridge of the flagship Indomitable Reach. She was a member of the Korthian species, bred and trained from birth to lead military operations. Her form was lean and powerful, with skin that shifted color based on emotion. Right now her scales rippled with eager gold tones as she reviewed the tactical briefing for Operation Compliance. 12,000 combat vessels, 400,000 soldiers from a dozen different species, 3 months of supply reserves. Enough firepower to devastate any planetary surface and enough armor to withstand almost any known weapon system. It was an invasion force designed to be overwhelming, unstoppable, a hammer that would crush any resistance before it could properly form. Status report, Korsith commanded. Her tactical officer, a Velkin whose telepathic abilities made him invaluable for coordinating complex operations, projected a holographic display across the bridge. All vessels report ready status, Admiral. Weapon systems are online. Troops are prepared for deployment. We have confirmed no human military vessels within 3 light-years of Earth. They remain unaware of our approach. Korsith allowed herself a small smile. This was going to be almost absurdly easy. Humans were primitive, isolated, unprepared for war against an interstellar coalition. They probably still thought in terms of planetary conflicts, local battlefields, limited resources. They had no concept of what true galactic warfare entailed. Set course for the Sol system, Korsith ordered. Standard tactical velocity. I want to arrive with maximum combat readiness. Once we breach their inner defenses, I want offers of surrender, transmitted on all frequencies. Give them 48 hours to respond before we begin operations. As you command, Admiral, her officer replied. The Indomitable Reach and its accompanying fleet began to move, accelerating toward the distant yellow star that humans called the Sun. Behind them came the massive industrial complex that would support the occupation force, medical ships, supply vessels, communication arrays. It was a migration of military might, a show of force so vast that it could not possibly fail. On the observation deck, Thaxis watched the fleet depart through a viewing portal. His ancient eyes tracked the movement with something that might have been resignation or prophecy. He whispered words in a language so old that only 5 other beings in the galaxy could understand it. "I hope I am wrong," he said to the empty darkness, "but I fear I am not." Back on Earth, humanity had no idea that their existence was about to be tested in ways they had never imagined. No idea that a vote cast across the galaxy had decided their fate. No idea that within weeks they would have to choose between slavery and extinction, between surrender and the fight of their lives. The machines of Earth's defense forces sat dormant in their stations waiting. And in the minds of human commanders, military strategists, and ordinary citizens, the first whispers of awareness began to stir. Reports of strange energy signatures, anomalies in deep space, warnings from the few outposts that monitored the void beyond their known sphere. Humanity was about to discover what they truly were capable of, and the Hegemony Council was about to learn that some lessons could only be taught through fire and blood. When machines and willpower collide, Captain Vera, Sato stood on the command platform of the Earth Defense Forces Central Station, studying the data streams flowing across her displays. She had dedicated 30 years of her life to protecting humanity's interests in space, and her instincts, honed by decades of tactical experience, were screaming that something catastrophic was approaching. "Run the analysis again," she commanded her sensor team. "I need absolute certainty on those readings." A young lieutenant named Chen worked frantically, recalibrating the long-range detection systems. The Earth Defense Force's technology was impressive by the standards of a young spacefaring civilization, but it was primitive compared to what the galaxy's older powers possessed. That had always been a point of frustration for Vera. Humanity had always been aware that other civilizations existed, that humans were, in cosmic terms, the new kids on the block. That awareness had driven their entire approach to space exploration, pushing them to be better, faster, more innovative than anyone expected. "Captain," Chen said, his voice trembling slightly, "I'm detecting multiple massive energy signatures approximately 2 light-years distant, arranged in formation. Initial analysis suggests over 10,000 distinct energy readings." That's impossible. No single nation has 10,000 ships. No single alliance has 10,000 ships. Vera felt her stomach tighten. She had always known this possibility existed. The galaxy was vast, filled with civilizations older and more powerful than humanity. It was only a matter of time before one of them decided that humans were more problem than benefit. "Send priority alert to all command centers," she ordered. "Full strategic alert status. I want every vessel we have within communication range heading back to near-Earth space within the hour. And get me a secure line to the Security Council." Within minutes, the reality of humanity's situation became clear. The Hegemony Council had voted to bring them into compliance. An invasion force vast beyond human comprehension was en route. They would arrive in Earth space within 6 weeks. The response from Earth's leadership was mixed. Some advocated for surrender, for compliance with whatever demands the hegemony issued. Others called for resistance, for a desperate stand using every resource humanity possessed. Arguments raged in chambers and conference rooms across the planet, but one voice, that of Council President James Morrison, cut through the debate with clarity. "We do not surrender our home," Morrison said in a broadcast that reached every human settlement in space and every listening post across Earth. "We did not climb from the depths of our gravity well, overcome plague and war and ice ages, just to kneel before those who see us as less than equal. We will fight." That statement became the rallying cry. Humanity had entered a period known as the Convergence, a complete reorganization of all human industry, all human effort, toward a single purpose: survival. Military manufacturing centers began producing weapons at unprecedented rates. Scientists who had spent their careers on theoretical research were drafted into weapons development programs. Civilians volunteered by the millions to join military forces. Something ancient stirred in the human spirit. Something that had been dormant in the relatively peaceful centuries since Earth's nations had unified. When the Hegemony fleet arrived at the outer edges of Earth's solar system, they found something unexpected. Instead of the scattered, disorganized defense they had anticipated, they found something resembling actual military preparation. Human vessels, while individually outmatched, had been positioned strategically throughout the system. The larger planets had been fortified. Orbital stations bristled with weapons. Admiral Corseth received the reports with growing bemusement. "They are attempting to mount a defense," she said to her tactical staff. "It is almost endearing. Prepare a surrender ultimatum." A message was transmitted across all frequencies. The Hegemony Council demanded immediate surrender. Humans were to stand down all military forces, cease all resistance, and prepare for occupation and integration into the hegemony's administrative system. They were given 48 hours to respond. Captain Vera Sato received the ultimatum in her command center. She read the terms, her jaw tightening with each word. Then, with deliberate precision, she composed humanity's response. To the invading force, the message began, broadcast from Earth itself, translated into what humans could reconstruct of the hegemony's primary language. "We are humans of Earth. We did not ask for this conflict. We sought only to expand our horizons, to explore the stars that have called to us since we first gazed upward at the night sky. But if you come here seeking to make us slaves, to strip us of our autonomy and our future, then we have one answer. No. We will not surrender. We will not yield. We will fight, and we will make you pay for every single meter of space you attempt to take from us." Admiral Corseth listened to the message with a mixture of contempt and curiosity. "How defiant," she said. "How ultimately futile. Begin orbital strikes against their command structures. I want their military capability neutralized within 3 days." What followed was a conflict unlike anything the galaxy had experienced in millennia. Humans, facing an enemy with vastly superior technology, did what humans had always done throughout their history. They adapted. They innovated. They refused to accept the logic of defeat. The first wave of hegemony fighters descended toward Earth's surface, expecting minimal resistance. Instead, they encountered a planet that had been transformed into a fortress. Humans, unable to compete with alien technology head-to-head, had resorted to tactics that harked back to their earliest warfare. Mountains had been hollowed out and turned into fortified positions. Tunnels connected vast networks of supply caches and military bases. Civilians had been trained in basic combat operations. Every building was a potential strong point. Every street was a potential battlefield. The invasion force attempted to land near the human military complex in northern North America. Instead of resistance crumbling, it intensified. Ships that could be salvaged were repurposed. Cargo vessels were converted into combat platforms. Space stations were transformed into orbital fortresses. Every piece of available technology was weaponized. Every human capable of fighting was trained and equipped. But more than technology, more than tactics, what truly made the difference was something that the hegemony could not predict or counter. It was human willingness to pay any price, to suffer any loss, to sacrifice anything for survival. A Valdec warrior named Kreth, one of the galaxy's most experienced combat specialists, found himself facing something he had never encountered before. Opponents willing to fight despite being clearly outmatched, willing to die for an ideal, rather than surrender for preservation. His combat squad descended into a human city designated Seattle. The city had been partially evacuated, with those unable to fight relocated to underground shelters. Those capable of combat remained, scattered throughout the urban environment in defensive positions. As Kreth's soldiers entered the city, they encountered not military personnel but civilians. Elderly humans, teenagers barely old enough to fight, humans with disabilities they could not overcome, yet they all bore weapons, and they all engaged in resistance. Kreth cornered a human female, probably in her 60s by human standards, armed with nothing but a rifle and a hunting knife. She had already killed 2 of his soldiers with precise gunfire before he approached her position. When she saw him, Kreth expected surrender. Instead, the human woman smiled. "Come on then," she said in her language. "Let's see what you're made of." She charged at him, this tiny, fragile creature, knowing she could not possibly win, knowing she would likely die, yet choosing to fight anyway. Kreth was forced to kill her, but the encounter left him deeply unsettled. In all his centuries of combat, he had never witnessed such defiance in the face of inevitable defeat. Reports from the ground forces began to paint a disturbing picture. Casualty rates among the invasion troops were climbing far beyond acceptable levels. For every human soldier or civilian killed, an average of 3 hegemony soldiers were dying. The humans were using tactics that seemed almost suicidal, but often resulted in devastating damage to their enemies. Ships would deliberately collide with enemy targets. Soldiers would charge fortified positions knowing they could not possibly survive. Civilians would trigger explosives to destroy advancing forces, accepting their own deaths in the process. Admiral Korseth reviewed the casualty reports with growing alarm. She had lost 15% of her combat effectiveness in just 1 week. At this rate, the entire invasion force would be decimated before she could consolidate control of Earth. "Increase firepower," she ordered. "I want orbital bombardment of major population centers. Destroy their capacity to resist through any means necessary." But as hegemony forces intensified their assault, something unexpected occurred. Humanity's response was not paralysis or surrender, it was escalation. What had been scattered resistance transformed into a coordinated campaign of asymmetric warfare that pushed back against the invaders. Humans had been hiding technological capabilities, secret research programs that the hegemony knew nothing about, artificial intelligence systems that humans had developed in defiance of hegemony law, biological enhancements and genetic modifications that extended human capabilities beyond normal parameters, weapon systems that, while crude by hegemony standards, were devastatingly effective when deployed with human ingenuity and tactical brilliance. Captain Vera Sato coordinated humanity's response from a bunker deep beneath the Pacific Ocean. Using satellite communications and relay networks, she orchestrated attacks that targeted hegemony supply lines, that disrupted their command communications, that exploited weaknesses in their armor and their tactics. Humans learned that hegemony ships, despite their technological superiority, were vulnerable to certain frequencies of energy weapons. They learned that their armor could be penetrated with the right targeting information. They learned, through desperate experimentation and observation, how to hurt beings that they had never expected to fight. 3 months into the conflict, Admiral Korseth was forced to accept a painful reality. She was losing. Not slowly, not gradually, but with increasing velocity. The invasion force that had arrived with such confidence was being bled dry by a species that refused to recognize the concept of defeat. Humans were fighting not with the discipline of a professional military, but with the ferocity of a species defending its home. This was an ancient type of warfare, tribal in its intensity, where every individual would rather die than submit. In desperation, Admiral Korseth sent an emergency transmission to the Hegemony Council. Request immediate reinforcement and authorization for total planetary sterilization. Current analysis indicates that human resistance will not diminish. Their casualties only increase their determination. Military victory is achievable, but only through complete annihilation of their civilization. Request guidance. Back at the Hegemony Council, the response was shock and dismay. Thaxis, vindicated but taking no pleasure in his correctness, presented new evidence to the shocked council members. Humans had already begun converting their entire planetary industrial base to military production. They were generating new ships, new weapons systems at rates that were exceeding even hegemony capacity. More disturbing, they were beginning to experiment with weapon systems that violated hegemony conventions. Weapons that could potentially threaten even the most advanced hegemony civilizations. Council Matriarch Salen looked at the data with a mixture of horror and grudging respect. "We have made a terrible miscalculation," she said quietly. "We judge them by their technology and miss the fundamental truth about their nature. We are not fighting an enemy that can be defeated through superior firepower. We are fighting an enemy that becomes more dangerous the more we threaten it. We need to consider negotiation before this becomes a conflict that destabilizes the entire galactic order." But on Earth, humans had already made their decision. They would not negotiate from weakness. They would not accept peace that required them to abandon their expansion or their autonomy. And as human warships manufactured in accelerated production cycles began to emerge from orbital shipyards in increasing numbers, it became clear to all observers that the hegemony's invasion had not conquered Earth. It had awakened something that the galaxy had never truly understood. Humanity had always been dangerous. The Hegemony Council's vote had simply forced them to stop hiding it.
The Galactic Council made exactly one mistake in their request to humanity for military advisors. They forgot to specify which military advisors they wanted. This oversight would prove to be either the greatest diplomatic accident in galactic history or the most brilliant thing that ever happened to the Council's defense initiative. The jury was still out, mostly because the jury had gotten drunk with the advisors and were now 3 hours into an argument about whether hover tanks counted as real tanks. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. The Council's request arrived on a Tuesday morning at the United Nations Extraterrestrial Affairs Office, which was actually just a repurposed broom closet on the 3rd floor, with a desk, a coffee maker that had achieved sentience sometime in 2031, and a very tired diplomat named Patricia Holbrook, who had stopped questioning her life choices around the same time the coffee maker started making passive-aggressive comments about her outfit selections. The message itself was transmitted through what the aliens called a quantum fold communicator, which translated roughly into a really expensive fax machine that worked across dimensions. Patricia stared at the holographic document hovering above her desk, watching the alien script slowly morph into English through whatever technological wizardry made such things possible. The esteemed Council of Unified Galactic Territories requests the immediate deployment of experienced human military consultants to provide tactical advisement for our peacekeeping forces. Patricia read aloud, because talking to yourself was only crazy if someone caught you doing it. Experienced consultants with real combat knowledge, not theoretical strategists. Individuals who have survived actual warfare and can teach our forces the practical applications of conflict resolution. She blinked at that last part. That's the most diplomatically convoluted way of saying we don't know how to actually fight that I've ever seen, she muttered. The coffee maker burbled in agreement. Now, here's where things got interesting. The request specified veterans with combat experience, preferably from asymmetric warfare scenarios. Someone in the translation department, probably an intern, who was definitely not paid enough for this, decided that asymmetric warfare was code for guerrilla tactics. And what was the first major guerrilla conflict that popped into the historical database? Vietnam. By Thursday, Patricia had assembled a list of volunteers. By Friday, she was questioning every decision that led to this moment. "Let me get this straight," she said, looking at the roster on her tablet. "When I put out the call for volunteers, these are the people who responded." "Yes, ma'am," said her assistant, a young man named Derek, who had the perpetually startled expression of someone who had just realized they'd chosen the wrong career path. 17 volunteers, average age 73, all Vietnam veterans, all, very enthusiastic about the opportunity. Enthusiastic? One of them asked if the aliens had beer. Another wanted to know if space had better fishing than Earth. A third asked if his VA benefits would cover intergalactic travel insurance. Patricia rubbed her temples. And why didn't any younger veterans volunteer? "They're busy, ma'am. Actual jobs, families, responsibilities. The Vietnam vets, well..." Derek trailed off diplomatically. "They have time," Patricia finished, "and probably think this is hilarious." One of them called it the best punchline to a really long joke, ma'am. Patricia looked at the list again. Names like Hank Kowalski, Jimmy Nguyen, Robert Bulldog Morrison, and Eddie Ramirez stared back at her. These were men who had seen real combat 50-some years ago, who had survived a war that America would rather forget, who had come home to a country that didn't want to acknowledge them. Men who had spent decades dealing with memories that didn't fade and wounds that still ached when it rained. And now they were volunteering to go to space to teach aliens how to fight. "You know what?" Patricia said finally. "Screw it, send them." "Ma'am?" The council asked for experienced combat veterans. They didn't specify age. They wanted people who survived asymmetric warfare. Well, these guys invented half the tactics in the modern guerrilla warfare handbook. If the council wants advisors, they're getting advisors. Derek hesitated. The council is expecting... I think they're expecting military officers, professionals, people in uniform who salute and follow protocols. Patricia smiled for the first time that week. Then they're in for a hell of a surprise, aren't they? 3 weeks later, transport vessel K-77 docked at the Council's primary military station, a structure so impossibly large that calling it a station was like calling the Pacific Ocean damp. The thing was the size of a small moon, bristling with enough defensive weaponry to sterilize a solar system, and had a bureaucratic infrastructure that would make the IRS weep with envy. Commander Thel Nox of the Vertalian Empire stood at the docking bay, all 7 feet of crystalline blue authority, flanked by an honor guard of the Council's finest soldiers. These were beings from 100 different worlds, each representing the pinnacle of their species' military prowess. They stood at perfect attention, their ceremonial armor gleaming, their faces set in expressions of stoic professionalism. Thel Nox had prepared a speech. It was a good speech. He'd worked on it for 3 days, carefully balancing diplomatic courtesy with military authority. It acknowledged humanity's recent entry into galactic society while emphasizing the honor and responsibility of this assignment. It was exactly 17 minutes long, which was considered appropriately respectful without being tediously excessive. The airlock hissed open. 17 humans shuffled out, and Thel Nox's speech died somewhere between his primary consciousness and his secondary vocal chamber. These were not what he expected. These humans were old, not elderly in the refined, dignified sense that Vortalian elders carried themselves. These humans looked like they'd been through a war, then a few more wars, then maybe a particularly aggressive divorce, and then decided to say "fuck it" and show up anyway. They wore mismatched clothing. One had a cap that said, "I survived the shit," in garish yellow letters. Another had sunglasses that were definitely not standard military issue. A third was eating something from a crinkly bag and getting crumbs on the pristine docking bay floor. The one in front, a stocky human with graying hair and a face that suggested he'd seen things that would make a void dweller reconsider their life choices, stepped forward and looked around the docking bay with the expression of someone evaluating a used car. "Huh," he said, "fancier than Da Nang." Thel Nox's translator implant worked overtime on that reference and came up with nothing useful. "I am Commander Thel Nox of the—" he began. Yeah, we got the briefing," the human interrupted, which was already a breach of 17 different protocols. "I'm Hank Kowalski. That's Jimmy, that's Bulldog, that's Eddie, that's Ray, that's Pete, and honestly I'm gonna forget everyone's name in about 5 minutes, so let's just use nicknames. You got coffee here?" Thel Nox's honor guard exchanged glances. This was not going according to the ceremonial welcome protocols. "Coffee?" Thel Nox repeated, his translator double-checking that it had processed the word correctly. "Yeah, you know, coffee. Brown liquid, tastes like ambition and bad decisions, keeps you functional when everything's going to hell. Please tell me you guys have coffee. We have nutritional beverages that provide—" "So that's a no," Hank said, turning to the others. "Boys, we're gonna have to fix that first." One of the other humans, a tall, lean man with eyes that had seen too much and forgiven too little, spoke up. "Hank, maybe we should let the nice alien finish his speech before we critique the amenities. Eddie, we flew 3 weeks through space in a tin can that smelled like recycled farts. I think I've earned the right to ask about coffee." Thel Nox tried again. "Honored human consultants on behalf of the Galactic Council, I welcome you to—" "Question," another human interrupted. This one had a scar across his cheek, and the kind of grin that suggested he found chaos amusing. "You guys ever actually been in a fight? Like, a real one, not a simulation?" The silence that followed could have frozen hydrogen. "The Council's peacekeeping forces are trained in—" Thel Nox began stiffly. "That's a no," the scarred human, apparently named Bulldog, said to the others. "They've never been in a real fight." "How can you possibly know that?" demanded one of Thel Nox's officers, a Zenthorian whose scales were flushing an indignant purple. Bulldog gestured vaguely at the assembled honor guard. "You're all standing at attention like you're on parade. Nobody who's actually been shot at stands that straight. You keep your knees bent, stay loose, always ready to move. You stand like that in the field. You're a sniper's wet dream. The honor guard, despite themselves, shifted slightly. Several pairs of knees bent almost imperceptibly. Hank nodded approvingly. See, they're learning already. Now about that coffee situation. The first meeting took place in conference room Theta 9, which was designed to accommodate 50 different species with vastly different atmospheric, gravitational and spatial requirements. It was a marvel of engineering and diplomatic architecture. The humans took one look at it and immediately dragged all the chairs into a circle. "What are you doing?" demanded Thelnox, watching in horror as the humans completely ignored the carefully arranged seating hierarchy that had taken the protocol office 3 hours to organize. "Making it so we can actually talk to each other," Hank said, settling into a chair with a grunt. "All that formal stuff with the ranks and the tiers, that's great for making people feel important, but it's shit for actual communication. The seating arrangement reflects the command structure and creates artificial barriers between people who need to share information," interrupted Jimmy, the one Hank had pointed out earlier. He had the quiet authority of someone who didn't need to raise his voice to make people listen. "You want us to teach your people, or you want us to participate in a bureaucratic circle jerk?" Thelnox's translator flagged that last term as potentially obscene, but couldn't quite pin down the exact meaning. He decided to ignore it. "Very well," he said, settling into the circle with as much dignity as he could muster, which was considerable. Vortalians were good at dignity. "Let us begin. The Council has brought you here to provide tactical advisement for our military forces. We have reviewed your species' military history and believe that your unconventional approaches to warfare could provide valuable insights." "Unconventional," Hank repeated, grinning. "That's a nice way of saying we made it up as we went along." "Your species has demonstrated remarkable adaptability in combat situations," Thelnox continued, determined to maintain some semblance of formality. "The Council's forces are highly trained in conventional warfare, but we lack practical experience in field conditions." "How long's it been since you guys had a real war?" asked Ray, another veteran who'd been quietly observing until now. Thelnox consulted his data pad. The last significant military conflict concluded approximately 473 years ago. The humans exchanged looks. 400 years of peace, Eddie said slowly. "And you still have a military?" "Of course. The preservation of peace requires bureaucratic justification and budget allocation," Hank finished. "Yeah, we know how that works. So you've got all these soldiers who've never actually fought, and now something's got you worried enough to call in outside help. What happened?" Thelnox hesitated. This was the part he'd been dreading. "There was an incident. 6 months ago, one of our patrol vessels encountered a hostile entity. A single small craft, probably pirates or raiders, nothing our forces hadn't handled 1,000 times in simulations. "And," Bulldog prompted, "and the patrol vessel, crewed by 15 of our best-trained soldiers, equipped with weapon systems capable of vaporizing a small asteroid. They panicked. They followed every protocol, executed every maneuver exactly as trained, and still they froze when actual weapons fire started. 3 soldiers suffered psychological breakdowns. The rest were too paralyzed by analysis to respond effectively. The hostile craft escaped." The silence that followed was different from the earlier ones. The humans weren't smirking now. "Nobody got hurt?" Jimmy asked quietly. "No. The hostile craft's weapons were inadequate. They caused minimal damage, but the incident revealed a fundamental problem. Our soldiers train endlessly, but they've never faced a situation where the stakes are real, where the enemy doesn't follow the simulation parameters, where things go wrong in ways they weren't trained for." Hank leaned back in his chair. "You need your people to learn how to handle the fear. We need them to function despite the fear," Thelnox corrected. "Same thing," Hank said. "And you think 17 old guys who can't run 3 miles without needing a bathroom break are going to fix this problem?" "I think," Thelnox said carefully, That 17 old guys who survived a war they weren't prepared for in conditions that would break most beings might know something about functioning when everything goes to hell. The question is whether you can teach it. Bulldog laughed, sharp and short. You can't teach people not to be afraid. Fear's not the problem. Fear keeps you alive. You teach them to make decisions while afraid. You teach them that plans fall apart, equipment fails, and the enemy's going to do something completely insane at the worst possible moment. You teach them to adapt. And how do you propose to teach that? Asked one of Thelnox's advisors, a female Quentarian whose 4 eyes blinked in skeptical succession. By doing exactly what's making you uncomfortable right now, Jimmy said. We stop following the protocol. We stop pretending war is predictable. We start making them think instead of just following the manual. Thelnox felt something he hadn't experienced in decades, something that his species had evolved past centuries ago, but still lurked in the genetic memory of every sentient being. Apprehension. When do we begin? He asked. Hank grinned. Soon as somebody points us to the cafeteria. I haven't had a decent meal since we left Earth, and I'm not teaching anyone anything until I've got some real food in me. Your nutritional paste tastes like sadness and recycling. The first training session was scheduled for 0600 hours the following morning. The Council's elite training battalion, consisting of 200 of the finest soldiers from 50 different worlds, assembled in Formation Yard 7 with the kind of precision that came from 10,000 hours of drill. At 0630, the humans finally showed up. At 0700, they were still showing up, drifting in with paper cups of something they'd managed to brew in their quarters that smelled like burned ambition and tasted like punishment. The Council's soldiers stood in perfect formation, watching in confusion as the humans wandered around, chatting, pointing at things, completely ignoring the fact that this was supposed to be a formal training commencement. Major Klexnor, the battalion commander, approached Hank with barely contained irritation. You are 47 minutes late. In the Council military, punctuality is a way to make people stand around and waste time. Hank finished his coffee, which he'd acquired through means he refused to explain, involving a maintenance closet, some spare parts, and what he described as good old-fashioned American ingenuity. Look, Major, we're gonna need to establish something right now. You want us to teach your people. We do it our way. That means we show up when we're ready, not when some arbitrary schedule says we should. Klexner's facial tendrils quivered with indignation. The schedule ensures order and conditions people to wait for orders instead of taking initiative, Jimmy said, walking up beside Hank. Tell me, Major, if your enemy attacks at 0600 and your soldiers are trained to always start at 0600, what happens when the attack comes at 0400? They would adapt and... Would they? Bulldog interjected. Or would they hesitate because it's not the right time? Because that's not what the schedule says. You're training them to be predictable, and predictable soldiers are dead soldiers. Klexnor looked at Thelnox, who had observed the exchange with interest. Commander, this is highly irregular. Yes, Thelnox said. That is precisely why we hired them. Proceed, Major. Klexnor turned back to the assembled battalion. Attention! Today we begin advanced tactical training under the supervision of human consultants. You will... Yes, stop that, Hank interrupted. Everybody relax. Come on, break formation. Stand normal. Jesus, you all look like you're about to get a rectal probe. The translator struggled with that last reference, while the battalion soldiers looked at each other uncertainly. That's an order, Hank added. Break formation. Stand however you want. Slowly, uncertainly, the soldiers broke ranks. Some remained standing straight. Others shifted weight. A few looked genuinely confused about what standing normal even meant. Eddie walked through the groups, hands in his pockets, looking utterly non-military. Okay, so here's the first lesson. You ready? This is important. He paused for effect. Everything you've learned is wrong. You could have heard a molecule drop. Not useless, Eddie clarified. Wrong. There's a difference. All that tactical training, all those simulations, all those perfect maneuvers, they're based on the assumption that war follows rules, that the enemy will do what you expect, that equipment works when you need it, that plans survive contact with reality. He pulled out a small object from his pocket. It looked like a rock. "This is a rock," Eddie said. "Basic, stupid, been around since planets formed. Now, in all your fancy training, did anybody teach you how to use a rock as a weapon?" The soldiers exchanged glances. One, a brave Hydraxian, spoke up. "We have energy weapons, kinetic accelerators, plasma rifles. Why would we need a rock?" "Because your energy weapon's battery died. Because your kinetic accelerator jammed. Because your plasma rifle overheated and you're stuck in a building with enemies coming through the door. What do? Silence. "You use the rock," Eddie said, "or a chair, or a piece of pipe, or your teeth if that's all you've got. The weapon doesn't matter. Your brain matters. Your willingness to adapt matters. Your ability to look at what you have instead of what you should have. That's what keeps you alive." Ray stepped forward. "We're going to teach you the most important military tactics that no training manual will ever include. Tactics like how to sleep anywhere because you might not get another chance. Like how to tell which officer's orders are going to get you killed. Like how to make decisions with incomplete information because you'll never have complete information. Like how to keep going when you're tired and scared and everything hurts and you just want to go home." Pete, who'd been quiet until now, added, "And we're going to teach you the most important thing of all, how to survive not just the enemy, but your own command structure." That got everyone's attention. Klexnor stepped forward, tendrils quivering dangerously. "Are you suggesting that—" "I'm suggesting that more soldiers die from bad orders than enemy fire," Pete said flatly. "I'm suggesting that knowing when to follow the plan and when to say, 'Screw this, I'm doing something different,' is the difference between coming home and coming home in a box. I'm suggesting that blind obedience is a great way to get your people killed." The training yard had gone completely silent. Thel Knox, watching from the observation deck, felt that apprehension again. These humans weren't just teaching different tactics. They were questioning the fundamental structure of military authority that the Council had maintained for millennia. He should stop this. He should reassert proper protocol. He should remind everyone that the Council's military traditions were based on centuries of proven success. But they hadn't been proven, had they? Not in actual combat. Not where it mattered. He tapped his communicator. "Let them continue." Down in the yard, Hank was addressing the battalion. "Okay, here's how this works. For the next 6 weeks, you're gonna unlearn everything that makes you comfortable. We're gonna run drills where the equipment fails, where the plan falls apart, where your officers give contradictory orders, where everything that can go wrong does go wrong. We're gonna make you miserable, confused, and frustrated." "Why?" asked a young Plenthian soldier. Hank smiled grimly. "Because that's what real combat is. And if you can learn to function in that chaos, if you can learn to make decisions when nothing makes sense, if you can learn to trust your instincts over your training manual, then maybe, just maybe, when the real thing happens, you won't freeze up and wait for someone to tell you what to do." Jimmy walked forward. "First exercise. Right now, this minute, there's an enemy force attacking the station's eastern docking bay. You need to organize a response. Go." The soldiers stood there waiting. "I said go!" Jimmy shouted. Still nothing. The soldiers looked at Klexnor, waiting for orders. "That's the problem," Bulldog said, disgusted. "You're waiting for someone to tell you what to do. The enemy's not waiting. They're already shooting. People are dying while you stand here with your thumbs up your asses, waiting for permission to do your jobs." One soldier, a Quentarian female, suddenly broke from the group and started running toward the eastern sector. Then another followed. Then 3 more. "That's what we're looking for," Hank called after them. "Initiative. The rest of you just failed the first test. You're dead. The enemy's already taken the docking bay while you waited for orders that aren't coming." The remaining soldiers looked stricken. "Don't feel bad," Eddie said. "You just learned the first real lesson. In combat, the person who acts first usually wins. The person who waits for perfect information or perfect orders usually dies. Now let's try it again, and again, and again, until you stop thinking and start doing. The training continued for hours. The humans ran the soldiers through scenario after scenario, each one designed to be confusing, contradictory, and frustrating. Equipment failed at critical moments. Orders contradicted each other. Objectives changed mid-mission. The rule was simple. There were no rules. Adapt or fail. By midday, the elite battalion looked less like a military unit and more like a group of college students after finals week. Exhausted, confused, and questioning everything they thought they knew. "This is chaos," Klexenor complained to Thelnox during a break. "They're destroying unit cohesion, undermining authority, teaching our soldiers to disobey orders." "Are they?" Thelnox watched as Hank demonstrated something to a group of soldiers, using hand gestures and what appeared to be a hastily drawn diagram on the ground. "Or are they teaching our soldiers to think? There's a difference between thinking and—" "Major, when that hostile craft attacked our patrol, do you know what the crew did? They sent a request for instructions up the chain of command. They waited for authorization to return fire. They followed every protocol. And while they did that, the enemy escaped, not because our soldiers weren't trained, because they were trained too well. They knew exactly what to do in a simulation, but reality doesn't wait for authorization." Klexenor watched as one of the human instructors, a quiet man named Ray, sat down with a Vortalian soldier who looked on the verge of tears. Ray said something too quiet to hear, and the soldier nodded, wiping at his crystalline eyes. "They're breaking them," Klexenor said. "No," Thelnox corrected. "They're showing them that it's okay to be broken, and that you can still function anyway. That might be the most important lesson of all." The weeks that followed were unlike anything the Council's military had ever experienced. The humans didn't teach tactics in the traditional sense. They taught survival. Not just physical survival, but psychological survival. How to deal with fear, exhaustion, frustration, and the terrible uncertainty that came with real combat. They taught the soldiers how to make coffee from ration packs and rainwater, how to sleep with one eye open, how to tell which sounds meant danger and which were just the station settling, how to read people, because sometimes knowing if someone was lying was more important than knowing which end of the weapon pointed at the enemy. They taught them card games, which seemed ridiculous until the soldiers realized they were learning probability assessment and reading opponents' tells. They taught them how to barter, trade, and negotiate, skills that military training had deemed unnecessary. They taught them how to complain effectively without undermining morale, which was apparently an art form. And slowly, gradually, the soldiers began to change. They stopped moving in perfect formation. They started questioning orders, not in a rebellious way, but in a "why are we doing this, and is there a better approach" way. They began making decisions without waiting for authorization. They started looking relaxed, which paradoxically made them more ready for action, not less. The humans rarely did formal instruction. Instead, they told stories. Long, rambling stories about things that went wrong in Vietnam, about decisions made in seconds that meant life or death, about the absurdity and terror and boredom and chaos of war. Stories that had no clear moral or lesson, but somehow taught more than any tactical manual. One evening, Jimmy sat with a group of soldiers in what the humans had christened the break room, which was really just an abandoned storage bay they'd filled with salvaged furniture and a coffee maker that Hank had built from spare parts and sheer determination. "So there we were," Jimmy said, and the soldiers leaned in because they'd learned that "so there we were" always preceded a good story. 3 days into the jungle, completely lost because the map was wrong, which happened about every third mission. Radio's dead. We've got maybe 2 days of rations left. And Peterson, our squad leader, is insisting we need to proceed to the objective. "What was the objective?" asked a young Quentarian. "Hell if I knew," Some village that may or may not have existed. Command had gotten intelligence from somewhere, and we were supposed to investigate, which meant walk into the jungle and see what happened. That's not a plan, the Quentarian said. Welcome to war, kid. Anyway, Peterson wants to keep going. The rest of us want to head back, get resupplied, figure out where we actually are before we keep wandering around. And we're sitting there arguing about it when Johnson, the quietest guy in the squad, just stands up and starts walking. Where was he going? North, just north. Peterson asks what he's doing, and Johnson says, following the birds. We all think he's lost his mind, but Johnson explains that he's been watching the birds fly over every morning at dawn, always heading the same direction, and birds generally fly toward water and food. So if we're lost, we follow the birds. Did it work? Jimmy smiled. We found a river 2 hours later, followed it downstream, found a village, got resupplied, completed the mission. All because Johnson ignored the plan, ignored the orders, and trusted his eyes over the map. He looked around at the assembled soldiers. That's the lesson. Trust your senses. Trust your instincts. Trust what you can see over what you're told. The map's going to be wrong. The plan's going to fall apart. The orders are going to be based on information that's outdated before you even hear them. But your eyes, your ears, your gut telling you something's not right? Those don't lie. Another soldier spoke up. But we're trained to trust our equipment. Our senses are far more accurate than... Your senses can be jammed, hacked, or just plain wrong, Bulldog interjected, walking over with 2 cups of coffee. Here's a question for you all. How many of you have had your sensor systems fail during training? A few hands went up. How many of you still trusted the sensors over your own observations? The hands stayed up. That's gonna get you killed. Equipment fails. It's not if, it's when. You need to be able to function without it. You need to trust yourself more than you trust your tools. Ray, who'd been quietly listening, added, but here's the flip side. Sometimes your instincts are wrong. Sometimes the fear's lying to you. Sometimes you need to do the thing that terrifies you because it's the right tactical choice. Knowing the difference, that's the hard part. That's what keeps you alive. So which is it? The Quentarian asked, frustrated. Trust our instincts or ignore them? Yes, all 3 humans said simultaneously. The soldiers groaned. Welcome to combat, Hank said, appearing with a plate of something he'd convinced the station's food synthesizer to create, which looked like it might have been food in a past life. Nothing's ever clear. You're gonna have to make decisions with incomplete information, trust your gut while knowing it might be wrong, and somehow survive anyway. Anybody who tells you they've got a formula for this is lying. You just do the best you can and hope it's enough. The conversation continued late into the night. The humans told more stories, answered questions, and occasionally lapsed into arguments among themselves about what had actually happened during various missions, which the soldiers found both entertaining and educational. This became the pattern. Official training during the day, which was structured chaos, and unofficial gatherings at night, where the real teaching happened, where soldiers could ask questions they'd never ask a superior officer, where they could admit fears and doubts, where they could learn that even these experienced warriors had been terrified, had made mistakes, had questioned everything. It was working, slowly, but working. Then came week 4, and everything went to hell. The Council's Executive Committee, the governing body that oversaw all military operations, decided they wanted a demonstration. They wanted to see what their considerable investment in human consultants had produced. They wanted quantifiable results, measurable improvements, and most importantly, they wanted to be impressed. The humans were told about this on a Tuesday. The demonstration was scheduled for Friday. The committee would observe a combat readiness exercise, showcasing the battalion's improved capabilities. Hank's response was concise. Absolutely not. Thelnox, delivering this news in person, had expected resistance. He had not expected flat refusal. This is not a request, Consultant Kowalski. The committee has the authority to... I don't care if they have the authority to rename Jupiter. We're not doing a dog and pony show for a bunch of bureaucrats who want to feel important. The committee needs to see results. They need to justify the expenditure of... They need to get their heads out of their collective asses, Bulldog snapped. You can't measure this. You can't put ability to function under stress into a nice, neat graph. You can't demonstrate learning to trust your instincts in a staged exercise. This isn't a performance. Eddie, usually the most diplomatic of the group, looked genuinely angry. You bring in observers. You turn this into theater. The soldiers will perform for the committee instead of learning. They'll do what looks good instead of what's effective. You'll undo 4 weeks of work in one afternoon. I understand your concerns, Thelnox said carefully, but the committee has questions. They see the training methods as unorthodox. They're concerned about unit cohesion, respect for authority, and they're concerned we're teaching soldiers to think, Jimmy finished, because thinking soldiers are harder to control. Soldiers who question orders are less predictable. Soldiers who trust themselves over the system are a threat to people who like the system the way it is. The silence that followed was uncomfortable. That's not, Thelnox began. It's exactly that, Hank said, but not unkindly. Look, Commander, we get it. You've got a power structure. People in charge who want to stay in charge. Change threatens that. But you asked us here to fix a problem. You can't fix the problem and keep everyone comfortable. Pick one. Thelnox's crystalline features didn't show emotion the way human faces did, but something in his posture suggested frustration. The committee will not accept a refusal. If you don't provide a demonstration, they'll terminate the program. Then terminate it, Bulldog said. We're not compromising the training for politics. If they terminate the program, you'll be sent back to Earth. We're old, Commander. We've been sent to worse places. Thelnox looked at each of them in turn, these stubborn, infuriating humans who had somehow managed to change his perspective on everything he thought he knew about military training, who had taken his soldiers and turned them into something different, not worse, not better, just different in a way he couldn't quite quantify. What if, he said slowly, what if I could arrange for the committee to observe without the soldiers knowing? Would that be acceptable? The humans exchanged glances. Hidden observation, Jimmy asked. They watch but don't interfere. The soldiers wouldn't know they were being evaluated. It would be a normal training exercise. Hank considered this. What kind of exercise? That would be up to you. Whatever you deem appropriate. More glances between the humans. Some kind of silent communication happened, the kind that came from decades of reading each other in situations where words could get you killed. All right, Hank said finally, but we do this our way. No scripts, no staged scenarios. We're going to run them through something real, something messy, and the committee's going to see exactly what we've been teaching, including the parts they're not going to like. Thelnox felt that apprehension again. What do you have in mind? Hank's grin was absolutely predatory. You'll see, just make sure your committee members have strong constitutions. Friday arrived with the kind of ominous inevitability usually reserved for tax audits and dental appointments. The executive committee assembled in the observation deck overlooking Training Complex Delta, which was essentially a small city designed for urban combat exercises. 17 committee members, representing the major factions of the council, settled into their comfortable viewing stations with the air of people preparing to judge a performance. They had expectations. They expected to see disciplined formations, coordinated tactics, and impressive displays of the advanced weaponry the council had spent centuries developing. They expected to see results that justified the considerable expense of bringing these primitive humans aboard. They expected a show. What they got was considerably different. The exercise began normally enough. The battalion was divided into two forces, attackers and defenders. The defenders were tasked with holding a fortified position in the complex. The attackers needed to breach the defenses and secure 3 objectives. Standard military exercise, the kind they'd run 10,000 times. Then Hank's voice crackled over the comm system. transmitted to both forces simultaneously. "Okay, here's the situation. All your commanding officers just got killed by a surprise attack. No chain of command, no clear leadership. Figure it out yourselves. And by the way, half your communication systems just failed. Oh, and your primary weapons are jammed. Go." The committee members looked at each other in confusion. "What is the purpose of this?" demanded Committee Chair Velsoran, a Hydraxian whose tentacles were already twitching with irritation. "This violates every principle of command structure." "Just watch," Thelnox said quietly. He'd been briefed on the exercise exactly 30 seconds before it started, which had been the humans' entire plan. Even he didn't know what was coming. Down in the complex, chaos erupted. The soldiers, suddenly leaderless and without reliable communication, did exactly what they'd been trained not to do for centuries. They adapted. The attacking force, instead of waiting for new orders, immediately broke into small groups. A Zenthorian soldier grabbed the nearest 3 others and pointed toward a side entrance. They moved. A Quentarian started organizing ammunition redistribution, sharing working weapons with those whose had failed. Someone started using hand signals, something the humans had taught them during Week 2. The defending force was equally chaotic, but equally effective. Without officers to coordinate the defense, the soldiers started making decisions on the fly. A Plenthian engineer immediately began rigging improvised barriers from available materials. 2 soldiers abandoned their assigned positions entirely, moving to what they identified as more tactically sound locations. "This is anarchy," Velsoran declared. "Where is the organization?" "Watch," Thelnox repeated. 20 minutes into the exercise, the attacking force had breached the first defensive line using tactics that weren't in any manual. They'd created a distraction by deliberately triggering alarm systems in the wrong sector, drawing defenders away from their actual entry point. They'd used ration packs and spare equipment to create false sensor signatures. They'd moved in completely unpredictable patterns because there was no pattern, no plan, just constant adaptation to changing circumstances. The defending force, equally creative, had turned the complex's environmental systems against the attackers, flooding certain corridors with harmless but obscuring vapor. They'd relocated their defense points 3 times, refusing to hold positions that became tactically unsound. They'd even started negotiating with some of the attackers, attempting psychological warfare that no simulation had ever included. It was messy. It was chaotic. It was absolutely nothing like proper military operations. It was also completely effective. "I don't understand," complained another committee member. "They're ignoring protocols. They're abandoning assigned positions. They're making independent decisions without authorization." Eddie's voice came over the committee's private comm channel. The humans had somehow hacked it, because of course they had. That's the point. War doesn't wait for authorization. The enemy doesn't care about your protocols. You wanted to see what we taught them. This is it. The ability to function when everything goes to hell. The exercise continued for 2 hours. The humans kept introducing new complications. Supply lines were cut, reinforcements were delayed, intelligence was wrong. The weather simulation system created a localized storm that made sensors useless. And through it all, the soldiers adapted. They complained, they argued, they made mistakes, but they kept moving. They didn't freeze. They didn't wait for orders that weren't coming. They looked at the situation, made decisions, and acted. It wasn't pretty, but it was real. Finally, the attacking force secured the objectives. Not through superior firepower or brilliant strategy, but through sheer stubborn persistence and constant adaptation. They'd taken longer than a properly coordinated assault would have. They'd wasted resources. They'd violated approximately 400 protocols. They'd also succeeded, despite every possible thing going wrong. The committee was silent for a long moment after the exercise concluded. Then Velsoran spoke, his voice very quiet. "Those were not the soldiers we sent to training 4 weeks ago." "No," Thelnox agreed. "They're better. They're undisciplined. They questioned every parameter of the exercise. They abandoned their assignments. They demonstrated complete disregard for command authority. They succeeded, Thelnox countered. Against impossible odds, with every advantage stripped away, they still completed the mission. Isn't that what we need? Another committee member, an elderly Vortalian named Shentok, spoke up. I've been on this committee for 90 years. I've observed thousands of training exercises. I've never seen anything like that. It was disturbing and magnificent. And I'm not certain which disturbs me more. Hank's voice came over the comm again. You want the Truth Committee? Your soldiers were excellent at following orders, perfect at executing plans, brilliant at doing exactly what they were told. But they were helpless the moment something unexpected happened, because you trained them to be tools, not thinkers. You made them dependent on a system that works great until it doesn't. And what have you made them? Velsoren demanded. Survivors, Bulldog answered. People who can function when the system fails, when the plan falls apart, when nobody's telling them what to do. You might not like it, but when the real shooting starts, you're going to be real glad they know how to think for themselves. The committee chambers erupted in argument. Half the members were appalled at the breakdown of military discipline. The other half were quietly reconsidering everything they thought they knew about combat readiness. Shentok raised a hand for silence. As the senior member, his word carried weight. I believe, he said slowly, that we are asking the wrong questions. The question is not whether these methods are proper. The question is whether they are effective. And I believe we have our answer. You cannot seriously be suggesting we adopt these, Velsoren struggled for words. Chaotic, undisciplined, authority-questioning methods. Jimmy supplied helpfully over the comm. Yeah, that's exactly what he's suggesting. Because when that next hostile craft shows up, when your soldiers are facing a real enemy who doesn't care about your protocols, they're gonna need to be chaotic, undisciplined, and willing to question authority, or they're gonna die waiting for orders. The debate continued for hours. The committee was deeply divided. Some saw the value in what the humans taught. Others saw only the threat to the established order. Military tradition versus practical necessity. Control versus effectiveness. Finally, Thelnox made a decision that would later be considered either brilliant or catastrophic, depending on who you asked. The program continues, he announced. Committee approval is noted but not required. I have operational authority over military training, and I'm exercising it. The humans stay. Velsoren's tentacles went rigid. Commander, you are overstepping your... I'm doing my job, Thelnox said, which is to prepare our forces for actual combat, not to make the committee comfortable. You wanted advisors who could teach our soldiers to handle real threats. We have those advisors. Whether you like their methods is irrelevant. The silence that followed was the kind that preceded either violent agreement or violent disagreement. In galactic politics, it was sometimes hard to tell the difference. Shentok broke it with a laugh that sounded like wind chimes in a hurricane. Well, it seems the humans aren't the only ones who've learned to question authority. Very well, Commander. The program continues. But understand this. You're betting your career on these primitive warriors and their chaotic philosophy. I'm betting on effectiveness, Thelnox corrected, and I'll take effective chaos over organized helplessness any day. The committee adjourned. Some members were furious, some were thoughtful. All were disturbed by what they'd witnessed, though for different reasons. Down in the training complex, the humans were debriefing the soldiers. You all did good, Hank told the assembled battalion. Not perfect. You made mistakes. You hesitated sometimes. You second-guessed yourselves. But you moved, you adapted, you kept going. That's what matters. A Vortalian soldier raised a crystalline hand. Consultant Kowalski, the observers seemed displeased. Fuck the observers, Bulldog said cheerfully. They're comfortable bureaucrats who haven't seen real action in centuries. They wanted a nice, clean demonstration that made them feel good about their budget allocation. Instead, they saw what combat actually looks like. Messy, confused, and nothing like the simulations. Of course they're displeased. But will they terminate the program? Another soldier asked. Jimmy shook his head. Probably not, because despite everything, you succeeded. And success is hard to argue with. They might not like how you did it, but they can't deny that you did it. Ray stepped forward. Here's what you need to understand. There will always be people who value order over effectiveness, who care more about following the rules than winning, who'd rather lose properly than win messily. You can't change those people, but you can prove them wrong by staying alive when everyone said you couldn't. The debriefing continued. The humans went through the exercise, pointing out what worked and what didn't. They praised initiative and criticized hesitation. They emphasized that perfection wasn't the goal. Survival was. As the soldiers dispersed, Thelnox approached the humans. That was educational, he said carefully. You're welcome, Hank replied, and I'm guessing we just made you very unpopular with your bosses. I've been unpopular before. It builds character. Thelnox paused. Thank you. For showing them the truth, even though it was uncomfortable. Truth usually is, Eddie said. Comfortable lies are easier, but they get people killed. Indeed. Thelnox looked at the complex, where soldiers were still milling around discussing the exercise. They've changed, not just in capability, but in attitude. They question things now. They argue. They make suggestions. 6 weeks ago, they would never have dared. Is that a problem? Jimmy asked. I don't know, Thelnox admitted. It's certainly different. Whether it's a problem or an improvement, I suppose we'll find out when the shooting starts. If it helps, Hank said. Back home, the soldiers who questioned things, who argued with bad orders, who trusted themselves over the system, those were the ones who came home. The ones who blindly followed orders? A lot of them didn't. Thelnox nodded slowly. There's something I've been meaning to ask. Why did you volunteer for this? You've been not exactly forthcoming about your reasons. The humans exchanged glances again, that silent communication thing. You want to take this one? Hank asked Eddie. Eddie shrugged. Sure. Commander, when we came home from Vietnam, nobody wanted to hear what we'd learned. Nobody wanted our advice. Nobody wanted to acknowledge that we'd survived something that broke a lot of people. We were inconvenient, reminders of an unpopular war. So we got ignored, dismissed, forgotten. Then you came along, Ray continued, asking for exactly what we had to offer. Experience, survival skills, the ability to function when everything goes to hell. You wanted what everyone else had rejected. That's something we couldn't pass up. Bulldog grinned. Plus, it's hilarious watching you fancy aliens deal with a bunch of old guys who don't give a shit about your protocols. That's worth the trip right there. And the fishing's terrible here, Pete added, so we might as well do something useful. Thelnox's translator struggled with the mixture of sincerity and sarcasm, ultimately giving up and just flagging the entire conversation as emotionally complex. Well, he said finally, for what it's worth, I'm glad you're here, even if you are the most difficult advisors the Council has ever employed. We'll take that as a compliment, Hank said. The following week saw a shift in the training. The humans, having proven their methods worked, were given more autonomy. They started bringing in soldiers from other battalions, spreading the knowledge wider. They trained instructors who could carry on their methods after they left. But they also started teaching something else, something harder to quantify. They taught the soldiers about the cost of war, about what it did to you, even when you survived, about the weight of decisions made in seconds that haunted you for years, about the friends you lost and the scars that didn't heal. One evening, Jimmy sat with a group of younger soldiers in the break room. They'd just completed a particularly brutal exercise, one designed to simulate what happened when you had to choose between two bad options, when someone was going to die no matter what you decided. The soldiers were quiet, processing what they'd experienced even in simulation. "Does it get easier?" one asked finally, a young Quentarian whose 4 eyes were dim with exhaustion. Jimmy considered the question for a long moment. "No, it doesn't. You get better at making the decisions. You get faster. But it never gets easy. And if it does get easy, if you stop feeling the weight of it, that's when you need to worry." "How do you live with it?" another asked. "With the decisions you made?" "Badly sometimes," Jimmy admitted. "You carry it. You talk about it with people who understand. You try to find meaning in it, some way to make it worth something. And you hope that the people you saved outnumber the people you couldn't." Ray spoke up from across the room. "And you remember that freezing up, making no decision, that also has a cost. Sometimes the best you can do is choose the least terrible option and live with it." Nobody said survival was clean. The conversation drifted into darker territory after that. The soldiers asked questions they'd never asked their regular officers. Questions about fear, doubt, guilt. Questions about what combat actually did to you. Questions about whether you could ever really go back to normal afterward. The humans answered honestly, sometimes brutally so. They didn't sugarcoat it. They didn't pretend it was noble or glorious. They described war as what it was, necessary sometimes, terrible always, and something that changed you in ways that never fully healed. "Why are you telling us this?" the Quentarian asked. "The regular instructors always talk about honor and duty and they're not wrong," Bulldog interrupted. "Honor matters, duty matters, but they're not enough. You need to know what you're actually signing up for. You need to understand that combat isn't what it looks like in simulations. It's not clean, it's not heroic. It's chaos and terror and making impossible choices and living with the consequences." "Oh, so why do it?" another soldier asked. "Why fight at all?" Hank had been listening quietly. Now he spoke. "Because sometimes the alternative is worse. Because sometimes people need defending. Because sometimes you're the only one who can. Not because it's glorious, not because you want to, but because it's necessary, and you're the poor bastard who happened to be there." Eddie nodded. "And because if you don't know what you're getting into, if you go in thinking it's going to be like the simulations, thinking you're going to be a hero, thinking it's going to mean something, that's when it breaks you. But if you go in knowing it's going to be hell, knowing you're going to make mistakes, knowing you're going to carry it forever, then at least you're prepared." The soldiers absorbed this in silence. It wasn't the inspiring speech they'd expected. It wasn't the patriotic rhetoric they'd been raised on. It was just truth, uncomfortable and cold. But it was also oddly comforting, because it meant they weren't crazy for being scared. They weren't weak for having doubts. They were just human, or alien, or whatever. They were just people facing something terrible and trying to survive it. This became another pattern. The official training taught them how to fight. These evening conversations taught them why to fight, and more importantly, what fighting cost. Week 7 brought an unexpected development. The Council received intelligence about potential hostile activity in a border system, not confirmed, just concerning. The kind of situation that might be nothing or might be the beginning of something bad. They wanted to send a reconnaissance team, and they wanted some of the newly trained soldiers to go. Thelnox called the humans to his office to discuss it. "Absolutely not," was Hank's immediate response. "They're ready," Thelnox insisted. "They've trained for—" "Training isn't the same as real," Eddie snapped. "You send them out there. They might freeze up. They might panic. They might get themselves killed because simulation stress isn't real stress." "Then they'll never be ready," Thelnox said. "If we never give them real missions because they might fail, what's the point of training them at all?" The humans looked at each other. "He's got a point," Bulldog admitted reluctantly. "Still don't like it," Ray muttered. Jimmy rubbed his face tiredly. "How many soldiers? What's the mission profile? Who's in command?" 6 soldiers, reconnaissance only, no engagement. They're just observing and reporting. And the command is, well, that's complicated. Normally it would be an experienced officer, but But you want them to function without an experienced officer, Hank finished. You want to see if they can handle a real situation with the independence we've been teaching them. Yes, that's either the smartest or stupidest idea you've had, Bulldog said. Possibly both. We're sending a support ship, Thelnox added. If things go wrong, we can extract them immediately. Things always go wrong, Pete said. That's Murphy's law. And Murphy was an optimist. More silence as the humans considered. Okay, Hank said finally. But we picked the soldiers, we picked the team composition, and we briefed them ourselves. No interference from the regular command structure. Agreed. And if this goes sideways, if they get hurt because you pushed them too fast, then I'll take full responsibility, Thelnox said. But we need to know if the training works. In real conditions, not simulations. Nah. The humans spent 2 days selecting the team. They chose carefully, balancing skills and personalities. They picked soldiers who'd shown initiative, adaptability, and the ability to handle stress. They also picked soldiers who'd shown the most improvement, who'd gone from rigid protocol followers to flexible thinkers. The 6 soldiers were assembled in a briefing room. They looked nervous, which was actually a good sign. Soldiers who weren't nervous before a real mission were either foolish or lying. All right, Hank began. Here's the situation. Border system, possible hostile activity, need eyes on the ground. This is real, not a simulation, not a test. If you screw up, the consequences are real. If you get hurt, you actually get hurt. Everyone clear on that? Nods all around. Good. Now forget everything I just said. You treat this exactly like a training exercise. Same adaptation, same flexibility, same willingness to improvise. The only difference is the stakes. But the approach, identical. You encounter something unexpected. Deal with it. Your equipment fails. Adapt. The mission parameters change. Adjust. You do not freeze. You do not panic. You keep your heads and you keep moving. Questions? A Plenthian soldier raised a hand. What if we encounter actual hostiles? Then you run, Eddie said bluntly. This is reconnaissance, not combat. Your job is to observe and report, not engage. You see an enemy, you avoid them. They see you, you evade them. They engage you, you retreat. Your ego is not worth your life. Clear. Clear. Jimmy stepped forward. One more thing. You're going to be scared out there. That's normal. That's good. Fear keeps you alert, but don't let it paralyze you. Remember your training. Remember that you can handle the unexpected. Remember that the plan will fall apart, and that's okay, because you know how to adapt. Ray added, and remember that making a decision and being wrong is better than not making a decision at all. You might make mistakes. That's fine. Learn from them. But do not freeze up waiting for perfect information or perfect orders. Move, act, survive. Bulldog grinned. And if everything goes to hell, remember, we taught you how to handle hell. You've got this. The soldiers deployed the next day. The humans watched from the command center alongside Thelnox, monitoring communications and sensor data. For the first 3 hours, everything went smoothly. The team inserted into the system, established the observation post, began monitoring the suspected activity. They worked well together, communicating efficiently, adapting to minor complications without hesitation. Then, inevitably, things went wrong. Their sensor suite malfunctioned. Not catastrophically, just enough to make their data unreliable. The kind of thing that happened all the time. But never in simulations, because simulations assumed equipment worked. The humans watched as the soldiers dealt with it. There was a brief moment of confusion, then adaptation. They switched to visual observation, using their own senses instead of technology. They adjusted their position to get a better vantage point. They divided responsibilities, having different soldiers watch different areas. They're doing well, Thelnox observed. Don't jinx it, Hank muttered. Hour 5 brought the bigger problem. The suspected activity turned out to be very real. 3 hostile vessels, small raiders probably, entered the system and began operating near the soldiers' position. The command center erupted in controlled chaos. Multiple voices suggested immediate extraction. Thelnox ordered the support ship to prepare for emergency retrieval. On the ground, the soldiers did exactly what they'd been trained to do. They didn't panic. They assessed the threat, determined the best course of action, and moved. No waiting for orders, no committee discussion. They identified an escape route, covered each other's movement, and began tactical withdrawal. "They're doing exactly what we taught them," Eddie said, something like pride in his voice. Then the situation got worse. The hostile vessels detected something, though it wasn't clear if they'd spotted the soldiers or just noticed anomalous readings. They began an active search pattern. The soldiers adapted again. Instead of running, which would have created movement that sensors could detect, they went to ground. They found cover, minimized their signatures, and waited. Patient, calm, doing the thing that scared them because it was tactically sound. The humans watched tensely as the hostile vessels swept closer to the soldiers' position. "They need to extract now," Thelnox said, reaching for the communication controls. Hank grabbed his hand. "Wait! They're in danger! And they're handling it. Give them credit for their training. Let them do their jobs." The hostile vessels passed within 100 meters of the soldiers' position. Close enough that the soldiers could have hit them with thrown rocks if thrown rocks worked in vacuum. Which they didn't. The soldiers stayed hidden, stayed calm, stayed smart. The vessels moved on, sweeping further into the system, missing the soldiers entirely. After 20 agonizing minutes, the hostiles concluded their sweep and departed the system. The soldiers waited another 30 minutes, making absolutely sure the threat was gone, before moving to the extraction point. The command center was silent as the support ship picked them up and began the journey back to the station. Then Bulldog started laughing. "That's what I'm talking about. They didn't freeze, they didn't panic. They made decisions and survived." The tension broke. Even Thelnox's rigid posture relaxed slightly. "They performed admirably," he said. "Better than I expected." "Better than we expected too," Jimmy admitted. "We were about 50-50 on whether they'd keep their heads under real pressure." "You sent them anyway?" Thelnox asked incredulously. "Had to find out sometime," Hank said with a shrug. "Better to find out on a low-risk reconnaissance mission than during actual combat." When the soldiers returned to the station, they were quiet. The adrenaline had worn off, replaced by exhaustion and the shaky relief that came after surviving something genuinely dangerous. The humans met them in the docking bay. "How do you feel?" Eddie asked. The Plenthian soldier who'd asked about hostiles spoke first. "Terrified, exhausted, proud, confused, all of it at once." "Good," Ray said. "That's normal. That's what coming back from a real mission feels like. The fear doesn't go away just because you survived. Sometimes it hits harder after." "We almost ran," another soldier admitted. "When we saw those vessels, every instinct said to just get out of there." "But you didn't," Bulldog pointed out. "You assessed the situation, made a tactical decision, and executed it." "That's exactly right. It didn't feel right," the soldier said. "It felt like hiding while we should have been doing something. Sometimes hiding is doing something," Hank said. "Sometimes the smart move feels like cowardice, but you're alive. You gathered intelligence and you completed the mission. That's what matters." Jimmy looked at all 6 soldiers. "You just learned something you can't learn in simulation. You learned that you can handle the real thing, that the training works, that you can make decisions under pressure and survive. That's worth more than 1,000 training exercises." The soldiers dispersed eventually, heading to debriefing and then rest. But they carried with them something new. Confidence, maybe. Or just the knowledge that they'd faced something real and survived it. "That went better than I expected," Thelnox said to the humans after the soldiers left. "Yeah," Hank agreed. "Almost too well. Made me nervous." "Why?" Because nothing ever goes that smoothly in the real world. We got lucky this time. Next time we might not. I take your point, but surely that proves the training is effective. Eddie shook his head. It proves they can handle a simple, real situation. What happens when the situation's not simple? When the enemy's actively trying to kill them? When they can't just hide and wait? We've taught them to adapt, but adaptation has limits. What are you suggesting? Thelnox asked. I'm suggesting, Jimmy said carefully, that we've done what we can. We've changed how they think, given them tools to survive. But there's only so much you can teach. The rest they have to learn themselves. In situations we can't simulate or control. We can make them better, but we can't make them perfect. Thelnox nodded slowly. The program ends in 1 week. What should we focus on in that final week? The humans looked at each other. The truth, Ray said finally. The final week of training was different from everything that came before. No exercises. No simulations, no tactical drills, just conversation. The humans gathered all the soldiers they'd trained, several hundred by now, in the station's largest assembly area. They sat in a rough circle, the kind of informal arrangement that made military protocol officers twitch. We're leaving in a week, Hank began without preamble. Going back to Earth. Before we go, we need to tell you some things. Things that don't fit in tactical manuals. Things nobody talks about, but everybody needs to know. The assembled soldiers were silent, attentive. First thing, Eddie said, everything we taught you, it's not enough. It'll help. It'll keep you alive longer, but it's not enough, because war's not something you can prepare for, not really. You can train for it, study it, simulate it, but until you're actually in it, until you're making life and death decisions with incomplete information and no time to think, you don't know how you'll react. Some of you will discover you're brave, Jimmy continued. Some will discover you're not as brave as you thought. Some will surprise yourselves. Some will disappoint yourselves, and all of that is normal. There's no shame in being scared. There's no shame in finding out you can't handle it. The only shame is in pretending you're something you're not. Bulldog stood up, pacing slowly. Second thing, the enemy is people. I know that sounds obvious, but it's easy to forget. They're not targets. They're not obstacles. They're people with families and fears and reasons for fighting. That doesn't mean you don't kill them when you have to, but it means you don't enjoy it. You don't dehumanize them. You don't turn them into monsters so you can feel good about killing them. Because if you do that, if you make it easy, you lose something you can't get back. Ray spoke next, his voice quiet but carrying across the space. Third thing, you're going to lose people. Friends, maybe people you love. It's going to hurt in ways you can't imagine. And you're going to blame yourselves, wonder if you could have done something different. That's normal too, but you can't let it paralyze you. You grieve, you remember them, and then you keep going, because the people who are still alive need you. Pete stood, his weathered face serious. Fourth thing, when you come back, assuming you do, you're going to be different. Things that used to matter won't. Things you never thought about will keep you up at night. Food will taste different. Jokes won't be funny. You'll find yourself getting angry at stupid things and feeling nothing about things that should matter. That's not weakness. That's what combat does to you. Give yourself time. Talk to people who understand. Don't expect to be who you were before. Hank took over again. Fifth thing, and this is important, your command structure doesn't always know what they're doing. Sometimes they'll give you orders that are stupid. Sometimes they'll make decisions that get people killed for no good reason. Sometimes they'll care more about looking good or following protocol than about your lives. You can't just blindly obey. You need to think. You need to question. You need to be smart enough to know when following orders will get you killed, and brave enough to do something different. The assembly was utterly silent now. But, Jimmy added, you also can't just ignore authority entirely. Sometimes the officers know things you don't. Sometimes the big picture matters more than your individual situation. Sometimes you have to follow orders you don't agree with, because that's how military organization works. knowing when to obey and when to question. That's the hardest part. We can't teach you that. You have to figure it out yourselves. Eddie looked around at all the assembled soldiers. We've been hard on you these past 2 months. We've questioned everything, challenged everything, made you uncomfortable. That was deliberate, because comfortable soldiers are dead soldiers. We needed to shake you out of the assumption that training and reality are the same thing. We needed to teach you to think, not just obey. And I hope we've done that. We're not perfect, Bulldog said with a laugh. Hell, we're pretty far from perfect. We've made mistakes. We've survived things that luck had more to do with than skill. We've got no right to be teaching anybody anything. But we've been there, we've survived, and we wanted to share that, help you survive too. Ray stood again. Last thing, and this is the most important thing. You're gonna ask yourselves, at some point, whether it was worth it. Whether what you did mattered, whether the sacrifice yours and others meant anything, and the answer's complicated. Sometimes it does matter, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes you won't know for years, maybe decades. But you can't let that uncertainty destroy you. You did what you thought was right at the time, with the information you had. That's all anyone can do. Hank finished. We're just old soldiers. We survived a war. Came home, tried to make sense of it. Now we're leaving, going back to our quiet lives. But we're leaving you with everything we know, everything we learned. Use it, adapt it, make it your own. And if you survive, if you make it through whatever's coming, pass it on. Teach the next group of scared soldiers how to survive. That's how knowledge continues. That's how we honor the ones who didn't make it. The assembly sat in that for a long time. Nobody spoke. Nobody moved. They just absorbed it, all of it, the truth that nobody had ever told them before. Finally, the Quentarian soldier who'd asked so many questions spoke up. What do we owe you for teaching us all this? Hank smiled. Stay alive. That's what you owe us. Stay alive, keep thinking, and don't become the kind of officer who sends soldiers into danger without understanding the cost. Do that, and we're even. The final days passed quickly. The humans finished last-minute training points, answered final questions, said their goodbyes to soldiers who'd become something more than students. Not friends, exactly, but something harder to define. People who'd shared uncomfortable truths with each other. On the last evening, Thelnox found the humans in their usual spot, the makeshift break room they'd created. They were drinking coffee from the machine Hank had built, playing cards, and arguing about something that had happened 30 years ago. Typical. I wanted to thank you, Thelnox said, interrupting an increasingly heated debate about whether Peterson had actually seen a tiger in the jungle or was just hallucinating from heat exhaustion. Don't thank us yet, Hank said, dealing another hand. We might have completely screwed up your military. Won't know for years. You changed it, certainly. Whether that's good or bad, Thelnox trailed off. Depends on what happens next, Eddie finished. If you face a real threat and they handle it, we're geniuses. If they fall apart, we're the idiots who broke your perfectly good system. There's another possibility, Thelnox said quietly. They might never face a real threat. We might have another 400 years of peace, in which case all this training is theoretical. Would that be so bad? Jimmy asked. I don't know. Is it better to be prepared for something that never comes, or unprepared for something that does? Bulldog laughed. That's the eternal military question right there. You're learning. Thelnox settled into a chair, abandoning formality entirely. Can I ask you something? Personal. Shoot, Hank said. Was it worth it? For you. Vietnam, everything you went through. Was it worth it? The humans exchanged glances. The question hung in the air like smoke. That's a hell of a question for the last night, Ray said finally. I know, but I need to understand. I'm sending soldiers into potential danger based on your teachings. I need to know if you believe in what you're teaching. Eddie put down his cards. Honest answer, I don't know. Some days I think we prevented something worse. Some days I think we accomplished nothing except getting a lot of people killed. Most days I try not to think about it at all. But you volunteered for this, Thelnox pressed. To teach others. If you don't believe it was worth it... That's not what I said, Eddie interrupted. I said I don't know if the war was worth it. But teaching? Helping people survive? That's different. That has value, whether the war does or not. Jimmy nodded. We can't change the past. Can't make our war mean something it didn't. But we can help other people learn from it. Give them tools to survive. That's worth something. Maybe not worth everything we went through, but something. And honestly, Bulldog added, sitting around feeling sorry for ourselves wasn't accomplishing anything. This, teaching you guys, making a difference, even a small one, that's better than watching daytime television and waiting to die. Pete spoke up, surprising everyone since he'd been quiet most of the evening. You asked if it was worth it. Wrong question. Better question is, what are you gonna do with what you learned? We survived. We got knowledge, paid for in blood and nightmares. Now we've given that knowledge to you. What you do with it, that's what determines if it was worth it. Thelnox absorbed this. No pressure then. Welcome to command, Hank said with a grin. Every decision matters. Nothing's ever certain, and you won't know if you made the right choice until it's too late to change it. Fun, isn't it? Absolutely terrible, Thelnox agreed. I can see why you all turned to coffee. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, drinking terrible coffee and watching the stars through the viewport. 17 humans who'd survived one war and one alien trying to prevent the next one. One more question, Thelnox said eventually. What should I do if, when, we face a real threat? When the shooting actually starts? Ray answered, trust your people. We've given them tools. We've changed how they think. But ultimately, they're going to be the ones making decisions in the moment. You can't control that. You can't predict it. All you can do is trust that the training will hold. And if it doesn't, then you adapt, Hank said simply. Like we've been teaching, the plan fails, you make a new plan. That strategy doesn't work, you try something else. People are going to die, that's unavoidable. But if you taught them to think, to adapt, to survive, some of them will make it. That's the best you can hope for. Thelnox stood. I should let you finish your evening. You have an early departure tomorrow. Commander, Jimmy said, as Thelnox turned to leave. One last piece of advice. Free of charge. Yes? Don't let them forget this. Don't let the next generation of officers smooth over the rough edges. Put the protocols back in place. Return to comfortable tradition. Change is uncomfortable. People will want to undo it. You need to fight that. Keep the chaos. Keep the questioning. Keep the independence. It's messy and difficult and nobody's gonna like it, but it works. I'll try, Thelnox said. That's all any of us can do, Eddie replied. The next morning, transport vessel K-77 prepared for departure. The same ship that had brought the humans to the station 2 months ago, looking considerably more worn now because the humans had borrowed various parts for their coffee maker and other projects. A crowd assembled at the docking bay. Not officially, nobody had organized it, but word had spread and soldiers came. Hundreds of them. The ones who'd been trained directly, and others who'd heard stories, and still others who just wanted to see the humans one last time. They didn't stand at attention, they didn't form ranks, they just gathered watching as 17 old men prepared to leave. Hank looked at the crowd and laughed. Well, that's not regulation. Ah, nothing about this has been regulation, Klexnor said, approaching the group. The major who'd been so resistant at first now looked almost sad. That's what made it effective. You're gonna do fine, Major, Bulldog said, clapping him on the shoulder hard enough to make the crystalline being stagger slightly. You learned. You adapted. You stopped being a rigid ass. Well, mostly stopped. You're still kind of an ass. Klexnor's facial tendrils twitched in what might have been amusement. I learned from the best. The humans made their way through the crowd, exchanging words with various soldiers. Handshakes, which was a human gesture that had caught on despite being awkward for species with different appendage configurations. promises to stay in contact, though everyone knew that was unlikely across interstellar distances. The Quentarian soldier who'd asked so many questions pushed through the crowd. "Consultant Kowalski, one more question." Hank turned, grinning. "Hit me, kid. What's the most important thing you taught us, if you had to pick just one lesson?" Hank considered this, looking at Eddie, Jimmy, Bulldog, Ray, Pete, and the others. They nodded. "The most important thing?" Hank said loudly enough for the crowd to hear. "Fear is a liar. It tells you can't. It tells you you're not ready. It tells you to freeze, to wait, to let someone else decide. And sometimes fear is right. But most of the time you can handle it. You are ready enough, and waiting for perfect conditions just means you'll die unprepared. So you feel the fear, acknowledge it, and then you tell it to shut up and move anyway." The crowd was silent. "That's it?" the Quentarian asked. "After 8 weeks, that's the lesson." "That's the lesson," Eddie confirmed. "Everything else was just different ways of teaching that same thing. Move despite the fear. Decide despite the uncertainty. Act despite the risk. That's survival," Jimmy added. "And remember, none of us was special. We weren't heroes. We weren't exceptional soldiers. We were just people who kept moving when everything said to stop. If we could do it, you can too." "Now get out of here," Bulldog said, waving at the crowd. "Go practice. Go question your officers. Go make your commanders uncomfortable. Go be the chaos we taught you to be." The crowd dispersed slowly, reluctantly. The humans boarded the transport vessel, waving from the airlock one last time before it sealed shut. Thelnox watched the ship detach from the station, its engines flaring as it began the long journey back to Earth. He felt something unfamiliar, something his species had evolved past, but apparently could still experience under the right circumstances. Loss. "They were remarkable," Klexnor said, standing beside him. "They were a nightmare," Thelnox corrected. "Disrespectful, undisciplined, contemptuous of authority, and utterly impossible to control." "Yes," Klexnor agreed. "Remarkable." The weeks that followed were interesting. The soldiers trained differently now. Officers found themselves being questioned, not rudely, but persistently. Training exercises became unpredictable as soldiers started deviating from plans, improvising, testing boundaries. The rigid order that had defined Council military operations for centuries began showing cracks. Some commanders hated it. They filed complaints. They demanded a return to proper protocol. They insisted that discipline was breaking down. Other commanders, the ones who'd actually paid attention, encouraged it. They let their soldiers think. They created chaotic training scenarios. They rewarded initiative over obedience. The Council's military began splitting into 2 factions, those who wanted to preserve tradition and those who embraced the new approach. Thelnox found himself caught in the middle, defending decisions that made him deeply uncomfortable, supporting methods that violated everything he'd been taught. It was exhausting. It was also working. 3 months after the humans departed, the Council detected a legitimate threat, not pirates or raiders this time, an actual hostile force, well-armed, well-organized, probing the Council's border defenses, the kind of threat that the Council's 400-year peace had made theoretical. It wasn't theoretical anymore. The Council mobilized response forces, among them several ships crewed by soldiers who'd trained under the humans. Thelnox, now promoted to fleet commander because someone needed to take responsibility for this mess, watched nervously as the forces deployed. The engagement happened quickly. The hostile force attacked a border station, testing the Council's response time and capabilities. It should have been a disaster. The Council's soldiers had never faced real combat, never experienced actual weapons fire, never had to make life-or-death decisions under pressure. But the soldiers who trained with the humans did something unexpected. They adapted. When the plan fell apart immediately, as plans always do, they didn't freeze. When equipment failed, which it did, they improvised. When officers gave contradictory orders, which happened, they made their own decisions. When the situation became chaotic and terrifying, which was inevitable, they kept moving. It wasn't perfect. People made mistakes. Some soldiers panicked. There were casualties, which was unavoidable, but the overall response was functional, messy, unorthodox, nothing like the simulations, but functional. The hostile force, expecting easy targets, found themselves facing opponents who didn't behave predictably, who adapted faster than expected, who made decisions that didn't match tactical projections. The engagement lasted 4 hours. The hostile force withdrew, having achieved none of their objectives and suffering unexpected losses. The Council's forces held. Thelnox received the after-action reports with shaking hands. Multiple officers reported unorthodox tactics. Soldiers had deviated from assigned positions, ignored standard protocols, made independent decisions. It should have been chaos. It had been chaos. But it had worked. One report in particular caught his attention. A young Quentarian soldier, part of the defense force, had apparently organized an improvised ambush using salvaged equipment and creative positioning when her assigned weapon station was destroyed. She'd acted without orders, without authorization, completely contrary to her training. She'd also saved 17 lives. Her name was Quentalis. Thelnox recognized her. She'd been one of the soldiers in the 1st Training Battalion, the one who'd asked Hank for one more question. He pulled up the interview footage from the battle debrief. "Soldier Quentalis, your actions were highly irregular. Can you explain your reasoning?" The soldier looked exhausted, scared, but also defiant. "Sir, the enemy was advancing on our position. The standard response would have been to retreat and request support. But support wasn't coming fast enough, and retreat would have exposed the command center. So I looked at what I had instead of what I should have. I had 3 working rifles, some spare power cells, and 2 soldiers who could shoot. I remembered what Consultant Kowalski said, that the weapon doesn't matter, your brain matters, so we used our brains. You violated protocol." "Yes, sir. The protocol would have gotten people killed. The humans taught us that sometimes you have to choose between following rules and staying alive. I chose staying alive. And if your improvised ambush had failed, then I'd be dead, sir. But at least I'd have tried something instead of just following orders into a meat grinder." The interviewing officer looked uncomfortable. "You understand, this creates problems for the command structure." "Respectfully, sir, I think the command structure's problems are less important than whether we survive. The humans taught us that too." Thelnox watched that footage 3 times. Then he sent a message to Earth. He didn't know if it would reach the humans, didn't know if they'd even care, but he needed to tell them. The message was simple. It worked. They survived because they thought instead of obeyed. We're facing significant resistance from traditional command structures. They want to reinstate the old protocols, eliminate the independence you taught. I'm fighting them. It's difficult, but I wanted you to know it worked. Thank you, and I hope you're enjoying your fishing." He never received a response. The message took weeks to reach Earth, and there was no way to know if it found the right people. The humans had returned to their lives, probably, back to retirement, normalcy, the quiet existence of old soldiers. But 6 weeks later, a package arrived at the station. No return address, no explanation. Just a box addressed to Fleet Commander Thelnox, Council Military Headquarters. Inside was a battered military cap with faded yellow letters reading, "I survived the shit," a bag of coffee beans with a note saying, "Your synthesizer coffee tastes like sadness, try this," and a photograph. The photograph showed 17 old men standing in front of a lake, holding fishing rods, grinning at the camera. On the back, in handwriting that looked like it came from someone who'd forgotten how to write neatly, was a message. "Glad they're thinking. Keep fighting the bureaucrats. Stay chaotic. And remember, fear's a liar. You got this. P.S. The fishing's better on Earth." Thelnox put the photograph on his desk, where it stayed for the rest of his career. A reminder of the time his civilization asked for military advisors and got 17 old men who taught an entire military to question everything. The Council's forces continued evolving. Some commanders embraced the new approach enthusiastically. Others resisted, clinging to tradition and protocol. The debates raged in council chambers and military academies. Philosophers wrote treatises on the balance between discipline and independence. Tactical manuals were rewritten, then rewritten again, then abandoned entirely in favor of principles rather than rules. It was messy, it was controversial. It created division and argument and uncertainty. It also saved lives when the real threats emerged. Because fear was a liar, and waiting for perfect conditions meant dying unprepared, and sometimes the most effective soldiers were the ones who told their commanders that the plan was stupid and did something different instead. The humans never knew the full impact of their 8 weeks on the station, never knew about the philosophical debates they sparked, the military doctrine they revolutionized, the lives saved by soldiers who'd learned to think rather than obey. They were just old men who'd survived a war and wanted to help others survive theirs. They went fishing, drank coffee that actually tasted good, told stories about the time they taught aliens how to make coffee makers from spare parts, and generally lived quiet lives that suggested they'd never left Earth at all. Except sometimes, late at night when the nightmares came, they'd look at the stars and wonder if those soldiers were okay, if the training held, if the chaos they'd created survived the bureaucracy, if anyone remembered that fear was a liar. And on a military station, thousands of light years away, a Quentarian soldier looked at a photograph of 17 old men with fishing rods and smiled, remembering the most important lesson. Fear was a liar. You could handle it. You were ready enough. And waiting for permission just meant you'd die unprepared. So you felt the fear, acknowledged it, and told it to shut up. Then you moved anyway. Because that's what the humans taught them in 8 weeks of chaos and coffee and uncomfortable truths. And sometimes, when you're facing impossible odds with incomplete information and no clear answers, that's the only lesson that matters. Years later, the Galactic Council would commission a formal study on the effectiveness of the Human Training Initiative. The study would fill 12 volumes, involve testimony from hundreds of soldiers and commanders, and conclude with the bureaucratically safe assessment that results were mixed and further research is recommended. But buried in Volume 8, in a footnote that almost nobody read, was a single statistic: survival rates for soldiers who'd trained under the humans versus those who hadn't during combat situations. The difference was 43%. 43% more soldiers came home because 17 old men had taught them that following the manual was a great way to die, that improvisation beat perfection, that fear was a liar, and that sometimes you had to tell your commanding officer that their plan was stupid and you were doing something else instead. The Council never sent another request for military advisors to Earth. They didn't need to. The lesson had been learned, passed down, adapted, changed, and integrated into a new generation of soldiers who knew that survival mattered more than protocol. Somewhere on Earth, in a small town nobody's heard of, an old man sat by a lake with a fishing rod and terrible coffee, watching the sunset and remembering a time when aliens asked for help and got exactly what they needed, even if it wasn't what they wanted. He didn't know about the 43%. Didn't know about the lives saved, or the military doctrine revolutionized, or the ongoing debates about independence versus discipline. He just knew that somewhere out there, soldiers were thinking for themselves. And maybe, just maybe, that meant something. There are exactly 3 things you need to know about the Galactic Administrative Registry of Potentially Dangerous Life Forms. First, the name is a lie. It's actually a registry of all life forms, dangerous or otherwise, but some committee thought the current name sounded more important. Second, nobody who works there actually wants to be there. And third, the coffee is terrible. Not just bad, terrible. The kind of terrible that makes you question whether the universe has any mercy whatsoever. Vexner Krilth had been working at the registry for 17 cycles. 17 long cycles. His species, the Karathi, were known throughout the galaxy for their meticulous record-keeping and their unfortunate tendency to develop stress-induced skin discoloration. Vexner's current shade was what his medical officer called concerning mauve, which was just one step below get your affairs in order purple. The problem wasn't the work itself. Cataloguing new species was actually quite straightforward. You observed them, you measured their technological development, you assigned them a threat level somewhere between harmless and evacuate the sector, and then you filed the appropriate paperwork. Simple, or at least it should have been simple. But then came file reference GH4782 SOL3, otherwise known as humanity. Vexner stared at his screen with the kind of expression usually reserved for people who've just realized they've been eating the wrong end of a particularly exotic fruit. The data made no sense, absolutely none. According to every biological model in the registry's database, humans shouldn't exist. Their homeworld's gravity was all wrong for their bone density. Their atmosphere had way too much oxygen for creatures that metabolized the way they did. Their star was the wrong color. Their moon was proportionally massive. Everything about them screamed evolutionary impossibility. And yet, there they were, not just existing, but thriving. "This is ridiculous," Vexner muttered, his tentacles twitching with frustration. He pulled up the preliminary reports filed by the observation teams. Surely they would have some explanation. The first report was from observer Telshak, who had been monitoring human broadcasts for the past cycle. Vexner read it once, then twice, then a third time, because he was certain he must have misunderstood something. Humans routinely engage in recreational activities that would be classified as suicidal behavior in any other species, the report stated. They jump from perfectly functional aircraft for fun. They climb vertical rock faces without proper climbing equipment. They surf on frozen water, sliding down mountains at speeds that would kill most species on impact. When asked why, the most common response is, because it's there, or seemed like a good idea at the time. Vexner felt his skin shifting toward a deeper purple. The second report was worse, much worse. Observer Kindala had actually visited Earth, disguised as one of their domestic animals, a golden retriever, apparently. The report read, like a fever dream written by someone who'd been hit on the head with a piece of furniture. Humans have domesticated carnivorous pack hunters and allow them to sleep in their beds, the report screamed, in what Vexner could only assume was digital terror. They keep venomous arachnids as pets. They eat substances that cause chemical burns to most species and call it seasoning. One human I observed consumed a quantity of capsaicin that should have killed them, turned bright red, sweated profusely, and then said, "That's delicious," before eating more. There was a note at the bottom of the report, requesting immediate transfer to any other assignment, would accept posting to a black hole observation station. "At least black holes make sense," Vexner's communicator chirped. It was his supervisor, Threnody Vex, a Karathi like himself, but older and significantly more purple, the kind of purple that suggested she'd been dealing with humanity longer than Vexner had. "Krilumth," she said without preamble, "I'm sending you something. It's classified at the highest level. You're going to read it, you're going to panic, and then you're going to understand why I drink. I don't drink, Director." "You will." The file arrived 3 seconds later. It was titled Protocols for Managing Contact with Sol 3 Inhabitants, a comprehensive guide to not dying horribly. It was 47,000 pages long. What? Vexner's tentacles flailed wildly. Director, this is insane. Why would we need 47,000 pages of protocols for one species? The Gennari hive mind only required 3 pages, and they're a telepathic collective consciousness that can strip a planet of resources in a matter of hours. Read page 1347, Threnody said calmly, then call me back. Vexner navigated to the specified page. The heading read, Incident Report, the phrase. Oh no. According to the report, approximately 2 cycles ago, a human had been present on commercial trading station Theta 9. The station was a neutral meeting ground where species from across the galaxy conducted business, exchanged goods, and generally tried not to start wars with each other. It was considered one of the safest places in known space. Armed conflicts were forbidden. Violence was prohibited. Even raising your voice was considered poor form. The human's name was Derek Hoffman. He was, according to the report, unremarkable in every way except for his apparent complete lack of survival instinct. The problem began in Docking Bay 7. A Vreknari cargo hauler had malfunctioned during landing, blocking the entire bay. The Vreknari, being a species that prioritized protocol above all else, had immediately begun the proper procedures for reporting the malfunction. These procedures involved filling out Form 7742B in triplicate, waiting for a certified inspector to assess the situation, scheduling a repair crew, and then, once all paperwork was properly filed and approved, fixing the problem. Estimated time to clear the bay, 6 standard days. This was unacceptable to approximately 40 ships waiting to dock, but everyone understood that these were the rules. You couldn't just bypass proper procedures. That would be chaos. Everyone understood this, except Derek Hoffman. According to 17 different security recordings, Hoffman had been sitting in the station's observation lounge, consuming what humans called beer. The beverage was, according to chemical analysis, mildly poisonous to most species. Humans drank it recreationally. Hoffman watched the growing chaos in the docking bay for approximately 11 minutes. Then he stood up, walked over to his companion, a human female named Kay Brennan, who appeared to be the more sensible of the two, and uttered the phrase that would echo through galactic history. "Hold my beer!" Kay Brennan's response was immediate and visceral. "Derek, no!" "Derek, yes," he replied, grinning in a way that the report described as deeply unsettling. What happened next was recorded from multiple angles. Hoffman walked to the docking bay, somehow bypassed 3 separate security checkpoints by simply waving at the guards and walking past them with confidence, and approached the malfunctioning cargo hauler. The Vreknari cargo master, whose name translated roughly to strict adherence to proper procedures, attempted to explain that touching the vessel without proper authorization was strictly forbidden and could result in immediate deportation from the station. Hoffman's response was to pat the Vreknari on what he assumed was a shoulder, but was actually a sensory organ, say, "I got this, buddy," and climb onto the cargo hauler. What followed was described by the station's chief engineer as technically impossible, but also somehow exactly what was needed. Hoffman spent exactly 4 minutes crawling around the exterior of the cargo hauler. He kicked something, hit something else with his fist, twisted what appeared to be a decorative element but was actually a pressure valve, and then, for reasons that no engineer could explain, he shouted an earth profanity at the ship's engine core. The cargo hauler started working perfectly. The bay was cleared in 15 minutes. Hoffman returned to the observation lounge, reclaimed his beer from Kay Brennan, and said, "See, no problem." The station's governing council spent the next 3 weeks trying to figure out what had happened. They brought in engineers from 9 different species. They analyzed every sensor reading. They interviewed Hoffman 17 times. His explanation never varied. "I don't know, man. I just kind of felt what was wrong and fixed it." This was impossible. Ships didn't work on feelings. They worked on clearly defined mechanical and energy principles. You couldn't just hit things and make them work, except apparently you could if you were human. The incident report concluded with a single line that Vexner read 3 times. Recommend classifying humans as Category Omega, unpredictable reality distortion. Vexner called Threnody back. His skin had achieved a shade of purple he didn't even know was possible. This can't be real, he said. This has to be some kind of joke, a test for new employees, right? I wish, Threnody replied. Keep reading. It gets worse. Vexner didn't want to keep reading. He really didn't want to keep reading. But he was a Karathi, and Karathi always followed procedures. So he kept reading. Page 3209, The Manila Envelope Incident. Page 7412, Why You Should Never Challenge a Human to a Contest of Any Kind. Page 15803, The Human Concept of Duct Tape and Why It Violates Several Fundamental Laws of Physics. Page 22096, Case Study, How Humanity Solved an Interstellar Navigation Problem using what they call eyeballing it. Each incident was more absurd than the last, and yet each had been verified by multiple independent observers. These weren't stories, they weren't legends, they were documented facts. Vexner felt something he hadn't felt since his first day at the registry. Genuine, existential terror. He was about to close the file when he noticed something strange. There was an appendix at the very end of the document. It was titled simply, The List. The list was exactly what it sounded like. A comprehensive compilation of every time a human had said the phrase, "Hold my beer," or any variation thereof, followed by whatever insane thing they'd done next. The list was updated in real time. The list was currently 247,000 entries long, and it was growing. Vexner watched in horror as the number ticked up while he stared at the screen. 247,001, 247,002. Somewhere in the galaxy, right at this very moment, a human was saying those 3 words and preparing to do something that would make sense to absolutely no one, except other humans. His communicator chirped again. Threnody Vex looked even more purple than before, which Vexner hadn't thought possible. There's been another incident, she said. Sector 42, mining colony. The humans weren't even supposed to be there. What happened? What always happens. Someone said, "Hold my beer," and now we have a situation. Vexner felt his career flashing before his eyes. He joined the registry because he wanted a quiet life, a safe, predictable, bureaucratic life filled with forms and procedures and absolutely no excitement whatsoever. "Director," he said carefully, "perhaps we should just classify humanity as a Category 5 threat and recommend minimal contact. Already tried that 6 cycles ago. It didn't work." "Why not?" "Because humans don't care about threat classifications. They saw the warning beacons we placed around their system and thought they were invitations. They're like moths drawn to a flame, except the flame is danger and they're flying toward it while laughing." Vexner's tentacles drooped in defeat. "So what do? We do what we've been doing for the past 2 cycles, Threnody said. We watch, we document, we try to predict where they'll cause chaos next. And we hope that when the inevitable disaster happens, they'll fix it the same way they cause it. How's that? By doing something completely impossible that somehow works anyway." Vexner looked at his screen, at the file that was supposed to be his routine assignment, at the list that kept growing. And he realized something that made his skin turn a shade of purple that his medical database didn't even have a name for. Humanity hadn't just been discovered by the galaxy. The galaxy had been discovered by humanity, and nothing would ever make sense again. He opened a new file and began typing his preliminary report on human classification. He got exactly 3 words in before stopping. Humans were what? Dangerous? Certainly. Unpredictable? Absolutely. Impossible. By every measure the galaxy had. But there was something else, something that none of the reports had quite captured. Something that made Vexner's analytical mind itch with the uncomfortable sensation of not understanding. Humans were fun. Not fun in the safe, controlled way that the Karate understood fun. Not the carefully regulated recreational activities that other species engaged in, but genuine, unpredictable, chaos-inducing fun. They looked at the universe and saw not a place of rules and order and careful procedures, but a place of possibilities. And that was the most terrifying thing of all. Vexner deleted his 3 words and started over. This was going to take a while. Meanwhile, on commercial trading station Theta 9, Kay Brennan was having what she generously referred to as a very long day. The problem with being the only consistently sensible human in any given situation was that everyone assumed you could control the other humans. This was, Kay had discovered, like assuming you could control a thunderstorm by asking it politely to rain somewhere else. Derek Hoffman sat across from her in the station's mediocre excuse for a restaurant, grinning like someone who hadn't just caused an interstellar incident. "You can't keep doing this," Kay said, pinching the bridge of her nose in a gesture that had become depressingly familiar over the past few months. "Doing what?" Derek replied innocently. "I fixed the problem. You violated station protocols. You touched a civilian vessel without authorization. You could have been arrested. But I wasn't arrested. Because it worked." Derek leaned back in his chair with the confidence of someone who had never once considered the consequences of their actions. Besides, everyone was happy in the end. "The Breknari guy even thanked me. He filed a formal complaint. He thanked me first. The complaint came later, which means the thank you counts more." Kay stared at him. This was Derek's logic. This was the logic that had gotten them through 3 separate diplomatic incidents, 2 near-death experiences, and 1 situation involving a sentient plant that still gave her nightmares. The worst part, his logic worked. Not in any way that made sense, but it worked nonetheless. "Derek," she said slowly, "do you understand that we're representing humanity out here? That everything we do reflects on our entire species?" "Yep. And you're okay with that?" "Sure. Humans are great. We figure stuff out. We help people. We fix things." He paused. "Sometimes we break things first, but we always fix them eventually." Kay wanted to argue. She wanted to explain that the galaxy didn't work on eventually, that there were rules and procedures and carefully established protocols that existed for very good reasons. But she'd been traveling with Derek for 6 months now. 6 months of watching him solve problems that shouldn't be solvable. 6 months of seeing him befriend species that were supposed to be hostile. 6 months of witnessing the impossible become routine. And she'd realized something that her very organized, very rational mind had trouble accepting. Derek wasn't crazy. Well, he was a little crazy, but that wasn't the point. The point was that Derek saw the universe differently than everyone else. Where others saw rules, he saw suggestions. Where others saw barriers, he saw mild inconveniences. Where others saw impossible problems, he saw interesting challenges. And somehow, inexplicably, that worked. "Just promise me something," Kay said finally. "Anything. The next time you feel the urge to say, 'Hold my beer,' before doing something stupid. Yeah, at least try to think it through first." Derek considered this for a moment. "I can do that. How long should I think? More than 3 seconds would be a good start." "Deal!" Derek grinned. "See, I can be responsible." Kay had her doubts, serious doubts, but she'd learned that arguing with Derek was like arguing with a force of nature. You couldn't win. You could only hope to establish a few ground rules and pray he remembered them when it mattered. Her communicator buzzed. It was a message from the station administrator. Apparently, the governing council wanted to speak with both of them, immediately. This was either very good or very bad. Knowing Derek, it was probably bad. They made their way to the council chambers, which were designed to be impressive. High ceilings, elegant architecture, subtle lighting that suggested both authority and wisdom. It was the kind of room that made you want to behave yourself. Derek looked around and said, "Nice place. Do you think they'd let me hang a hammock in here? Kay closed her eyes and counted to 10, in 3 different languages. The council consisted of 7 members, each representing different species and interests. They all looked tired, the kind of tired that suggested they'd been dealing with something exhausting for far too long. The council leader, a distinguished Karathi named Venshara, cleared his throat. Derek Hoffman, Kay Brennan, thank you for joining us. No problem, Derek said cheerfully. Love what you've done with the place. Venshara's skin shifted toward purple. Kay recognized it as a bad sign. We've been reviewing the incident in Docking Bay 7, Venshara continued. While we acknowledge that your intervention did resolve the immediate problem, it has created certain complications. Complications? Kay asked carefully. 23 ships have filed requests for Derek Hoffman to examine their vessels, another council member explained. Apparently, word has spread that he can fix things by feeling them. This is not a recognized repair methodology. I mean, it works, though, Derek pointed out. That's not the point. Venshara's purple deepened. The point is that we have procedures, standards, certifications. You can't just declare yourself a mechanic because you successfully kicked a cargo hauler. Technically, I kicked it and hit it and shouted at it, Derek corrected. It was a comprehensive approach. Kay wanted to die, just cease existing right there in the council chambers. It would be easier than dealing with this. But Venshara surprised her. Instead of exploding with rage or calling security, he simply deflated. The purple faded to a resigned mauve. We've been receiving reports about humans for the past 2 cycles, he said quietly. At first, we thought they were exaggerations. Surely no species could be that awesome, Derek suggested. Chaotic, Venshara corrected, but the reports keep coming, and they're all verified, all true. Humans don't follow patterns. You don't behave the way biological entities are supposed to behave. You break rules we didn't even know could be broken. Is that a bad thing? Derek asked, genuinely curious. The council members looked at each other. Several tentacles twitched. A few manipulator appendages flexed nervously. One member's bioluminescent patches flickered uncertainly. We don't know, Venshara admitted. That's the problem. We've established protocols for aggressive species, for expansionist species, for technologically superior species, but we have no protocols for species that are just weird, Derek offered helpfully, unpredictable. Kay decided it was time to intervene before Derek made things worse. Council Leader Venshara, I apologize for my colleagues' unorthodox methods. We're still learning galactic customs. Perhaps if you could provide us with a copy of the relevant regulations, we could ensure better compliance in the future. It was a good diplomatic answer. Professional, reasonable, exactly what the situation called for. Venshara laughed. It wasn't a happy laugh. It was the laugh of someone who'd been pushed past the point of rational thought. Regulations? You want regulations? He activated his console, and a holographic document appeared. It was enormous. This is the protocol manual for managing human interactions. 47,000 pages. We've been working on it for 2 cycles, and do you know how many humans have actually read it? None, Kay guessed. None, Venshara confirmed. Not a single human. We've sent copies to your government, to your various space agencies, to individual humans we've encountered. And every single time, they either ignore it completely or use it as kindling, Derek suggested. One human used it to level a table. Venshara looked like he might cry. 47,000 pages of carefully researched protocols, and it became furniture stabilization. Kay felt a laugh building in her chest. She fought it down. This was not the time, but Derek had no such restraint. He burst out laughing. That's brilliant! Which human was it? I want to buy them a drink. This isn't funny, Venshara snapped. It kind of is, though, Derek replied, still chuckling. I mean, come on. You spent 2 years writing a manual about us, and we're using it to fix wobbly tables. That's peak human behavior right there. And then, something unexpected happened. Venshara started laughing too. It started as a small chuckle, then grew into full-blown laughter. Soon, the entire council was laughing. The kind of laughter that comes from accumulated stress and absurdity, and the sudden realization that maybe, just maybe, you've been taking things too seriously. When the laughter finally subsided, Venshara wiped his eyes and looked at Derek with something that might have been respect. "You're absolutely right," he said. "It is peak human behavior. And that's exactly the problem. We can't regulate you because you don't want to be regulated. You see rules as suggestions, protocols as starting points, safety measures as interesting challenges to overcome." "Guilty," Derek admitted cheerfully. "So we're faced with a choice," Venshara continued. "We can either ban humans from the station, which would solve nothing because you'd probably just ignore the ban." "Probably," Derek confirmed. "Or we can accept that humanity is going to do whatever humanity does, and we just need to adapt." Kay saw her opportunity. "If I might suggest a compromise, what if Derek and I serve as liaisons? When problems arise that require human-style solutions, you contact us. We ensure things are done safely, or at least as safely as possible when Derek's involved." "Hey!" Derek protested. "Am I wrong?" "No, but still." Venshara considered this. "A human liaison position. Someone to translate between human chaos and galactic order." He looked at the other council members. "It's insane." "It might work," another member added. "Those two statements aren't mutually exclusive when humans are involved," a third member pointed out. "All right," Venshara decided. "Trial period. 3 cycles. You serve as our human consultants. If it works, we'll make it permanent. If it doesn't work, we'll figure something out," Kay promised. "We always do." "That's what worries me," Venshara muttered. They left the council chambers with what Derek insisted was a promotion, and Kay considered a disaster waiting to happen. "See," Derek said as they walked back to their quarters, "everything worked out." "We're not employed as human chaos managers," Kay replied. "That's not a normal job description." "It is now! We're pioneers, trailblazers, the first humans to officially represent our species in a galactic capacity. We're the first humans they've met who haven't been immediately deported." "Exactly. Success." Kay couldn't argue with that logic, mainly because Derek's logic existed in a dimension that normal logic couldn't access. But as they walked through the station, Kay noticed something interesting. The other species they passed weren't looking at them with fear or suspicion. They were looking at them with curiosity. Word had spread about Derek's repair work, about the human who'd solved in minutes what should have taken days. Some species nodded in greeting, others kept their distance, but it was respectful distance, not frightened distance. Humanity had made an impression. What kind of impression remained to be seen? Back in his office, Vexna Krillamph stared at his screen in growing horror. The preliminary report had been bad. The incident reports had been worse. But now he'd reached the section titled Theoretical Analysis, Human Problem-Solving Methodology. The report had been compiled by the galaxy's leading xenopsychologists. These were individuals who'd spent their entire careers studying how different species think, how they process information, how they make decisions. Their conclusion about humanity was simple: we have no idea. "It is our professional assessment," the report stated, "that human cognition does not follow any recognized pattern. They appear to make decisions based on factors that include but are not limited to intuition, boredom, curiosity, the phrase why not, perceived entertainment value, and something they call because it would be funny." The report continued. "Traditional threat assessment models are inadequate for evaluating human behavior. Standard prediction algorithms fail with 97% consistency. The remaining 3% appear to be statistical anomalies rather than successful predictions." Vexner felt his skin approaching colors that shouldn't exist in nature. There was a case study attached. It described a human named Patricia Valdez, who'd been working on an asteroid mining operation. The operation had encountered a problem. A piece of equipment had become lodged in a narrow tunnel. Standard procedure was to carefully extract it using precision tools and careful maneuvering. Patricia's solution: "I'm going to ride it like a surfboard, and gravity will pull us both out." This should not have worked. It violated basic physics. But according to 17 different sensor logs, Patricia had indeed ridden the equipment out of the tunnel, landed safely, and then asked if anyone wanted to go again. The report noted, when asked to explain her reasoning, Valdez stated, "I don't know, seemed fun." This appears to be a common human justification for behavior that borders on suicidal. Vexner was beginning to understand why Threnody drank. His communicator buzzed. It was an urgent message from the Galactic Science Council. They'd been conducting long-range observations of Earth and had some findings. Vexner opened the file with trembling tentacles. The findings were impossible. According to the observations, Earth should not be able to support complex life. The planet's magnetic field was too weak, the atmosphere was too volatile, the tectonic activity was too aggressive. Every model suggested that life on Earth should have been wiped out dozens of times by natural disasters. And it had been. The report documented at least 5 major extinction events in Earth's history. But life kept coming back. And not just coming back, but evolving into increasingly complex forms, until finally producing humans, who appeared to be the concentrated essence of refusing to die, despite overwhelming odds. Humanity's existence, the report concluded, appears to be less a product of favorable evolutionary conditions and more an act of sheer stubbornness. They evolved on a planet that actively tried to kill them, and they responded by thriving. This may explain their behavioral patterns. They approach the universe the same way they approached their hostile homeworld, with determination, creativity, and an apparent inability to recognize when they should give up. There was a footnote at the bottom of the page. Further research is required to determine if this stubbornness is a survival trait or a species-wide death wish, possibly both. Vexner closed the file, then opened it again, then closed it, then stared at his ceiling for several minutes while contemplating a career change. The problem was that he was good at his job. He understood xenobiology. He understood threat assessment. He understood how to classify species based on observable criteria. But humans didn't fit. They were biological impossibilities with a penchant for chaos and an apparent immunity to common sense. His communicator buzzed again. Another message from Threnody. "Stop trying to make sense of it," she wrote. "You'll just hurt yourself. Accept that humans are weird and move on." "But that's not scientific," Vexner typed back. "Neither are humans. Get used to it." Vexner sighed. His skin was now a color he was fairly certain indicated existential crisis. He opened a new document and began writing his official classification recommendation for humanity. He typed 7 different versions, deleted all of them, started over, deleted that too. Finally, in frustration, he typed, "Humans are what happens when evolution gets drunk and makes bad decisions. Recommend cautious observation and maintain safe distance. Also recommend updating insurance policies." It wasn't professional. It wasn't scientific. It wasn't even particularly helpful. But it was accurate. He sent it to Threnody and waited for her response. It came 3 seconds later. "Approved. Welcome to the reality of dealing with humanity. Your skin will be permanently purple from now on." Vexner looked at himself in the reflective surface of his desk. She was right. He was very purple. He opened his drawer and pulled out a small container. Inside was a human beverage Derek Hoffman had given him during a previous meeting. Derek had called it whiskey and said it helped with stress. Vexner had been saving it for a special occasion. This seemed to qualify. He took a small sip and immediately regretted it. The liquid burned. It was like drinking fire. How did humans consume this voluntarily? But then something interesting happened. The burning faded to warmth. The warmth spread through his system, and for the first time in weeks, Vexner felt his stress levels dropping. Maybe humans were onto something after all. He took another sip. His skin remained purple, but somehow he minded less. 3 sectors away, on mining colony designation 42, something was about to happen that would prove every warning about humanity correct. The colony was staffed by Karathi miners who'd been extracting valuable minerals from an asteroid belt for the past 8 cycles. It was routine work, predictable, safe, boring, which was exactly how they liked it. The problem started when a human ship requested permission to dock for repairs. The colony administrator, whose name translated roughly to excessive caution, had initially refused. The regulations were clear. No unauthorized vessels were permitted, but the human ship's captain, a woman named Rivera, had been very polite, very professional, very convincing in her explanation that they only needed minor repairs and would be gone within 2 standard days. Excessive caution had consulted the manual, checked the protocols, verified the regulations, and made the fatal mistake of saying yes. The human crew consisted of 4 individuals: Rivera, who appeared competent, an engineer named Hofstadter, who seemed knowledgeable, a navigator named Chen Okonkwo, who was quiet but efficient, and someone named Rafe. Just Rafe. No last name. No formal title. When asked what his role was, he'd responded, "I'm the guy who fixes things when they break." This should have been excessive caution's first warning. The repairs went smoothly for the first day. The human crew kept to themselves, worked efficiently, and caused no problems whatsoever. Excessive caution began to relax. Perhaps the warnings about humans were exaggerated. Perhaps they were perfectly reasonable beings who simply had unfortunate reputations. Then came day 2. Excessive caution was reviewing the mining schedules when his assistant, whose name meant mild anxiety, rushed into his office. "Sir, we have a situation." Those 3 words sent excessive caution's skin into emergency purple. What kind of situation? It's the humans. Specifically, it's Rafe. What has he done? He's in the main excavation shaft. That's restricted. How did he get access? He walked past the security checkpoint, said don't worry about it, and kept walking. The guards were so confused they just let him through. This was a very human thing to do. Act with such confidence that people assume you must have authorization. Excessive caution activated the shaft monitoring systems. Sure enough, there was Rafe, standing in front of the primary drilling mechanism. The drill had been malfunctioning for the past 3 days. Not seriously, but enough to reduce efficiency by 12%. A replacement part was scheduled to arrive in 2 weeks. The regulations were clear. Until the replacement arrived, the drill would operate at reduced capacity. Attempting repairs without proper parts and authorization was forbidden. Excessive caution watched in growing horror as Rafe examined the drill, walked around it, kicked it once, nodded to himself, and then Rafe did something that made excessive caution's blood run cold. He looked directly at the security camera and grinned. "Hey!" Rafe shouted, apparently knowing someone was watching. "You might want to clear everyone out of this section. This is gonna get loud." "What?" Excessive caution screamed at the monitor. "What is he doing?" He activated the communication system. "Human Rafe, step away from the drilling mechanism immediately. You are in violation of 17 safety regulations." Rafe's response came through crystal clear. "Yeah, but here's the thing. Your drill's not actually broken. The calibration's just off because of microfractures in the asteroid's composition. I can fix it. You don't have authorization." "True, but I have this." Rafe held up what appeared to be a human tool, something called A wrench. Excessive Caution had a very bad feeling about this. "Do not touch that drill," he commanded. "Too late," Rafe replied cheerfully, and then he said the words that would haunt Excessive Caution's nightmares for cycles to come. "Someone hold my beer. Oh, wait, I don't have a beer. Guess I'm doing this sober. That's a first." "No," Excessive Caution wailed. What happened next was later described by the colony's chief engineer as physically impossible, but also somehow exactly the right thing to do. Rafe climbed onto the drilling mechanism while it was running, at reduced capacity, but still running. He balanced on a support strut, reached into the drill's calibration housing, and started adjusting things with his bare hands. "He's going to die!" Excessive Caution screamed. "Someone stop him!" But the security team was frozen in place, watching in horror as Rafe worked. He twisted something, pulled something else, hit a component with his wrench, adjusted a setting that should have required computer-assisted precision. And then he jumped off the drill as it suddenly roared to full power. The drill was working perfectly, better than it had in months. Rafe landed, dusted himself off, and gave the security camera a thumbs up. "There you go, good as new. Actually better than new. I optimized the torque ratio while I was in there." Excessive Caution stared at his monitors, in shock. The drill's efficiency had increased to 108%. That shouldn't be possible. Drills didn't operate above maximum efficiency. That's why it was called maximum. His assistant was the color of a deep bruise. "Sir, what do we do?" I don't... Excessive Caution couldn't form words. His entire understanding of reality had been shattered in the space of 3 minutes. Rafe made his way back to the surface, where Captain Rivera was waiting with her arms crossed. "Rafe," she said in a tone that suggested this was not the first time they'd had this conversation. "Captain," he replied innocently, "what did I say before we docked? Don't touch anything? And what did you do? Touched something?" Rivera pinched the bridge of her nose. "We're trying to make a good impression. We're trying to show the galaxy that humans can follow rules. But I fixed it. It's working better now. That's not the point." Excessive Caution arrived, out of breath from running. He stared at Rafe with an expression caught between gratitude and terror. You fixed the drill," he managed to say. "Yep," Rafe confirmed. "No problem." "But how? You didn't have schematics. You didn't have the proper tools. You didn't even have authorization." Rafe shrugged. "Didn't need any of that. I could hear what was wrong." "You could hear it?" "Sure. It was making this little clicking sound that meant the calibration was off. So I adjusted it. Simple." "That's not simple. That's impossible." "Nah, impossible is different. Impossible is like, I don't know, time travel or something. This was just mechanical work." Excessive Caution felt his carefully ordered worldview crumbling. He'd spent his entire career following procedures, respecting protocols, doing things the right way, and this human had just solved in minutes what his entire engineering team had declared required specialized parts and 2 weeks of careful work. "I should ban you from the colony," Excessive Caution said weakly. "Yeah, probably," Rafe agreed. "But you're not gonna." "Why not?" "Because your other 3 drills have the same problem, and now you know they can be fixed without waiting for parts." Excessive Caution checked his monitoring systems. Rafe was right. The other drills showed similar calibration drift. "How did you know that?" "Lucky guess?" Rafe offered. It was not a lucky guess. Somehow, this human had assessed the entire operation in the brief time they'd been docked and identified problems the colony's own engineers had missed. Captain Rivera stepped forward. "Administrator, I apologize for my crew members' behavior. We'll complete our repairs and leave immediately." But Excessive Caution surprised himself. "Wait." Everyone looked at him. Could you fix the other drills too?" Rafe grinned. "Absolutely. This is fun." "This is a violation of 17 regulations," Excessive Caution protested, then added more quietly, "But yes, please, fix them." 2 hours later, all 4 drills were operating at over 100% efficiency. The colony's mining output had increased by 23%. Production quotas that were supposed to take 3 months would now be completed in 2. Excessive Caution sat in his office, staring at the efficiency reports. His skin had achieved a purple so deep it was almost black. His assistant entered with a message. "Sir, the human ship is requesting permission to depart." "Granted," Excessive Caution said automatically. Then, "Wait. Send them this." He quickly composed a message. "Thank you for your assistance. Please never return. Also, if you encounter other humans who can fix things by hearing them, please keep them away from my colony. My stress levels cannot survive another encounter." The response came back 3 minutes later from Captain Rivera. "Understood. For what it's worth, Rafe is actually one of the calmer ones. Some humans are much worse." Excessive Caution added a new note to his personal log. "Request transfer to observation post in uninhabited system. Preferably one humans will never visit. Recommendation: find system with absolutely nothing interesting. Humans appear drawn to interesting things." The human ship departed. The colony returned to normal operations, except now they were producing 23% more efficiently, which meant revised quotas, new schedules, and completely disrupted long-term planning. Excessive Caution filed his incident report. He was thorough, professional, detailed, and at the very end he added one line: "Recommend updating the list. Entry: human named Rafe fixed 4 industrial drills without authorization, proper tools, or apparent understanding of why this should be impossible. Succeeded anyway. No injuries. Increased efficiency by 23%. Humans continue to violate reality with alarming regularity." The report was forwarded to Vexner Krilmth, who read it, updated the list, and took another drink of whiskey. His skin remained purple. He was getting used to it. Across the galaxy, in a small apartment on Earth, a young woman named Jessie Kowalski was having a bad day. Her spacecraft's navigation system had crashed. She had a job interview in 3 days that required her to be 17 light-years away. And her cat had somehow gotten stuck in the ventilation system. "This is ridiculous," she shouted at the universe in general. The universe, as usual, didn't respond. Jessie looked at her dead navigation console, looked at the service manual, looked at the estimated repair time of 5 to 7 days, and then she said the words that would eventually add another entry to the list. "You know what? I'll just fix it myself. How hard can it be?" Somewhere in a galactic administrative office, Vexner felt a chill run through his tentacles for no apparent reason. The list updated itself. 247,003. Time passed, as it tends to do. Vexner had been monitoring humanity for 6 cycles now. 6 long cycles. He'd read thousands of incident reports, updated the list more times than he could count, consumed enough whiskey to stock a small bar, and he'd come to a realization that he wasn't sure he wanted to accept. Humans weren't just chaotic. They weren't just unpredictable. They were something the galaxy had never encountered before. Functional chaos. Every species had problems. Equipment failures, logistical nightmares, bureaucratic tangles. These problems were solved through careful planning, proper procedures, and established protocols, except when humans were involved. When humans encountered problems, they solved them through what appeared to be sheer force of will, combined with complete disregard for how things were supposed to work. And it worked. That was the truly maddening part. It worked. Vexner's office had become something of a gallery of human incidents. He'd printed out the most absurd reports and pinned them to his walls. His colleagues thought he was obsessed. They were probably right. But Vexner had realized something important. Humans weren't just chaos. They were creative chaos. They looked at problems from angles that other species didn't even know existed. His communicator buzzed. It was Threnody Vex, and she sounded different, less stressed, almost amused. "Krilmth," she said, "we have a situation." What kind of situation? Vexner asked wearily. He'd learned that situation in the context of humans could mean anything from minor inconvenience to fundamental reshaping of physical laws. The good kind, I think. Maybe. We're calling an emergency session of the Galactic Council. Topic: humanity. Specifically, what to do about humanity. I thought we'd decided on watchful observation and strategic avoidance. That was before the Graviton 9 incident. Vexner felt his skin paling. What happened at Graviton 9? Nothing bad. That's the surprising part. Graviton 9 had a complete power system failure. Total blackout. Life support critical. They were 6 hours away from evacuating the entire station when a human freighter happened to pass by. Please tell me they didn't. They did. 3 humans working without proper equipment or authorization restored power to a station that our best engineers said would take weeks to fix. Did it in 4 hours, using what they called spare parts and optimism. Vexner pulled up the report, read it 3 times, checked the verification signatures. It was all true. The council meeting is in 2 standard hours, Threnody continued. They want you to present your findings on humanity. Think you can condense 6 cycles of observations into a coherent presentation? Probably not, but I'll try. That's the spirit. Oh, and Krillamph? Yes? Wear your most professional attire. This is going to be the most important presentation of your career. Why? Because the council is considering offering humanity a permanent seat. Vexner's tentacles stopped moving. What? You heard me. A council seat. Full membership in the galactic community. And they want your recommendation on whether we're completely insane for considering it. The communication ended. Vexnor sat in his purple-tinted office, surrounded by reports of human chaos, and tried to figure out how to explain 6 cycles of impossible observations to the galaxy's most important governing body. He opened a new file and titled it Humanity, a comprehensive analysis of why everything we thought we knew was wrong. Then he started writing. 2 hours later, Vexner stood before the Galactic Council. The chamber was filled with representatives from 47 species. All of them looked at him with expressions ranging from curiosity to concern. The council leader, an ancient Quarathi named Threnor Vex, who'd held the position for 20 cycles, gestured for Vexner to begin. "Honorable Council," Vexner started, his voice remarkably steady despite his internal panic. "I've been asked to present my findings on humanity, to determine whether they're suitable for membership in the galactic community." He activated his presentation. The first slide showed a simple question. What are humans? 6 cycles ago, I would have said humans are a biological impossibility, a species that shouldn't exist but does anyway. I would have recommended minimal contact and cautious observation. Vexner changed slides. This one showed the list. This is a compilation of every time a human has uttered the phrase, "hold my beer," or any variation thereof, followed by whatever action they took next. When I started tracking this 6 cycles ago, the list had 247,000 entries. He paused for effect. It now has over 800,000 entries. Gasps rippled through the chamber. In the past 6 cycles, humans have repaired 43 ships using methods that violate known engineering principles, solved 18 supposedly unsolvable diplomatic disputes by simply ignoring protocols and talking to people, saved 7 space stations from various disasters using what they call creative problem-solving, and somehow befriended species that were classified as impossible to communicate with. Another slide. This one showed efficiency reports from Mining Colony 42. When humans interact with our technology, efficiency increases by an average of 19%. When asked how they achieve this, the most common response is, "I don't know, it just seemed right." Vexner looked around the chamber. Every eye was on him. Humans don't follow our rules because they can't. not because they're malicious or deliberately contrary, but because they literally process reality differently than every other known species. They see problems as puzzles to be solved rather than obstacles to be avoided. He changed slides again. This one showed a quote from Derek Hoffman. "We figure stuff out. That's what humans do. And that honorable counsel is what makes humanity both terrifying and valuable. They figure stuff out. When faced with impossible problems, they don't give up. They don't follow procedures. They just figure it out." The council leader leaned forward. "So what is your recommendation, Analyst Krilimth? Should we grant humanity membership?" Vexner took a deep breath. His entire career had led to this moment. "Yes," he said. "Absolutely yes." More gasps. "But," Vexner continued, "with conditions. We should grant humanity membership not despite their chaos, but because of it. Every species here represents order, structure, predictability. We've built a galaxy based on careful planning and established protocols." He gestured to his final slide, which showed a simple statement. Chaos is not the enemy. Stagnation is. Humanity represents something we've been missing: innovation, creativity, the willingness to break rules when those rules don't make sense. We've become so focused on maintaining order that we've forgotten how to adapt, how to grow. Vexner's voice grew stronger. "Yes, humans are chaotic. Yes, they're unpredictable. Yes, they'll drive us all insane with their complete disregard for proper procedures, but they'll also save us when our careful plans fail. They'll solve problems we didn't even know we had. They'll remind us that the universe is not meant to be controlled, but explored." He paused, looking at each council member in turn. "My recommendation is this: grant humanity full membership. Assign them to problem-solving positions where their creativity is an asset rather than a liability. And most importantly, learn from them. Because if 6 cycles of observation has taught me anything, it's that humans have something we desperately need." "What's that?" the council leader asked. "The courage to say why not instead of why." The chamber fell silent. Then the council leader did something unprecedented. He started laughing, not the stressed laughter of Venshara, but genuine, delighted laughter. "Analyst Krilimth," he said once he'd composed himself, "that is the most passionate defense of chaos I've ever heard. And coming from a Karathi, that makes it even more remarkable. I've been driven temporarily insane by 6 cycles of observing humans," Vexner admitted. "But it's the good kind of insane." The council deliberated for 3 standard hours. Vexner waited outside, his skin cycling through every shade of purple known to science, and several that weren't. Finally, they called him back in. "The council has reached a decision," the council leader announced. "By a vote of 41 to 6, we are extending an invitation to humanity to join the galactic community as full members." Vexner felt relief wash over him. "However," the council leader continued, "we are also implementing what we're calling the Krilimth Protocol, named after you, since you seem to be the only being in the galaxy who understands humans even slightly." "What's the protocol?" "Every major installation, ship and facility will have at least 1 human on staff, not as crew, not as workers, but as consultants. When problems arise that seem unsolvable, we ask the human for input. When equipment fails in ways our engineers can't fix, we let the human feel what's wrong. When diplomatic situations become impossible, we send in the human to say whatever ridiculous thing will somehow make it work." "You're institutionalizing human chaos," Vexner said in wonder. "We're harnessing it," the council leader corrected. "The difference being that now it's official, with proper documentation and safety protocols, which the humans will probably ignore, but at least we'll have tried." Vexner felt something he hadn't felt in 6 cycles. Hope. "There's one more thing," the council leader added. "We need someone to head the new Human Integration Department. Someone who understands both our need for order and humanity's need for chaos. Someone who's dedicated 6 cycles to studying humans and somehow remained mostly sane. Vexner's tentacles drooped. No. Yes. Please no. You're promoted. Congratulations, Director Krilimth. My skin is going to be purple forever. Consider it a badge of honor, the council leader said with a smile. Welcome to the most challenging job in the galaxy. 3 months later, the Human Integration Department was operational. Vexnor had assembled a team of analysts, all of whom had varying degrees of purple skin. They monitored human activities across the galaxy, provided support when needed, and tried very hard not to have mental breakdowns when humans did human things. The first official Human Council representative arrived on schedule. Her name was Maxine Cross, and she had what Vexner had learned to recognize as the look that said, "I'm about to do something you won't like, but will probably work anyway." "Director Krilimth," Maxine said cheerfully, shaking his tentacle in the human greeting custom. "Heard great things about you. Looking forward to working together." "Likewise," Vexner replied cautiously. "I've prepared an orientation package for you. It covers council protocols, diplomatic procedures, and proper channels for—" "Yeah, I'm probably not going to read that," Maxine interrupted. "No offense, I'm sure it's very thorough, but I work better when I just kind of feel things out." Vexner's tentacles twitched. "That's what I was afraid of." "But hey, look at it this way. Between your obsessive planning and my chaotic improvisation, we'll probably balance each other out." "That's not how balance works." "Sure it is. You do the boring stuff, I do the fun stuff, and somehow we both end up looking good." Vexner realized that this was his life now. Forever. Until either he retired or evolved into a being of pure stress. "One rule," he said firmly. "One rule. Before you do anything that might cause an interstellar incident, you check with me first." "Deal," Maxine agreed. "How do you define interstellar incident, though?" "Anything that would make me more purple than I already am." "So, pretty much everything I do?" "Precisely!" Maxine grinned. "This is going to be fun." "That's what I'm afraid of," Vexner muttered. But as Maxine walked away to explore the council chambers, Vexner found himself smiling. Well, the Karathi equivalent of smiling. His tentacles unclenched slightly. Maybe this would work. Maybe humanity's chaos and the galaxy's order could coexist. Maybe they'd learn from each other, or maybe everything would explode spectacularly and Vexner would end up in the history books as the being who accidentally destroyed galactic civilization by letting humans have official authority. Either way, it would certainly be interesting. His communicator buzzed. It was a priority alert from Sector 97. "Director Krilimth," the message read, "Human consultant Jerry Nakamura has solved our plasma containment problem by hitting it with what he calls a hammer. The problem we've been working on for 3 months is fixed. Also, he's asking if we have any beer. Please advise." Vexner pulled up his files on Jerry Nakamura. The man's record included 14 separate entries on the list. His specialization was listed as fixing things that aren't supposed to be fixable. Vexner composed his response. "Send Jerry a case of beer. Add plasma containment to the list of things humans can fix by hitting them. Update the Krilimth protocol to include sometimes percussive maintenance is valid if a human is doing it." He sent the message and leaned back in his chair. 6 cycles ago, he'd been a simple analyst with dreams of a quiet, predictable career. Now he was the director of human integration, permanently purple, and spending his days documenting the impossible. His communicator buzzed again. This time, it was Threnody Vex. "How's your first day as director?" she asked. "Chaotic, exhausting, terrifying. So normal for anything involving humans." "Exactly. Get used to it. Humanity's just getting started. The list is going to grow. The incidents are going to multiply. And you're going to be right there in the middle of it, trying to maintain some semblance of order while humans cheerfully destroy every assumption we've ever made about how reality works." "I know," Vexner said. And I think I'm actually looking forward to it." Threnody laughed. Then you've officially gone insane. Welcome to the club. Your permanent purple skin is your membership card." The communication ended. Vexnor looked at his reflection in his desk's surface. Purple. Completely, utterly, permanently purple. He opened his drawer and pulled out a new bottle of whiskey. This one was a gift from Derek Hoffman, who'd included a note, "For when humans make your life interesting, which is always." Vexnor poured himself a drink. Somewhere in the galaxy, someone was probably saying, "Hold my beer," right at this very moment. The list would update. An incident would occur. Reality would bend in ways it shouldn't. And Vexnor would document it all, one impossible human achievement at a time. His communicator buzzed with 17 new alerts. He took a sip of whiskey. "Here we go again," he muttered. And despite everything, despite the chaos and the impossibility and the permanent purple skin, Vexnor found himself smiling. The galaxy had encountered humanity, and nothing would ever be predictable again. But maybe, just maybe, that was exactly what the galaxy needed. 1 year later, Vexnor stood at the grand opening of the first official Human Galactic Cooperation Center. It was a massive facility designed to bring together the galaxy's need for order with humanity's gift for creative chaos. The center had departments for everything: engineering, problem-solving, diplomatic innovation, emergency response, creative technology integration, and a division simply called "When All Else Fails, Ask a Human." Vexnor gave a speech. He talked about challenges and opportunities, about growth and adaptation, about learning to embrace uncertainty, and at the very end he said something that he never thought he'd say. The first rule of galactic survival used to be, maintain order at all costs. But we've learned a new rule, a better rule. When a human says, "Hold my beer," don't run, watch. Because you're about to witness something impossible become routine. You're about to see the universe bend just slightly to accommodate human determination. And you might, if you're very lucky, learn something that will change your understanding of what's possible. The audience applauded. Humans and aliens together. Maxine Cross approached him afterward. "Great speech, Director. Very inspiring." "Thank you. How are you settling into your role?" "Oh, fantastic. I've already identified 6 major inefficiencies in Council procedures and have suggestions for fixing them." Vexnor's tentacles twitched. "Please tell me your suggestions involve proper documentation and approved methodologies?" "Nope, but they'll work anyway." "Of course they will." Vexnor sighed. Maxine patted his tentacles sympathetically. "You know what you need? A vacation? A beer? I don't drink beer." "Then I'll teach you. Come on, Director. You can't work with humans and not learn to drink beer. It's practically cultural exchange." Vexnor looked at this human woman, at her confidence and her chaos and her absolute certainty that everything would work out somehow, and he realized that she was probably right. "1 beer," he said, "but if I wake up purpler than I already am, I'm blaming you." "Deal." "And Director." "Yes? Thanks for giving humanity a chance. I know we're a lot to deal with." "You are," Vexnor agreed, "but you're also exactly what the galaxy needed, even if we didn't know it." They walked toward the center's social area, where humans and aliens mingled with varying degrees of comfort and confusion. Vexnor's communicator buzzed. Another update to the list. Number 1,372,946. He glanced at it. A human named Wei had apparently fixed a broken star chart system by percussive recalibration and positive encouragement. Vexnor added it to the files and kept walking. The list would keep growing. Humans would keep being impossible, and Vexnor would keep documenting it all, because that was his job, his impossible, exhausting, terrifying job, and he wouldn't trade it for anything, not even normal-colored skin. Somewhere in the galaxy, someone raised a beer and prepared to say 3 words that would change everything, and Vexnor was ready. As ready as anyone could be for humanity, which wasn't very ready at all. But that was the point, wasn't it? Humans didn't wait for you to be ready. They just did what they did and you adapted, or turned purple trying. Vexnor took a sip of his beer, discovered it tasted better than he expected, and realized that maybe humanity had been right about more things than just problem-solving. Maybe chaos wasn't the enemy. Maybe control was overrated. Maybe the universe was meant to be surprising. His communicator buzzed again. Vexnor looked at it, smiled, and for the first time in his career, he didn't immediately check the alert. It could wait. Whatever impossible thing a human had just accomplished could wait 5 more minutes. Because right now, Vexnor was learning an important human custom. Enjoying a beer with friends while everything else could, as humans said, chill the hell out. The galaxy had survived for billions of years without humanity, but now that humans were here, Vexnor couldn't imagine going back, purple skin and all.
The alarm systems across Zenith Prime Station screamed warnings that made no sense. Ambassador Thakren watched the main display with growing confusion as his 4 eyes tried to process what the sensors were telling him. Something massive was coming out of empty space, tearing through reality itself like paper being ripped apart. The object that emerged made the ambassador's blood run cold. It was a warship, larger than anything he had seen in his 300 years of service to the Galactic Council. Its hull was dark and scarred, covered in burns and impacts from weapons that shouldn't exist anymore. The metal looked ancient, corroded by time itself, yet the ship's engines still glowed with power. Strange symbols marked its side, letters from a writing system that predated modern galactic civilization by thousands of years. Thakren pressed his communicator with a trembling claw. "Get me the historical archives immediately. I need identification on this vessel." Around him, the council chamber erupted into chaos. Representatives from 847 different species began shouting questions and demands. Some called for military response. Others wanted to flee. The mantis-like ambassador raised his arms for silence, but nobody was listening anymore. The ancient warship hung in space like a ghost from a forgotten era. Its weapon systems were powered down, but every military analyst in the station could see the truth. Those guns were old, yes, but they were built with technology that modern science barely understood. If that ship decided to fight, Zenith Prime wouldn't survive the encounter. Then the transmission came through. The audio was broken and filled with static, but the words were clear enough to make Thakren's heart skip several beats. The language was old, so old that the computer needed 17 seconds to find a translation matrix. When it did, the message played across every speaker in the station. "This is the United Earth spaceship Indomitable, Terran Expeditionary Fleet. We are returning home after mission completion. Please provide current navigational coordinates for Earth, Sol System, Orion Arm, requesting immediate assistance. Our crew is in critical condition." The silence that followed was absolute. Earth. Sol 3. The dead world. The planet that had destroyed itself in nuclear fire 20,000 years ago, leaving nothing but radioactive dust and broken cities. Every schoolchild in the galaxy learned about Earth as a warning. A cautionary tale about what happened when a species discovered weapons before wisdom. But here was a ship, claiming to be from Earth, asking for directions home. Thakren made a decision. Open a channel, and someone wake up our linguist experts, all of them. It took 6 hours to establish proper communication. The ship's AI was sophisticated but ancient, operating on principles that modern computers had abandoned millennia ago. When the channel finally stabilized, 3 faces appeared on the screen, and Thakren found himself staring at creatures he had only seen in archaeological reconstructions. Humans. Actual living humans. The woman in the center wore a uniform that was falling apart at the seams. Her hair was gray and white, pulled back from a face lined with exhaustion. Her eyes were the color of Earth's ancient oceans, blue and deep and currently filled with confusion. "This is Captain Sarah Chen of the Indomitable. Who am I speaking with?" Thakren stood straighter, trying to project calm authority while his mind raced with impossible questions. "I am Ambassador Thakren of the Velkari people, currently serving as primary administrator of Zenith Prime, capital station of the Galactic Council." "Captain Chen, I must ask you a very important question. What year did you leave Earth?" The woman glanced at someone off-screen, then back at the camera. We departed Earth in the year 22,314 by the common calendar. Our mission was a 500-year expedition to establish first contact with civilizations in the Outer Rim. We've been gone for 532 years, but we ran into some problems with a dark space anomaly. Why are you asking? 500 years. They thought they had been gone for 500 years. Thakren felt a wave of pity wash over him. How could he tell them? How could anyone deliver this kind of news? Captain Chen, I'm afraid I have some very difficult information to share with you. The current year by the old Earth calendar is 42,831. You haven't been gone for 500 years. You've been gone for 20,517 years. The woman's face went white. Behind her, someone cursed loudly. A third voice, male and shaking, said something that the translator couldn't process properly. Chen gripped the edges of her command chair so hard her knuckles turned white. That's impossible. Our clocks, our systems, everything says we've only been gone for 5 centuries. How can 20,000 years have passed? Dark space anomalies can cause severe temporal distortion, Thakren explained gently. You experience time at one rate while the universe continued at another. Captain, there's something else you need to know. According to our historical records, Earth was destroyed approximately 18,000 years ago. The planet is listed as uninhabitable, a dead world consumed by nuclear war. The silence stretched on for 10 full seconds. Then Captain Chen's expression changed. The shock disappeared, replaced by something harder, something that made Thakren remember that this woman commanded a warship that could probably level his entire station. Ambassador, Chen said softly, your records are wrong. I'm looking at our long-range sensors right now, and I can see the Sol system from here. Earth's biosignature is strong. The planet is alive. Someone has been living on my home world, and I want to know who. The signal cut off before Thakren could respond. In the silence that followed, every being in the council chamber understood what had just happened. They had told these ancient humans that their world was dead. They had lied, whether intentionally or not. And now a 20,000-year-old warship was heading for Earth, with a crew that had just learned their entire civilization should be extinct. Thakren looked at the readings coming from the Indomitable's power systems and made another decision. Prepare my personal ship. I'm going with them. And someone tell me everything we really know about what happened to Earth, because something tells me the official story is about to fall apart. The journey to Earth should have taken 3 weeks with modern drives. The Indomitable needed 6 because its engines were running on technology that predated most of the species in the Galactic Council. Captain Sarah Chen stood on the bridge watching the stars slide past and tried not to think about everything she had lost. 20,000 years. Her parents were dust. Her friends were dust. The world she had left behind, the cities and cultures and entire civilizations she had known, all of it was gone. She had left Earth as a young captain in humanity's first great adventure into deep space. She was coming back as a ghost. Behind her, Ambassador Thakren worked at a temporary console the crew had set up for him. The mantis-like alien had insisted on joining them, claiming he wanted to ensure a peaceful first contact. Sarah suspected the truth was simpler. He wanted to see what had really happened to Earth, and he didn't trust the official story any more than she did. Captain, you should see this. That was Marcus Webb, her chief engineer. He looked terrible, with dark circles under his eyes and hands that shook when he thought nobody was watching. Marcus had a daughter back on Earth, or at least he used to. Now that daughter had been dead for 20,000 years, and Marcus was barely holding himself together. Sarah walked over to his station. What do you have? I've been going through our long-range database, cross-referencing it with the information Ambassador Thakren provided. 3 of the colonies we were supposed to visit are gone. Not destroyed exactly, but empty. The infrastructure is still there, but there's no life, no power signatures, nothing. Just ruins. The screen showed images of dead cities on airless worlds. Buildings that had once housed thousands of humans now stood silent under alien stars. Sarah felt something cold settle in her chest. What happened to them? Thakren approached, his multiple legs making soft clicking sounds on the metal floor. The official records say these colonies were abandoned during the resource wars of the 35th millennium. But Captain, I've been reviewing the historical archives more carefully. The timeline doesn't match. These colonies went silent thousands of years before the supposed wars began. Sarah met his compound eyes. You think someone is lying about our history? I think someone has been lying about humanity's history for a very long time. Dr. Amara Okonkwo emerged from the medical bay where she had been reviewing biological samples. The xenobiologist looked exhausted but determined. I found something in the ship's memory banks. The Indomitable wasn't alone. Earth launched 12 expedition ships, all identical to ours, all heading in different directions. According to the departure manifest, we should have all returned within the same century. Sarah felt her stomach drop. Let me guess, none of the others came back. According to the galactic records, no. We're the only one that survived. But here's the strange part. There are reports throughout the past 20,000 years of ghost ships appearing in various sectors. Ancient vessels matching the Indomitable's design, seen briefly before vanishing again. What if the other ships hit the same temporal anomaly we did? What if they're still out there, lost in dark space, trying to find their way home? The bridge fell silent. Somewhere in the darkness between stars, 11 more ships might be wandering, their crews believing they had only been gone a few centuries, unaware that humanity had apparently died and the galaxy had moved on without them. Marcus broke the silence. Why didn't anyone look for us? 12 ships disappear and nobody launches rescue missions? Because by the time you were officially declared lost, Thakren said quietly, Earth had already fallen to the Archons. Sarah spun to face him. What did you say? The ambassador's antenna drooped in what Sarah was learning to recognize as regret. I wasn't supposed to tell you this. The council leadership wanted to control the information flow. But you deserve the truth. Earth wasn't destroyed by nuclear war. 21,000 years ago, a species called the Archons invaded your system. They were an ancient race, powerful beyond measure, with technology that could enslave entire worlds through psychic connection. They took Earth, Captain. They conquered your people and ruled them for 3,000 years. The rage that filled Sarah was hot enough to burn stars, and the Council did nothing. The Council didn't exist yet, not in its current form. By the time we had the power to challenge the Archons, they had vanished. They abandoned Earth and disappeared into the space between galaxies. We assumed they had taken humanity with them, or exterminated them entirely. The nuclear war story was created later, to explain why Earth was empty when survey ships finally reached the system. Marcus slammed his fist on the console. So for 18,000 years, while you all built your perfect galactic civilization, nobody bothered to check if any humans actually survived. That's not entirely fair, Thakren began, but Sarah cut him off. Isn't it? You erased us. You decided we were extinct and didn't bother to verify. Well, guess what, Ambassador? We're not extinct. Someone is living on Earth, and I'm going to find out who. The tension on the bridge was thick enough to cut. Then an alarm sounded and all personal conflicts were forgotten in an instant. Captain, we're entering the Sol system, reported the navigation officer, and we're being scanned by multiple defense platforms. Very sophisticated designs unlike anything in the database. The view screen shifted, showing Earth's home system. The sun burned bright and familiar, exactly as Sarah remembered it. But everything else was wrong. The asteroid belt was filled with massive stations. Mars had orbital rings. Jupiter's moons were covered in cities. And Earth itself was surrounded by a network of defense satellites that would have been impossible with the technology humanity possessed when she left. Then the communication panel lit up with an incoming transmission. The voice that came through spoke English, but the accent was strange. The words clipped and formal in a way that suggested the language had evolved significantly. Unidentified vessel. This is Terran Commonwealth Defense Command. You are entering restricted space. Power down your weapons and state your identification or you will be fired upon. This is your only warning. Sarah looked at Thakren, then at her crew. She had left Earth as an explorer, a representative of humanity's hope and curiosity. She was returning to a world that didn't know her, defended by people who spoke her language but thought she was a threat. She opened the channel, keeping her voice steady and strong. This is Captain Sarah Chen of the United Earth Spaceship Indomitable, serial number 7732, launched from Earth in the year 22,314. We are returning from a long-range expedition mission. I am requesting permission to approach Earth and return home. The silence that followed lasted for nearly a minute. When the response came, the voice on the other end was shaking. Indomitable. The ghost ship. You're really real. Stand by for escort. The Chancellor is going to want to meet you personally. Welcome home, Captain Chen. Welcome to the Terran Commonwealth. The Earth that Sarah Chen saw through the landing shuttle's windows was both familiar and completely alien. The continents were in the right places, the oceans still blue and vast, but everything else had changed. Massive towers reached into the sky, taller than anything from her time. The city sprawled across entire regions, connected by transportation networks that glowed with energy. And above it all, the orbital defense platforms hung like guardian angels, bristling with weapons that made the Indomitable look like a museum piece. They landed at a facility in what used to be called Geneva. The landing pad was surrounded by soldiers in armor that looked more advanced than anything Sarah had seen, even in the Galactic Council's military. When the shuttle door opened, she stepped out onto soil she hadn't touched in 20,000 years and felt tears burning in her eyes. The welcoming party was led by a woman who carried herself like someone used to command. She was tall, with dark skin and gray hair pulled back in a severe bun. Her uniform was crisp and formal, decorated with medals that Sarah didn't recognize. When she spoke, her voice carried the weight of absolute authority. "Captain Chen, I am Chancellor Elena Vasquez, leader of the Terran Commonwealth. On behalf of all humanity, I welcome you home. I only wish the circumstances were better." Sarah saluted out of instinct, then felt foolish. She was saluting a government that hadn't existed when she left. "Chancellor, I have many questions, and I will answer them all. But first, you and your crew need rest and medical attention. You've been in stasis for longer than any human should survive. It's a miracle you're alive at all." They were taken to a facility that was part hospital, part research center, part military base. Over the next 3 days, doctors examined them while historians interviewed them, recording every detail of the world they had left behind. Sarah submitted to it all patiently, but what she really wanted was answers. On the 4th day, Chancellor Vasquez invited her to a private meeting in a room with walls made of transparent steel, overlooking a city that never slept. The Chancellor poured 2 glasses of something that tasted like whiskey, but had a smoothness that suggested 20,000 years of refinement. "You want to know what happened?" Vasquez said. It wasn't a question. "I want to know why the galaxy thinks we're extinct when we're clearly not." The Chancellor took a long drink before answering. "Because for 3,000 years we might as well have been. The Archons came when you were gone, Captain. They arrived with ships that could crack planets and minds that could bend entire populations to their will. They didn't negotiate. They didn't offer terms. They simply took control." Sarah listened as Vasquez explained the horror. The Archons had a weapon, a psychic network that could connect to most species' neural patterns and force complete obedience. They had used it to enslave hundreds of worlds, building an empire that stretched across multiple galaxies. Earth was just one more conquest, its people reduced to biological components in a vast machine. But we had something they didn't expect, Vasquez continued. Human neural chemistry is different from most species. The Archon network could affect us, but it couldn't completely control us. Some people, maybe 1 in 1,000, were completely immune. Others could resist for short periods. It wasn't much, but it was enough. "The resistance," Sarah said. "The last rising. It took nearly 3,000 years, but we learned. We studied our captors. We stole their technology. We built weapons, in secret, passed down through generations that knew nothing but slavery. And then 15,000 years ago we struck. Every hidden cell, every secret base, every resistance fighter activated at once. We killed them, Captain. We killed every Archon on Earth and destroyed every one of their ships in our system." The pride in Vasquez's voice was mixed with something darker. Sarah recognized it because she had felt it herself during combat missions. It was the satisfaction of survival earned through violence. What happened to the Archons after that? They left. They abandoned this part of the galaxy entirely. We assumed we had hurt them badly enough that they decided we weren't worth the trouble. So we stayed hidden. We used their cloaking technology to hide our worlds. We spread false information through the galactic networks, making everyone think Earth was radioactive and dead, and we rebuilt. We took everything the Archons had taught us, everything we had learned from defeating them, and we made ourselves strong. Sarah looked out at the city below. Millions of people living and working, building a civilization that had been forged in slavery and war. You've been preparing for them to come back. We've been preparing for the entire galaxy to be our enemy if necessary. The Council didn't help us when the Archons came. Why would we trust them now? Before Sarah could respond, Marcus burst into the room, followed by Dr. Okonkwo. The engineer's face was pale, his hands shaking as he held a datapad. Captain, you need to see this. Now. The datapad showed sensor readings from long-range observation posts at the edge of the galaxy. Sarah didn't understand most of the technical details, but she understood the conclusion. Ships were moving in the void between galaxies, thousands of them, maybe millions, and their energy signatures matched the Archon vessels that had been found in Earth's historical databases. They're coming back, Okonkwo said quietly. The Archons are returning, and they're bringing an army. Chancellor Vasquez took the datapad and reviewed it with the calm efficiency of someone who had been expecting this moment for years. How long do we have? 18 months. Maybe less if they have better drives than we think. The Chancellor nodded slowly, then looked at Sarah. Captain Chen, I'm going to be blunt. The Indomitable is a symbol. It's proof that humanity had a past before the Archons, that we were explorers and dreamers before we became warriors. I want to use your ship to announce Earth's return to the galactic stage. I want every species in the Council to know that humanity survived, and that we're not asking for permission to exist anymore. Sarah thought about the dead colonies she had seen on the way here. She thought about 20,000 years of human suffering, of generations born into slavery, of people who had fought and died just to earn the right to be free. And she thought about the Archons coming back with an army that could enslave the entire galaxy. What do you need from me? Vasquez smiled, and for the first time, it looked genuine. Help me convince the galaxy to fight. The Council thinks we're a myth or a threat. You're evidence that we're neither. You're the bridge between who we were and who we've become. The Archons are coming for everyone, not just Earth. If we don't work together, we'll all fall separately. Marcus spoke up from behind Sarah. There's something else. I've been going through the Indomitable systems and I found something strange. The ship has components that don't match the rest of the design, pieces that were added in secret before we launched. I think someone knew this was going to happen. I think someone prepared for it. Sarah turned to look at her engineer. What kind of components? The kind that could activate a defense network. Captain, I think the Indomitable isn't just a warship. I think it's a key, and whatever it unlocks has been waiting for us to come home for 20,000 years. The room fell silent as everyone absorbed this information. Outside, the sun was setting on a world that had survived extinction. Inside, 5 people stared at each other and realized that the war they had been dreading was about to begin, whether they were ready or not. Ambassador Thakren stood before the Galactic Council and wondered if he was about to commit career suicide. Around him, representatives from 847 species filled the chamber, their voices creating a noise that sounded like chaos given form. They were arguing about Earth, about the Archons, about whether any of this was real or just human propaganda. Order! The council speaker, a crystalline being named Jarketh, rang a chime that cut through the noise. Ambassador Thakren has requested emergency session time. We will hear him. Thakren stepped forward, his 4 legs steady despite the nervousness coursing through his body. Thank you, Speaker. I have just returned from Earth. The world we all believed was dead is very much alive. The humans have not only survived, they have thrived, and they bring warning of an existential threat to our entire civilization. He activated the holographic display, showing the sensor data from the void. The images of Archon ships moving in formation silenced the chamber faster than any call for order could have. The Archons are returning, Thakren continued. Our intelligence estimates they will reach Council space within 18 months. They bring with them a fleet numbering in the millions built over 18,000 years of preparation. And according to human historical records, their psychic network can enslave most known species within minutes of exposure. A representative from the Kelhari Collective, a species known for their militant stance, spoke up. Even if this is true, why should we trust the humans? They've been hiding from us for thousands of years. How do we know they're not the real threat? Before Thakren could respond, a new voice cut through the chamber. Captain Sarah Chen walked in, escorted by Chancellor Vasquez and a contingent of Commonwealth guards. She moved with the confidence of someone who had nothing left to prove and everything to fight for. "You don't have to trust us," Sarah said, her voice carrying clearly through the chamber, "but you should trust your own survival instinct. The Archons will come whether you believe in them or not. When they do, they won't negotiate. They won't offer terms. They'll simply take control of your minds and turn you into slaves. Earth learned this the hard way. We paid the price in blood and suffering. Now we're offering you a chance to avoid the same fate." Chancellor Vasquez stepped forward. "The Terran Commonwealth proposes an alliance. We will share our anti-Archon weapons technology, our knowledge of their tactics, and our defense systems. In exchange, we ask for full membership in the Galactic Council, reparations for the 3,000 years of abandonment, and a unified military response to the Archon threat." The chamber erupted into debate. Some species saw the logic in the proposal. Others saw it as blackmail. A few suggested that humanity was exaggerating the threat to gain power. The Kren watched it all and felt his hope dying. The council was too fractured, too political to act quickly. Then the alarm sounded. The holographic display shifted, showing real-time sensor data from a colony world called Threshold 7. Archon ships were coming out of dimensional folds, dozens of them attacking without warning. The colony's defenses were being overwhelmed within minutes. "That colony has 40 million inhabitants," Jarketh said, his crystalline voice shaking. "We have ships in the area, but they won't arrive for hours." "The Indomitable can be there in 30 minutes, Sarah said. "Give me clearance and we'll defend your people." The speaker looked at her, then at Vasquez, then at the data showing millions of lives hanging in the balance. "Granted. Save them, Captain." Sarah was already running. The Indomitable dropped out of faster-than-light travel above Threshold 7 and immediately opened fire. The old warship's weapons had been designed to fight unknown threats with overwhelming force, and against the Archon ships, they proved devastatingly effective. Energy beams that could crack planetary crust tore through Archon armor. Missiles loaded with experimental warheads detonated in patterns that disrupted their shields. But Sarah wasn't alone. Chancellor Vasquez had sent 12 ships from Earth's defense fleet, each one a modern interpretation of the Indomitable's design. They moved in perfect formation, their tactics honed by 15,000 years of preparation for exactly this moment. Marcus worked frantically at the engineering station, routing power to weapons that were never meant to fire continuously. "Captain, the old girl is holding together, but I don't know for how long." "Keep her running, Marcus. We just need to last until Council reinforcements arrive." Dr. Okonkwo was at the sensor station, analyzing the Archon ships as they fought. "Captain, I'm detecting psychic broadcasts from the Archon vessels. They're trying to establish neural connections with the colonists below, but the signals are being disrupted by something like there's interference." Sarah felt a cold realization wash over her. "It's us." "They're trying to connect to human neural patterns too, and it's creating noise in their network. We're jamming them just by being here." The battle raged for 2 hours. The Indomitable took hits that would have destroyed lesser ships, her ancient armor absorbing damage that made Marcus weep at his console. 3 of the Earth ships were destroyed, their crews dying to protect people they had never met. But when Council reinforcements finally arrived, the Archons retreated, fleeing back into dimensional folds. Sarah stood on her bridge, watching the rescue operations begin below, and felt the weight of command pressing down on her shoulders. They had won, but barely, and this was just a scouting force. The real invasion was still coming. Back at Zenith Prime, the Council held an emergency vote. The images of human ships defending a Council world, of Earth's forces bleeding to protect strangers, had changed minds. Not all of them, but enough. The vote passed. Earth was granted full Council membership, and more importantly, a joint task force was authorized to prepare for the Archon invasion. In the weeks that followed, Sarah watched as volunteers from 23 species joined the defensive fleet. She trained with commanders from a dozen different military traditions. She shared tactics